mortal rise through 100 reincarnations. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 326, Everyone Flees When Disaster Strikes. Time slipped by unnoticed, and 8 years had passed in a flash. In the demon-suppressing hall on the back mountain, the Earth Soul altar was filled with a chilling atmosphere, empty and silent. Densely carved holes were carved into the surrounding stone walls, each housing a pitch-black urn-shaped altar. Palm-sized yellow talismans and red scrolls were plastered across its mouth and sides. Woo-woo, countless ghost-sealing altars trembled and struggled incessantly, echoing faintly from within, echoing through the cavernous caverns. The air surged with a dark evil, so thick it seemed to take form. Layers of dark frost blew from the ground, chilling the bones. Yet, at that moment, in the center of the Earth Soul altar, a circle of crimson flames, over 10 feet wide, unfolded like a lotus. This fire was gentle and tranquil, yet exuded a faint sacred aura. At the center of the lotus sat a towering, heroic young man. Zzzz, as the surrounding evil came into contact with the karmic fire, a sizzling sound emanated, instantly devouring and refining it, becoming fuel that nourished the spiritual fire. After an unknown amount of time, a long exhalation echoed through the cavern. The crimson flames on the ground rapidly contracted, then flew into the air, condensing into vivid crimson lotus. It flashed like lightning and sank into Zhao Sheng's brow, transforming into a crimson flame pattern. Zhao Sheng's skin gradually returned to its white hue. His eyes opened, and 2 beams of divine light suddenly pierced the surrounding darkness, and the ghostly cries in the air suddenly ceased. With a thud, the Book of 100 Worlds emerged from the Sea of Soul, and then the pages turned, and a piece of information quietly flooded into the mind. Name, Sanbao, Zhao Sheng, lifespan 16/106 realm, perfect key refining occupation, 2nd level alchemist, 2nd level talisman master, 1st level weapon refiner, constitution, dual spiritual roots of gold and fire, earth level, rebirth after severed body, earth level, talent, phase shift, earth level, skills, cultivation method, Red Lotus Karma Fire Sutra, proficient, Star God Thousand Heart Sutra, minor success, Heaven and Man 4 phases, minor success, Golden Crow Burning Heaven Sutra, proficient, 100 arts, Taoism, talismans, alchemy, weapon refining, perfecting key refining at the age of 16. This cultivation progress is not satisfactory. After all, Qingyang Mountain is only a 1st level spiritual land, and the concentration of spiritual energy is a bit low after all. Zhao Sheng muttered to himself and stood up. He then walked to the stone staircase adjacent to the cave and ascended it. The 100 steps passed by as his figure quickly vanished from the cave ceiling. The demon-suppressing temple boasts 2 unique structures, the Earth Soul altar and the corpse locking well. The Earth Soul altar is where ghosts are sealed, while the corpse locking well is where zombies are suppressed. Both are forbidden areas in the back mountains of the soul-suppressing temple, closed to the public and reserved for the cultivation of the temple's practitioners. Leaving aside the corpse locking well, the Earth Soul altar consists of 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. Each level contains a different level of sealed ghosts, each one possessing a different level of power. The lower one descends, the more advanced the ghosts become, and the more devastating the mortal world becomes. Zhao Sheng, having reached the state of perfect key training, usually cultivates on the 2nd level. The ghosts sealed there are all centuries old, mostly vicious and ferocious. The practice of the Red Lotus Karma Fire Sutra is unique. Practitioners continuously purify ghostly energy and evil spirits to nurture a karmic fire Red Lotus. This karmic fire then refines the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cultivating a special kind of fire spiritual power. It could be said that any cultivator who had practiced a Red Lotus Karma Fire Sutra was the nemesis of all ghosts and spirits. People like Zhao Sheng were known as Red Lotus Walkers, and since ancient times, they had been the main force of the Shyandao sect's Demon Exorcist Hall, always taking it as their mission to exorcise demons and slay ghosts. After leaving the Earth Soul altar, a fat, round-faced young man immediately came forward and shouted, "Senior brother, it's bad. Our business can't go on." Zhao Sheng raised his hand to stop talking, and asked in a deep voice, Zuki, why are you panicking? Explain things clearly first. Zuki swallowed his saliva and said carefully, the black market we set up was unfortunately discovered by Shen Bian, the debt collector, and he was about to complain to the capital. This is bad. Senior brother, please make a decision. What bad thing did I do? It's just a black market. Let him sue. If the black market is gone, we can just set up another one. Seeing that the senior brother looked nonchalant, Zuki felt relieved, but still couldn't help worrying. But, if the capital keeps holding on to the black market, what if they find us? Zhao Sheng smiled and said calmly, have you ever heard of the saying the law does not punish the masses? And with our master here, this old abbot can't touch us. Over the past 8 years, the people and events within the Anhan temple had subtly changed. In recent years, Bao Chen's position as the temple's deity had become increasingly secure, and Zhao Sheng had gradually become the undisputed senior disciple in the eyes of the temple's many young Taoists. As for the likes of Wu Shengshan, Zhao Sheng employed a few subtle tactics, defeating them in a few rounds. Then, offering them a taste of sweetness, his combined power and kindness convinced all the young Taoists to surrender. Thus, Zhao Sheng immersed himself in diligent cultivation, rapidly improving his strength while enjoying 7 comfortable years. However, a year ago, an unexpectedly intruder, an old abbot, suddenly disrupted the peaceful and united atmosphere of the Anhan temple. This abbot's Dharma name was Yuan Yang, and his secular surname was Shen. Shen Bian was one of his grandsons, who had come to the Anhan temple with him. Yuan Yang was formerly a Foundation Establishment Realm Field Master at the Kangnan Prefecture Temple. He was later forced to retire due to age and frailty. Originally, he should have retreated to the Council of Elders to cultivate his character. However, Yuan Yang, despite his age, was still possessed by a thirst for power. He offered substantial bribes and luckily secured the position of County Temple Director, ultimately being reassigned to the Temple of the Souls. Upon his arrival, Yuan Yang actively wooed the other 2 directors and some ambitious individuals, attempting to challenge the temple priest Bao Chen for power. Beyond the main temple, the Xiandao sect's Taoist temples are divided into 5 levels: national, provincial, prefectural, county, and county. Each temple has similar positions. The temple priest is the head of the temple, overseeing all matters. Below the temple priest are the 3 dukes and 5 lords. Under the 5 lords, 9, 13, or even 18 heads are appointed, depending on the size of the temple. The 3 dukes are the Duyuan, the Ducha, and the Duku. The Sandu positions were originally honorary and not permanent, often used to arrange for the retirement of highly respected elders. The 5 masters are divided into the Sutra Master, the Jiao Master, the Hall Master, the Hui Master, and the Yuan Master. Each of the 5 major temple masters holds authority within their respective areas. The Sutra Master, who controls the teachings of the scriptures, is the most senior of the 5 masters, and his power and position are second only to the temple priest. Hearing his eldest brother say this, Zuki finally relaxed, but then muttered, we finally drove away those sorcerers, and only a few years after we took control of the black market, that brat Shen Bian ruined everything. We have to settle this account with him. Zhao Sheng's lips curled up, and he chuckled, don't worry. If Yuan Yang doesn't investigate, it's fine. But if he does, he'll definitely know he's stirred up a hornet's nest. The black market benefits us, not just us. Everyone in the temple benefits from it. To put it bluntly, which family, big or small, in Hufang County hasn't done business in the black market? Who hasn't dabbled in it? There are many who are more worried than we are. What are you worrying about? Haha. Senior brother really sees it clearly. I'm convinced. Zuki's worry turned into joy, and he was as happy as a fat monk. Although Zhao Sheng said this, there was something in his heart that he didn't tell Zuki. The black market being investigated, or even destroyed, was not important. What was important was the transactions within it. Some things, if not weighed, are as light as a goose feather, but once weighed, they can be crushing. The real worry is that Dui and Yuan Yang will find some clues, follow them, and catch Bao Chen. Over the years, the temple has accumulated a staggering amount of deficits. Zhao Sheng only secretly moved some spiritual stones and materials, but his master Bao Chen was the biggest culprit. Over the years, in order to achieve a successful experiment as soon as possible, Bao Chen invested spiritual resources that would be equivalent to at least hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. Hufang County has a territory of only 1,300 li and a population of only 8 million. The county has few products and the land is poor, making it a small county with few people. Every year, the Anhan Temple must pay a fixed spiritual tax to the Superior Temple, and on top of that, the big and small culprits within the temple are stealing from the temple. It would be strange if the Anhan Temple didn't have deficits. Ordinary things can't shake Bao Chen's position, but if the deficit were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seems I need to plan ahead, Zhao Sheng thought to himself, his form instantly vanishing into thin air. He then reappeared in various key locations within the temple, including the treasury, the scripture vault, and the accounting office, meticulously revising the account books, patching up any flaws, and cleaning up any loose ends. 8 years after his reincarnation, Zhao Sheng had a general understanding of the situation in the Great Gu dynasty. Undoubtedly, the Xiandao sect was the undisputed and supreme power. Every sacred site within the Great Gu dynasty was its domain, leaving no room for other factions. After millennia of development, the Xiandao sect's 5-tiered temple system had become incredibly stable, with a clear and strict hierarchy. Given the unique circumstances of this world, Zhao Sheng gradually gave up on the idea of leaving the Xiandao sect. After all, the principle of relying on the government for cultivation was an eternal truth. But there was another, more important reason for his actions. For 8 years, Zhao Sheng had searched through the temple's ancient jade volumes, yet he had found no information about the Xianzhu realm or the war between the two realms. Something was amiss. It's important to note that the previous pope of the Xiandao sect was from an alien race, and this person was also an acquaintance of Zhao Sheng. In the netherworld, the descendants of the Gichi clan unexpectedly changed their names and became the renowned Shura clan. Today, the Shura clan has become the protector of the Xiandao sect for millennia. The entire clan has guarded the Xiandao headquarters, and their members often serve as guardians, holding positions of great power. The Gichi Pope passed away 1,000 years ago, and the new Pope has been in office for 1,163 years, and the Xiandao calendar has entered the 7th era. This means that the war between the two realms occurred at least 1,163 years ago. As to how many years ago, Zhao Sheng remained confused. Of course, the countless mysteries that lingered in his mind could be solved later. Now, a sudden crisis had struck Zhao Sheng. Just half a day later, the black market at the foot of an unnamed mountain, 40 miles northwest of Qingyang Mountain, was uncovered by the power-hungry Yuan Yang. This man's audacity and ruthlessness truly exceeded Zhao Sheng and the others' expectations. He had secretly reported the matter to the prefectural temple, using a hall master from the temple he supported to borrow a group of highly skilled inspectors. Shen Bian's alleged exposure of the black market was merely a facade. Yuan Yang personally led a raid on the black market, arresting numerous individuals involved and, naturally, confiscating a cache of account books. Among those arrested were members of the major families of Hufang County, as well as members of the Anhan Temple's inner circle. But that day, Yuan Yang, without even returning to the temple gates, led his prisoners headed straight for the prefectural temple. This act was so ruthless that it completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Zhao Sheng had miscalculated, having not expected this man to resort to such desperate measures. It would be surprising if this wasn't secretly guided by a master. If Yuan Yang had possessed such skill in his earlier years, he wouldn't have been limited to a mere farmhand. The suddenness of the incident threw everyone into panic. Zhao Sheng even vaguely sensed that Bao Chen was plotting to silence the witness. But before he could formally carry out the action, Zhao Sheng painstakingly persuaded him to stop. It would be fine if he didn't do it, the government and the temple might not find anything. But if he did, it would be like confessing his guilt. Even a fool would know there was something seriously wrong. Over the years, thanks to his disciples' exceptional performance, Bao Chen had long considered Zhao Sheng his confidant, keeping all but the most private secrets from him. "Sanbao, would you mind? Your Majesty is a little uneasy," Bao Chen asked Zhao Sheng in a secret room, his expression sullen. Zhao Sheng took 2 steps before him, then suddenly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "This matter is better left alone than in action. Secretly reselling spiritual resources is all too common. As long as they don't investigate past losses, we have plenty of ways to cover it up. At worst, we can just hand over a few scapegoats." Bao Chen's expression eased slightly at this, but his next words caused his face to change drastically. "But I'm afraid Yuan Yang won't give up. He resorted to such taboo means, he must have the idea of dying if he fails." Master, it's time to use our old connections. You have been running the temple for decades, it's time for those Teoti to lend a hand. Bao Chen smiled bitterly, spread his hands, and said helplessly, my old benefactor has been in meditation for 3 years, and the other old connections are not as strong as that of the Hall Master. Otherwise, how could that damn Yuan Yang come down out of nowhere? He saw that I had no backing. This is a bit difficult now. Master, you must prepare a heavy gift and rush to the temple immediately. While nothing is found out, you should make arrangements first and do your best. Zhao Sheng sighed with regret. Alice, this is a huge sum. But the temple treasury is now so empty it could starve to death. Even if we're living off the grain, we've already covered 3 years' worth of expenses. I don't have many valuable treasures to offer. Disciple, I know you're quite wealthy, so why not lend me some spirit stones first? I'll naturally repay you once this crisis is over. Zhao Sheng's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, but in his heart, he had already sentenced Bao Chen to death. Knowing Bao Chen well, he knew he was either planning to flee or attack him. However, Bao Chen wouldn't initiate this move until the situation was irreversible. After all, the human trials hadn't been truly successful, and the survival rate after the bone marrow and heart transplants couldn't be guaranteed. Master, what are you talking about? Master and I are one. Why would you even ask for a loan? This Nakung seal contains all my savings over the years, worth at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. Take it, Master, and let's settle this matter first. Zhao Sheng took off the Nakung seal from his waist and handed it to Bao Chen. My disciple is thoughtful. I am very pleased. Bao Chen forced a smile on his face, but a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 327. What do you smell? A moment later, Zhao Sheng emerged from the Bao Chen cave with a calm expression. With a flick of his sleeve, a magical sword suddenly flew out and soared into the air. With a light leap, Zhao Sheng landed on the magical sword. As spiritual energy poured into it, the magical sword's brilliance surged, carrying him rapidly down the mountain, quickly disappearing into the vast night. A moment later, a flash of sword light suddenly descended from the sky, landing inside a manor over 20 miles from Qingyang Mountain. As the sword light dissipated, Zhao Sheng waved his hand to retract the magical sword and headed towards a 3-story wooden building. Before he even entered the door, a group of people rushed out. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng, they were all overjoyed, calling him Big Brother. Zhao Sheng wasn't surprised to see so many of his junior brothers and sisters gathered there. This manor was their regular gathering place, and now that something serious had happened, they naturally gathered here to wait for Zhao Sheng to appear and offer a solution. Junior Brother Wu, Junior Brother Feng, Junior Sister Zhang, rest assured for now. The black market has been discovered, but it's no big deal. We can just find another location to rebuild. And our master has personally stepped in to handle this matter. As long as we don't panic, Yuan Yang won't be able to cause any trouble. Zhao Sheng, surrounded by the crowd, confidently reassured them. With Senior Brother's words, we're reassured. It's a shame the Ren brothers aren't loyal. As soon as they saw things were going badly, they turned and sided with that brat Yuan Shen. Zhao Sheng glanced around and saw that several active figures were missing from the crowd. He smiled calmly and waved his hand, saying, everyone has their own aspirations. It's just that the Ren brothers' father holds the position of capital treasurer, so they have room to choose. But the other fence-sitters can't be spared. We must make an example of them. Otherwise, morale will be low, and our business will falter. Senior Brother, you're right. Those scoundrels must be severely punished. Otherwise, everyone will come to bully us, the simple-minded man said harshly. However, some clear-headed individuals, like Wu Shengshen, immediately raised a question, filled with concern. But, Senior Brother, the Duing's actions are tantamount to breaking with us. He's mobilized so many troops, can the Temple Master really handle this so easily? As he spoke, the crowd escorted Zhao Sheng into the building. Zhao Sheng, upon hearing this, did not immediately respond. Instead, he walked to the large chair in the center and slowly sat down. His presence was imposing, his eyes blazing as he looked up at the crowd, and wherever his gaze fell, everyone bowed in obedience. Haha. I have carefully selected each and every one of you. Each of you is backed by a powerful family in the county or a prominent family in the prefecture, and you have the support of my master. With all the powerful families in the prefecture on our side, what can Yuan Yang and the others do to us? No one can rebel against Hufang County today, I say. Zhao Sheng's words, brimming with dominance, immediately dispelled everyone's anxiety. The solemn atmosphere in the building suddenly dissipated, and a more relaxed atmosphere emerged. Haha, with you saying that, I can go back and report to those old guys in my family. By the way, when are we going to rebuild the black market? Yes, the black market must be established as soon as possible. Without it, there will be no spirit stones. Our cultivation speed will plummet. I still need a lot of blood essence beads. Blood essence beads are shit. Without the blood refining talisman and the blood melting talisman, I wonder how you can melt and refine the blood essence. Don't scare Master Taiwu away because the black market is destroyed. If that happens, it will be terrible. Feng Xing slapped his thigh and shouted loudly. Brother Feng, don't exaggerate. Master Taiwu would never disappear into hiding. Can you guarantee that won't happen? You know, the master doesn't just have elixirs, he also has blood refining talismans, blood spiritual pills, and other secrets of the Xiandao sectu. If the temple's higher-ups learned of such a person, there would be a huge uproar. Haha. No matter how strict the Taoist temple's rules are, they still have to be followed. People's hearts are corrupt these days, and the temple is like a broken sieve, full of holes. Who in this world would stick to the rules and regulations? Master Taiwu might just be someone else's disguise. Hush, just keep it to yourself. Why bother telling them? Zhao Sheng watched the crowd's talk spiral out of control, but he didn't stop them. After all, they had guessed correctly. Master Taiwu was a disguise he had actively promoted. Thanks to the unique environment of the black market, Zhao Sheng had made a fortune in recent years as Master Taiwu. What he just surrendered to Bao Chen was merely his publicly known wealth. He also secretly stashed away numerous elixirs, spiritual materials, and other treasures, valued at nearly 100,000 spirit stones. However, this was the upper limit for Hufang County. If he sold any more, the market would be saturated. To maintain his hunger marketing and a sense of mystery, Zhao Sheng deliberately reduced the frequency and volume of transactions. This was supposed to be a steady, long-term business, but who knew such a drastic change would occur? Despite Zhao Sheng's boastful words, he harbored a deep distrust of Bao Chen. This cheap master was simply too greedy. As he always said, eating alone will not end well. The black market was lucrative, but young men like Zhao Sheng only made a small profit. Even the major families in the county only took a 30% cut, leaving Bao Chen with the lion's share. That's why, upon Yuan Yang's arrival, the two elders, the Duku and Decha, secretly joined him. Bao Chen may never have reflected on himself. No. He cared only about whether he could successfully achieve his transformation, paying no heed to others' opinions. Half an hour later, a group filed out of the building and then dispersed. After the recent meeting, Zhao Sheng had temporarily reassured everyone. But where would the future lie? The decision no longer rested with these young men. It depended on the government temple's attitude, Bao Chen's ability to turn the tide, and, most importantly, whether the forces of Hufang County would firmly support Bao Chen. Early the next morning, the foot of Qingyang Mountain was bustling with cars and people. Although today wasn't the day for the mountain's official opening, prominent figures continued to show up, all seeking to ascend the mountain and pay homage. Their reasons varied. The Taoist receptionist, having received the hint, remained calm, welcoming everyone into the quiet room and offering them spiritual tea. Zhao Sheng quickly learned the news, but he acted as if he hadn't heard. Without any instructions, he entered the Earth Soul altar and began his daily arduous practice. Bao Chen would handle these people on his own, so there was no need for him to show up. The twin suns gradually rose to the zenith, their sunlight blazing. The leaders of the county's major families, each preoccupied with their own concerns, gradually left the mountain. That afternoon, Bao Chen secretly summoned the palace master, the transformation master, the court master, the head of the house, the head of the farm, and other trusted aides. This was intended to appease the people while also making numerous arrangements to prepare for the impending scrutiny from above. That night, Bao Chen secretly descended Qingyang Mountain and headed straight for Lingchuan Temple, the official temple of Kangnan Prefecture. In the main hall atop Qingyang Mountain, Zhao Sheng stood atop a lion head perched on a corner of the ridge, gazing at Bao Chen in the distance with a deep gaze. In an instant, he vanished from the lion head. In the secret cave in the back mountain, the air trembled slightly, and Zhao Sheng emerged from the darkness in an instant. The cave was empty and lifeless, its bars and cells completely destroyed. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng let out a cold smile. With a flicker of his body, He instantly vanished from the scene. 2 days later, the Anhan temple was in turmoil. Bao Chen hadn't returned, but bad news had already arrived. A sudden ambush had occurred while the Duyan was transporting prisoners. Most of those captured were killed instantly, but the attacker escaped unharmed. Upon hearing this, most immediately thought that the temple priest Bao Chen had acted to silence them. However, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Bao Chen is finished. Yuan Yang, or perhaps the mastermind behind all this, had masterminded this move with remarkable skill. This tactic of frame-up, combined with the ability to kill multiple birds with one stone, left Zhao Sheng in awe. Bao Chen had clearly done nothing wrong, yet the blame for the murders had been placed on his head. Even more intriguing, the victims were all leaders of the major families in Hufang County. As the saying goes, there's no evidence in the aftermath. This move placed the major families in a delicate position. If they surrendered voluntarily, Yuan Yang's forces would undoubtedly accept them with open arms, putting aside past grudges. If they remained stubborn, the mere motive of silencing witnesses could easily bring the interfering families to their knees. Bao Chen had already fallen from power, and Yuan Yang clearly had the support of a powerful patron. As this bad news spread, the situation in Hufang County suddenly spiraled out of control, and the attitudes of the major families suddenly became ambiguous. Simultaneously, the tide of the temple shifted rapidly. 1/3 of Zhao Sheng's fellow disciples fled, all joining Yuan Xian's side. Most of the 5 masters and 13 heads also changed their stance, implicitly distancing themselves from Bao Chen. Zuki, Fengxing, and other loyal followers of Zhao Sheng were furious, clamoring to beat up the traitors. Zhao Sheng, however, was more open-minded and intervened to urge them not to act rashly. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, everyone flees. Those who gather for fame and fortune will naturally follow it. In other words, the situation wasn't entirely clear yet, so Bao Chen still had a fighting chance. Otherwise, Zhao Sheng's loyal followers would have defected. As time passed, the mood within the temple grew increasingly restless, and Zhao Sheng's followers dwindled. Although Bao Chen had sent back numerous sound transmission talismans, each bearing only good news, as long as he remained at the mountain gate, the people remained uneasy. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that Bao Chen staged a triumphant comeback, instantly shifting the tide of public sentiment within the Anhan temple. But within a day, nearly 100 black-clad patrolmen brazenly entered the Anhan temple, led by a deputy director of the temple inspection office and 2 guest foundation establishment experts. Returning with them was a kind-looking, elderly man with white hair and beard. This man was Yuan Yang. Despite his benevolent appearance, he possessed a ruthless heart. The deputy director's ostensible purpose was to crack down on illegal black market transactions. But just after entering the temple, the patrol guards in black rudely blocked important places such as the storeroom, the accounting office, and the demon suppression hall. Bao Chen was soon called by the deputy dean to talk, while Yuan Yang was unusually active. His residence was suddenly bustling with people, and people from the temple came to visit him. Zhao Sheng's side immediately became deserted, with almost no one around. However, he had expected this day to come, so he was not surprised and just stayed indoors. The day passed quickly and night fell. The Requiem temple quickly fell silent, the atmosphere became depressing and heavy, and it had lost its former vitality. At night, Bao Chen called Zhao Sheng over. In a secret room, when Zhao Sheng saw his master again, he found Bao Chen sitting on a stone couch with a stern expression and an unusually gloomy look. Upon seeing his disciple arrive, Bao Chen suddenly demanded, "San Bao, how has your master treated you these years?" Zhao Sheng's heart trembled at the words, and he immediately replied respectfully, "Master, your kindness to me is as great as a mountain. I, your disciple, could never repay you." Bao Chen, pleased with his response, pressed him, "If I leave, will you come with me? Wherever master goes, I will follow," Zhao Sheng blurted out. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng's face paled. He urgently asked, "Master, is this truly irreversible? Aren't you afraid that the temple's actions will break the rules? Are they planning to exterminate us?" The rules Zhao Sheng spoke of were actually some unspoken rules. Within the Taoist temple system, if the loser of a power struggle admits defeat and chooses to retire, political opponents will often not pursue him, unless he has the potential to ascend to a higher realm. HMPH, Master would like to abdicate, but they won't let me live. The only solution now is to run away. Bao Chen's words were half true, half false. Zhao Sheng didn't believe a word of it. Run away? Easy to say. Do you think the Jade Book of Taoist statutes of the Heavenly Dao is fake? This thing is like the soul lamp in the sect once registered. It means that it has left a mark on your soul. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, the sects hunting down traitors will use secret methods to find you, and there will be no way to escape. Bao Chen thought that his disciple was young and ignorant and would not know such secrets. But he didn't know that the person standing opposite him was a living ancestor. Zhao Sheng's mind turned, but he said, "Master, the temple is now guarded by a group of black dogs. I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape quietly." Bao Chen smiled confidently and pressed his right hand on the stone couch 7 or 8 times in a row. Swish! Suddenly, the wall behind the stone couch shifted to the right, revealing a pitch-black passage. "Follow me," Bao Chen waved to Zhao Sheng, then turned and slipped into the passage. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he quietly followed. As soon as the two men vanished, the stone wall quietly returned to normal, and the secret chamber was empty. Over 10 miles from Qingyang Mountain lies a rugged, rocky landscape, overgrown with weeds and rarely visited. Late at night, the sound of crickets hummed. Suddenly, a large blue stone 3 feet tall, the ground beneath the rocky mountain gave way silently, and Bao Chen and Zhao Sheng emerged one after another. "Alice." Bao Chen glanced back at the distant Qingyang Mountain, lowered his head, sighed, and casually called out, "Let's go." But then, he heard, "Wait. Do you smell anything?" "What?" Bao Chen instinctively asked back, and at the same moment, he actually caught a whiff of a faint bitterness. Chapter 328 Divine Prison. The next second, Bao Chen felt his head spin. He cried out inwardly, about to muster his spiritual energy to resist, but suddenly his heart sank. He was completely drained of strength, the spiritual energy in his dantian stagnant, unable to mobilize even a fraction. Bao Chen's face paled, and he collapsed to the ground. "Baby. What do you mean? Give me the antidote quickly, or if we're caught by the black-clad patrols, both my master and I will surely perish," Bao Chen said with a sly smile, his tone gentle and deceitful. He had never expected his beloved disciple to bite back so fiercely. The bite was so precise and ruthless, it was practically life-threatening. "You shouldn't be taking my things carelessly," Zhao Sheng said with a gentle smile. With a flick of his hand, a massive bone-piercing nail shot out, piercing Bao Chen's major acupoints, particularly his dantian qi, instantly piercing it and ending his resistance. "Evil beast! How could your master accept a person worse than a pig or a dog?" "Woohoo!" Bao Chen cursed, but before he could finish, a streak of black lightning flew by, blinding his vocal cords. "Bao Chen, Bao Chen! If it weren't for your ill intentions, I wouldn't want to be the master's apprentice. After all, you've protected me for over a decade. But you actually want my life? A heart transplant to prolong my life? Humph, you foolish fool could even think of that." Zhao Sheng walked up to Bao Chen and squatted down, looking at him calmly. "When did you poison me? How come I was completely unaware?" Bao Chen immediately sent a telepathic message, trying to stall for time while constantly mobilizing his spiritual energy. "You'd better die like a fool." Seeing Bao Chen's face suddenly turn pale and hopeless, Zhao Sheng extended his right hand and slapped him unconscious. Then, Zhao Sheng lifted Bao Chen's body with one hand and slowly closed his eyes. In the darkness, hundreds of blood-red points of light within a 15-mile radius suddenly appeared in his mind. With a thud, Zhao Sheng's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. 13 miles away, Zhao Sheng flashed out from a hollow. After a pause, he vanished again. When he reappeared, he was already in a peach forest more than 20 miles from Qingyang Mountain. Whoosh! Zhao Sheng didn't stop for a moment and moved away again. He moved several times in a row, and in just a few breaths, Zhao Sheng appeared at the edge of a large river 300 miles away. This river was called the Gukang River. The waters flowed endlessly, and the river was so wide that the end was as far as the eye could see. The river stretched for 8,000 miles, not only crossing the entire Diankang province, but also connecting several provincial capitals downstream. It was also the main water vein of the southwestern territory of the Great Gu dynasty. The retreat he had deliberately made in the past to escape was now in use. With a snap, Zhao Sheng stretched out his hand and broke Bao Chen's neck. Then, he searched his body and found 4 or 5 Nakang seals in a row. With a wave of his hand, streams of crimson flames erupted, engulfing Bao Chen's corpse and quickly reducing it to ash. After scattering the ashes into the river, Zhao Sheng clapped his hands, his form vanishing into nothingness. In a flash, he was back at the foot of Mount Qingyang. Zhao Sheng found a secluded corner and sealed the Nakang seal underground. As a precaution, he would not touch these objects for the time being, until the incident was over. His form vanished, Zhao Sheng retreated to his cave abode and soon fell into peaceful sleep. The next day, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, and the air was thick with moisture, as if a torrential downpour was about to fall. Boom! As bursts of muffled thunder gradually approached Mount Qingyang from the horizon, the Anhan temple was suddenly thrown into a state of panic. The temple priest Bao Chen is not in his bedroom, he seems to have disappeared. This rumor spread like a hurricane throughout the temple. But soon, the rumor became a reality. From morning until dusk, the deputy director of the inspection office, accompanied by black-clad patrols, searched the Requiem temple from start to finish. But Bao Chen vanished without a trace, leaving behind no word. Rumors of Bao Chen's escape spread like wildfire. All those within the Requiem temple who supported Bao Chen were instantly in a state of panic, with the vast majority immediately seeking escape routes, desperately trying to escape Bao Chen's wrecked ship. The saying "when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter" is a true tale. Throughout the day, Zhao Sheng delivered a masterful performance, initially composed, then striving to maintain composure upon learning of his master's disappearance and offering reassurance. Then, upon confirming his master's disappearance, his expression shifted to panic and finally to a state of dejection. He portrayed the abandoned disciple with uncanny clarity. No one could imagine a 16-year-old, barely in the middle stage of key refining, quietly killing a foundation establishment-level temple priest. Indeed, Zhao Sheng's publicly displayed realm was only the 6th level of key refining, not the great perfection of key refining. For a former nascent soul ancestor, practicing the key condensation technique to conceal some of his strength was merely basic practice. For the next 3 days, Zhao Sheng remained indoors, and his doorway became incredibly deserted, with few daring to visit. Without Bao Chen's obstruction, the Anhan temple's embezzlement and fraud could no longer be concealed. In just 3 days, the temple's warehouses, accounting offices, and spiritual artifact rooms, all crucial areas, were thoroughly investigated. With Bao Chen on the run, a massive embezzlement case that shocked the entire Kangnan prefecture was suddenly exposed. Although the scandal was suppressed by the temple's top brass within 2 days, information spread to every well-informed force throughout Kangnan prefecture, and even within Diankang province. Those with even a passing knowledge of the situation were astonished by Bao Chen's audacity. Less than 20 years after this person's appointment, the Temple of Anhan had already incurred losses exceeding 600,000 spirit stones. The countless spiritual medicines, mineral deposits, and treasures indirectly confiscated were incalculable in spirit stones, but a simple estimate puts the total at least 500,000. While seemingly thriving, the Temple of Anhan was in reality utterly destitute, vulnerable to collapse. 4 days after Bao Chen's disappearance, the almighty provincial temple suddenly sent a letter of inquiry to Lingchuan Temple, inquiring about the cause of the sudden rupture of the jade scroll of the Taoist scriptures belonging to Bao Chen, the temple deity of Anhan Temple. The prefectural temple requested a prompt response. Upon learning of Bao Chen's mysterious death, Changfes Hanren, the head priest of the Kangnan Prefecture Temple, was furious. After consulting with the 3 capitals and 5 masters within the temple, he immediately issued a series of Taoist decrees. All forces, both overt and covert, within Kangnan Prefecture were mobilized, countless troops desperately searching for Bao Chen's whereabouts. At the same time, the Anhan Temple underwent a major personnel shakeup. Yuan Yang took over as temple priest and concurrently served as the chief minister. The other 2 elders resigned and retired. As for the 5 masters, with the exception of Huazu, who luckily retained his position, the other 4 were either demoted to commoners or exiled. Fortunately, they escaped imprisonment. The remaining 13 temple leaders were used as scapegoats and imprisoned, becoming criminals. Following this incident, all factions within the Anhan Temple were wiped out, and a wave of newcomers quickly arrived to fill the vacancies. Adhering to the principle of family disgrace should not be aired in public, Lingchuan Temple reluctantly accepted the bitter consequences. The Bao Chen incident ultimately ended with much fanfare but little action. In just 2 months, the Anhan Temple returned to its former tranquility. However, things had changed within the temple. Zhao Sheng had gone from the illustrious eldest brother to a largely ignored figure. Despite repeated investigations, no concrete evidence of his guilt was found. nor was he implicated in any corruption or fraud, remaining as clean as a scallion. However, the stigma of a sinner's disciple lingered. While fellow Taoist students of his age gradually returned home, and those who had been ordained received official Taoist teachings and appointments at various county temples, Zhao Sheng remained unattended, seemingly completely forgotten. Furthermore, he found it strange that his cave dwelling had not been reclaimed by the temple, nor had anyone come to drive him away. Even the big winner, Yuan Yang, had visited him twice, his attitude gentle and full of concern, seemingly devoid of any malice. Zhao Sheng saw Yuan Yang as a kind-hearted but ruthless figure, a man of deep cunning, a master of superficiality. No wonder Bao Chen's momentary carelessness had led to his complete loss. Thus, he was left in obscurity, unheeded, and no one dared approach him. It wasn't until a transfer order arrived that Zhao Sheng finally understood what was happening. It turns out being an orphan isn't entirely without its advantages. Within the Xiandao cult, there's a special institution called the Niangyuan, with branches across the Greater Gutian Empire. They house orphans without parents, naturally including those with spiritual roots like Zhao Sheng. In a sense, Zhao Sheng could truly be described as of good pedigree, and coupled with his exceptional dual spiritual roots. When the transfer order to the Prison God Temple arrived, Zhao Sheng quickly grasped the truth. The Prison God Temple is another specialized institution within the Xiandao cult, serving much like a mortal prison, specifically for those imprisoned for extraordinary crimes who are inconvenient to execute. Because of its unique status and nature, the requirements for its guards are extremely high, and the selection process is extremely narrow. A clean background is paramount, but even more important is unwavering loyalty to the Xiandao cult. Ideally, simple interpersonal relationships are essential, and orphans with no ties are ideal. Originally, Zhao Sheng's qualifications shouldn't have warranted a visit to the prison temple, but he had a master who had absconded for fear of punishment. Consequently, the unfortunate child quickly caught the attention of the prison temple's higher-ups, and naturally, the transfer order was issued. When Zhao Sheng opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by a wall of Yonggong rock emitting a faint golden glow, lying on a hard stone bed. Snoring echoed in his ears, and there was more than one person lying beside him. Faint wails could be heard from below, seemingly interspersed with muffled thumps, and the bed vibrated subtly. Zhao Sheng lay motionless, his mind lost in memories. The day the transfer order arrived, he was accompanied by two mysterious, black-armored prison guards aboard a pitch-black flying saucer. The saucer flew north, all the way to Chuguo City, the capital of Dankang Province, and then landed in the temple city outside. Then, the majestic Taoist temple complex, the cold, icy prison guards, the cramped, dreary underground, hundreds of cages, and a chilling codename, Dingjiawu. As a Ding-rank prison guard, Zhao Sheng lived in a 5-person bunk bed, naturally intended to keep watch on each other. This bunk bed was quite spacious, boasting a training room, a quiet retreat, an alchemy room, and everything else, perfectly reminiscent of a cave dwelling. But there was only a long stone bed for sleeping. The prison rules at the Prison God Temple are too strict. They're treating the inner guards like prisoners too, Zhao Sheng thought to himself. The Prison God Temple's divine prison consists of two types of guards, the inner guards and the outer guards. The inner guards are only allowed out once a year for exercise, and on weekdays, they are forbidden from contact with anyone other than the prisoners and the outer guards. These strict rules are based on the fear of collusion between the guards and the outsiders, who could deliberately let the prisoners escape. Since ancient times, the divine prison has been plagued by frequent riots, and prisoners have successfully escaped numerous times, resulting in numerous disasters. Just as he was thinking this, a pale, old face suddenly appeared before him, a smile revealing a row of sharp, white teeth. "Brother, it's almost time for your shift change. Hurry up, or the warden will scold you again." The speaker was Ding Erai, whose real name was Qi Peng. He was considered the oldest resident of this large bunk room, and the one Zhao Sheng was closest to. "Yes," Zhao Sheng nodded and sat up. Adhering to the principle that newcomers should listen more and talk less, Zhao Sheng followed the other four out of the bunk room and walked a long way down the dark corridor to the changing room. Standing at the door of the changing room was a burly, ungainly man, over a meter tall, with a green face and fangs. Zhao Sheng glanced at him. He's from the Gichi tribe, probably at the foundation establishment stage, with only moderate strength. This ungainly man was the warden of this level of the divine prison. He commanded 20 teams of guards, a total of around 80 men, mostly of D rank, with very few C rank, and no B rank at all. Zhao Sheng had just arrived when he heard the old man say that the divine prison had recently suffered a great disaster, and more than half of the prison guards had died. Therefore, a large number of rookies had to be replenished. Entering the armored room, Zhao Sheng swiftly changed into a set of red armor, followed the others out, and stood in the third row. The divine prison has multiple floors, but they are all built dozens of feet underground, so the vision is dim, and the air is always stuffy and smelly. Soon, more than 20 red armored prison guards were divided into 5 rows and stood in neat rows in front of Zhao Maluo. Zhao Maluo's pair of blood-red ghost eyes slowly scanned everyone, and his voice was low and sinister. Today, Ding Siliu died. Everyone fell silent, with horror on their faces. Do you know how people die? Zhao Maluo's face became increasingly darker and darker, like an evil ghost in the world. Idiot. I've repeatedly warned you not to have any contact with the prisoners, and not to listen to a single word they say. Some people are always too smart, thinking they can make money, but they are actually very stupid. This year, I don't want to see another idiot. Got it? The prison warden roared in anger. Zhao Sheng was startled when he heard this. The divine prison seemed quite dangerous, and death seemed to happen frequently. Got it, everyone shouted back. Zhao Maluo's anger subsided a little, and he began to arrange the shift tasks. First row, patrol the first floor of the prison. Second row, second floor of the prison. Third row, third floor of the prison. Chapter 329 Human Mind. The divine prison has many levels. The first 9 levels hold less dangerous prisoners, and are patrolled by guards of the Bing and Ding ranks like Zhao Sheng. Below the 9th level, higher-ranking guards take over. Those imprisoned there are either formidable demonic villains or former ruthless individuals, including some who have violated the sect's rules. According to the elders, the lower the level of the divine prison, the higher the danger. Of course, the demons and devils held in the 3rd level are mostly key refining cultivators, unlikely to cause any trouble. Later, watch how I do it and learn from it. You will have to do it yourself in the future. The two walked in the dark corridor, and Qi Peng turned back and gave instructions to Zhao Sheng beside him. Zhao Sheng nodded silently on the side without saying a word. On the stone walls on both sides of the corridor, fluorescent beads emitted balls of white light, illuminating the darkness nearby. Beneath the fluorescent beads stood one after another thick and dull black iron doors, from behind which faint cries and groans could be heard. The other prison guards had already dispersed and started their normal work for the day. When the two came to a quiet iron door, Qi Peng suddenly stopped and took a look at the cell door numbers, 3 to 36. This is it. Let's start with the simple things. Qi Peng removed a hexagram token from Qi Jia's waist and inserted it into the keyhole in the door. He turned it to the right, and a muffled rumble echoed from the iron door. Then, with a bang, the prison door opened a crack. Qi Peng pushed it open, followed closely by Zhao Sheng. Bang! The black iron door closed automatically, revealing another bronze door before them. It was covered in countless intricate and mysterious runes and shrouded in a layer of white light. The divine prison had 2 gates, and the purpose was self-evident. Qi Peng stepped forward and placed his hand on the bronze door, muttering something to himself as a faint white light emanated from his right hand. Click! The bronze door also slowly swung inward, revealing the scene behind the prison cell. It was a low, cramped room, only 20 steps across. The 4 walls were cast entirely from molten steel, while the ceiling depicted a prison god with 1,000 arms and 3 heads. The hell god's 1,000 arms spread out like fans, his palms forming various curse seals. 3 heads, one benevolent and the other ferocious. The central head was faceless and formless, yet exuded supreme majesty. He sat cross-legged on a 36-grade red lotus, surrounded by raging karmic fire. Thousands of living beings knelt before the god, wailing and wailing under the burning karmic fire. Under the dim fluorescent light, a burly man with a naked upper body, his hair disheveled, his head drooping, his body motionless. Rune chains pierced his scapula and limbs, and he was fixed to a cross-shaped steel frame. His skin was pale blue, and a bloated, blood-sucking leech, as big as a fist, was attached to his left chest where his heart was. Qi Peng walked forward and touched the man's neck. His hand was cold. Alice, another one is dead. I'm unlucky today. I didn't even get a living corpse. As he spoke, Qi Peng skillfully picked off the blood-sucking leech and put it into the black Nakung seal on his waist. Then he worked hard to loosen the rune chain and put the corpse on the ground. Turning back, he saw Zhao Sheng standing there motionless, and couldn't help but say, "Don't just stand there, quickly collect the corpse. I'll check if there are any ghosts." Zhao Sheng stepped forward, touched the black Nakung seal on his waist with his right hand, pulled out a white sack from it, bent down to hold up the corpse, and put it in neatly. This black Nakung seal is the standard equipment of the prison guards. It is filled with a bunch of objects, not only body bags, but also coffins, ghost sealing jars and various torture instruments. Gone, gone. Not even a wandering soul is left. It's very unlucky. As soon as he finished his work, Qi Peng muttered angrily, turned to Zhao Sheng, and with a wave of his hand, put the body bag into the Nakung seal. Bang! The two prison doors were closed again. Qi Peng took Zhao Sheng to the next cell. Taking advantage of the time to open the door, Zhao Sheng asked him about the various taboos and precautions in the prison. Qi Peng did not try to be mysterious, and frankly talked about a lot of things in the divine prison. At this time, the cell door opened. Roar! As soon as the door was opened, a crazy roar followed. On the cross steel frame, a naked monster with a wolf head and a human body and dark green hair was seen, trying desperately to pounce on the door, but the rune chains automatically tightened and burst into countless electric lights, which made it scream continuously. Werewolf? Man-wolf? Or a divine offspring? The prison cell was stinking and filth was everywhere. Zhao Sheng sealed his mouth and nose, snapped his fingers, and red fireballs flew out continuously. Once they landed on the steel ground, they exploded into large flames, quickly burning away the filth. Then, he used 3 consecutive breeze techniques to blow away the thick stench. Now you know that being a prison guard is not an easy life. This is just the beginning, and you will enjoy it in the future. Get used to it as soon as possible, otherwise you will die without knowing how you died. Qi Peng grinned and deliberately mocked Zhao Sheng for a few words. His old face suddenly turned cold. He stretched out his right hand, and a 2-meter-long black whip appeared in his hand. The whip was only as thick as a finger, and the surface was covered with sharp barbs visible to the naked eye. Snap, snap. Without saying a word, he lashed the wolf-headed man fiercely, lashing his opponent's skin and flesh, and wailing continuously. "Do you confess or not? Snap. Confess or not? Snap, snap." The whip was lashed rhythmically, and Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered. I confess, I confess, I confess, stop hitting me." After a while, the wolf-headed man finally couldn't stand the whipping anymore, and actually started shouting in human language. Qi Peng whipped him twice more before stopping. After reaching out and taking out a transliteration shell, he said with a sinister expression, "Tell me everything you know." The wolf-headed man said sobbingly, while Zhao Sheng watched silently on the side. In the southern part of Diankang province, there is a wolf temple deep in Zilio Mountain. An ignorant young man mistakenly entered Zilio Mountain, broke into the wolf temple, and met the gods. 20 years later, the young man was granted by the gods to practice successfully, and could transform into a wolf, with infinite strength and swiftness as the wind. Since coming down the mountain, he has been invincible and no one can stop him. Later, in order to build a temple for the wolf god, the young man inadvertently offended the local Taoist temple, so he was arrested by a Taoist priest and taken to the god's prison. I ask you, do you still remember the location of that temple? Qi Peng's expression was excited, and he asked the other party with shining eyes. At this time, the wolf-headed man had lost his magic power and returned to his normal human form, looking like an ordinary-looking guy. I really don't remember, I only know that the temple's probably in the southern foot of Zilio Mountain. Half an hour later, Qi Peng walked out of the prison with a face full of indignation, shook his hands, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. What a fucking waste. When it comes to the critical place, he doesn't know anything. Let's keep him for a while, and when there is nothing useful to dig out, just kill him and feed him to the dogs. In the Great Gu dynasty, the Xiandao sect reigns supreme, holding the power to confer titles upon the gods of the world. Those who establish themselves as gods and build temples without the Xiandao decree are considered to be savage deities, subject to severe punishment and destruction. Any trace of a savage god discovered by a prison guard is at least a minor merit. No wonder Qi Peng is so anxious. After leaving the cell, Zhao Sheng asked, "Can prisoners in the divine prison be executed at will?" Qi Peng smiled and said, "Once you enter the divine prison, there's no hope of getting out alive. That includes you and me." Zhao Sheng fell silent, somewhat shocked by Qi Peng's pessimism. Unless you can accumulate the 3 great merits, you can be transferred from prison guard to become a prison guard. Has anyone ever succeeded? Zhao Sheng asked immediately. At least not in the past 60 years, however. The current high priest of the prison god temple was once a prison guard, but now he has become a dignified nascent soul high priest, renowned throughout the 5 northern provinces. Qi Peng spoke, a look of longing and admiration on his face. 2 hours later, the 2 men came out of the 10th cell. Zhao Sheng discovered that not every prisoner was tortured. Most of them were just taken a look in to see if the prisoner was dead or not, and at the same time, the leeches were replaced. Then, a few large pieces of smelly meat were thrown to the prisoner to prevent him from being sucked dry and starving to death. Every prisoner in the divine prison was a human mine. They could not be killed casually before squeezing out every last bit of oil and water. At the end of the day, Zhao Sheng and his 5 companions finished patrolling the 3 levels of the prison, handed over their shift to the next team, and returned to their own cells. The prison guards rotated every 3 days, that is, 1 day on and 2 days off, which provided ample time. However, life in the divine prison was almost the same as being in prison, with very little entertainment and a terribly monotonous life. Some prison guards with an indestructible heart of Taoism might practice hard during their rest time. After all, the prison guards were well paid, they could exchange their own skills, and they had no shortage of spirit stones and elixirs. However, most of the prison guards have already given up practicing, and their daily lives are either gambling and bragging, or indulging in wine, meat and delicacies. The reason for this depravity is closely related to the prison guards' inferior spiritual roots and the oppressive and dull environment in the divine prison. Day after day, year after year, they see no hope in practicing, and no future for themselves, which makes most of the prison guards choose to give up on themselves, and many even become perverts, often getting pleasure from torturing prisoners. Waking up one night, Qi Peng woke up Zhao Sheng, stood up and said, Let's go to Happy Forest to eat first, and by the way, let's get to know the other companions. Zhao Sheng followed him out, walked half a circle along the corridor, and walked about 3 or 4 miles, then a spacious space covering an area of more than 10 acres came into view. On the stone tables, large pots of fragrant and tempting meat dishes were placed casually on them, and prison guards were sitting at a table, feasting on the food. The prison guards' food standards are excellent. If ordinary wealthy people had a meal, they would go bankrupt. Zhao Sheng followed Qi Peng to find a corner to sit down, looking at the large pots of meat dishes, his stomach beating like a drum. As an innate great martial artist, he could eat twice as much meat. There is no limit on the food in Happy Forest, you can eat as much as you want. If you can eat the divine prison to bankruptcy, you are amazing. Zhao Sheng was not polite either. He grabbed a fat pork elbow and swallowed it down in 3 or 2 bites. His teeth were crunching, and he didn't even spit out a bone. Qi Peng, who was watching on the side, was stunned. Eat quickly. Zhao Sheng picked up 2 more pieces of pig's trotters and threw them into his mouth, chewing and greeting Qi Peng vaguely. Hey, don't just eat meat, try the Yuanyang wine that is unique to our prison to get rid of the coldness in the prison. Qi Peng picked up a pot of old wine and handed it to Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng took the pot of wine, drank it all in one gulp, then exhaled a faint gray air, and praised with a smile, Good wine. I feel much warmer now. At this time, there were about 20 prison guards in Happy Forest. Some of them were drinking and chatting, while others were sitting alone at their desks and eating. Today, my brother has made a small contribution. He found out the whereabouts of a bandit's hideout. Brother, please be kind and give me another half month. When the salary comes down, I will return it to you with interest. I heard that a group of prisoners will be locked up soon. Our chance to make a contribution has come again. Let's go to the inner room and play a game later? No, brother, I want to exchange more pills. I am about to break through the 4th level of key refining. There is a beauty imprisoned in the 7th level of prison. She is very attractive. Do you want to find a chance to go and see her? Zhao Sheng silently sorted out the useful information to familiarize himself with the environment of the divine prison as soon as possible. Qi Peng was obviously an old man here. He knew everyone. After this round of greetings, Zhao Sheng also got to know many people. Zhao Sheng stayed in Happy Forest for 2 hours, and Qi Peng had already gone out to play for money. He returned to the cell alone, found a training room at random, and walked in. In the training room, a spirit gathering array was set up on the ground. Zhao Sheng took out Ding Jiawu's identity token and inserted it into the center of the spirit gathering array. The array suddenly activated, and rich spiritual energy quickly poured into the room from all directions. But along with this spiritual energy came a stream of cold and bone-chilling yin-sha cold air. Zhao Sheng was not surprised but happy. This wave of yin-sha was just the nourishment for the karma fire and was transformed into special spiritual power. He immediately walked to the center of the spirit gathering formation and sat cross-legged. The red lotus flame pattern between his eyebrows detached from his skin, curling and flying, suddenly transforming into a circle of crimson flames in mid-air, surging and blazing. Having lived 7 human lives, and 3 consecutive foundation-building lives, Zhao Sheng already knew exactly how to advance to the foundation-building stage. In this life, he did not intend to consume foundation-building pills, but instead patiently honed his body bit by bit until his merits were complete and his foundation was naturally established. He was undoubtedly following the path of ancient cultivation. As the saying goes, when pure yang energy is deposited in the danshan and the qi, upon reaching perfection in merit and virtue, jade juice will be revealed. A month later, in cellular 2-6 on the 4th level of the prison, the prisoner was a casual cultivator who had cultivated the Blood Soul Sutra. He had once slaughtered 3 large villages of 1,000 people simply to extract their essence in blood. Such prisoners were highly sought after in the divine prison, and their deaths could not be allowed to pass easily. Their final destination was to be the blood ox. Furthermore, after their death, there was a chance that a blood spirit pill would condense, a substance that could extend lifespan and was inestimably valuable. The prison guards fought fiercely over this individual. Zhao Sheng demonstrated a few skills, shucking the others before finally securing control. Inside the prison, Zhao Sheng finished replacing the prisoner's leeches and looked up at the prison god diagram, his eyes gleaming with an inexplicable divine light. A moment later, he strode out of the cell, turning around to close the double prison doors, thinking to himself, the Shyandao sect is more corrupt than I imagined, but also, more powerful than I imagined. I must accumulate as much merit as possible to redeem a few more levels of the Red Lotus Karma Fire Sutra. Chapter 330 Scouting and Bloodline. 6 months later, in the training room, Zhao Sheng slowly opened his eyes. The surrounding karmic fire subsided, transforming into a red lotus that settled between his brows. He removed his identity token, and the spirit gathering array immediately ceased functioning. The surrounding spiritual energy slowly dissipated, but the yin evil in the air lingered, so dense it seemed to condense into substance. The divine prison had been established for who knew how many years, and countless people, demons, and monsters had perished within. The accumulated yin and cold aura was beyond imagination. No wonder so many of the prison guards are corrupted, and often meet with untimely endurance. Soaked in such a dense yin and evil aura, constantly consuming their souls, it's a wonder they could ever reach the foundation establishment stage. Zhao Sheng had previously wondered why so many of the divine prison's guards practiced the Red Lotus Karmic Fire Sutra like him. Now it seemed that while the divine prison might be a dangerous place for others, it was a rare and blessed place for them. Upon exiting the training room, he immediately encountered Qi Peng, a beaming figure. "Brother, hurry up and collect your salary. I'll take you out for some fresh air right away." Zhao Sheng, upon hearing this, realized it was time for the prison guard's annual outing. "Brother Qi, wait a moment. I'll be back soon." Chuguo City was the capital of Diankang Province. The main city boasted 88 wards and markets, home to over 3 million residents, and surrounded by 4 satellite cities. Temple City was one of these 4, situated only 30 miles from the main city, the 2 cities facing each other from afar. After passing through numerous checkpoints, Qi Peng and Zhao Sheng finally made it back to the surface. Gazing at the dazzling twin suns in the sky, Qi Peng couldn't help but cheer, and then, anxiously, he dragged Zhao Sheng out of the prison god temple. Moments later, a rune cart flew out of Temple City and sped towards Chuguo City. 30 miles passed in a flash. The rune-shaped chariot flew directly over the crowd, passing through the 30-zang-wide city gate and swiftly soaring into the city of Chu. After entering the city, the chariot swept past a small section of the market town before landing in a train station square on the edge of the city. Qi Peng had just jumped off the chariot when he impatiently slipped away, leaving only a single sentence: "Brother, have fun by yourself. I'm in the mood for some fun today, so I'll go to a brothel and listen to some music. We'll meet here in 3 days." Seeing Qi Peng soar away on his sword, Zhao Sheng withdrew his gaze and walked out of the station. Entering the street, he was surrounded by a bustling crowd and a constant stream of traffic. The streets were wide and straight, lined with tall buildings, shops lining the ground floor, and various signs and flags fluttering in the wind. Zhao Sheng strolled casually along the street, his eyes casually scanning the surrounding shops and pedestrians. It seemed endless, but from his right hand, dangling from his robe, a drop of blood occasionally dripped, disappearing in an instant. Zhao Sheng was like a traveler, moving from street to street, from market to market, his pace steady and unhurried, yet a moment's notice could easily lead to his disappearance. In less than a day, all 88 markets in Chu City bore Zhao Sheng's footprints. Countless traces of his presence spread across the city. Maoan Lane, Zhuochen Lane. Zhao Sheng appeared in a low, humble alleyway in the market. The courtyards flanked by crumbling, the ground pitted and muddy. Several naked children crouched on the ground, playing with ants. A faint glow of blood spread from his palm, then vanished into thin air in an instant. Sensing the growing restlessness in his blood, Zhao Sheng's face lit up with joy, muttering to himself, "This seems to be the place." He stepped deeper into the alleyway, following the unspoken signal of his blood, turning several alleyways and arriving at the gate of a large courtyard. At that moment, a row of old men squatted by the doorway, basking in the sun. Seeing the distinguished guest in finery approach, one of them, with a pale face and gaunt features, raised his head and timidly asked, "Hey, distinguished guest, what brings you here?" "What's the matter?" "Yes, I'm looking for someone." "Is there a family here with the surname Zhao?" Zhao Sheng said casually, but his gaze flickered across the crowd and fixed on a small, dark-faced, cleft-lipped old man. "There's no one here with the surname Zhao. Everyone in this courtyard is surnamed Wu, and they're all servants of Master Wu," the old man replied, bewildered. "Oh, I guess I came to the wrong place." Zhao Sheng's face flashed with realization, and he turned and left. A moment later, he reappeared before the crowd, unnoticed. Zhao Sheng entered the courtyard invisibly, wandered around casually, and finally, in two dilapidated rooms and a corner, he spotted his target. He hadn't expected that after scouring the entire Chu state, he would actually find a family with Zhao blood among over 3 million people. In the side room, a hunched, white-haired old woman laboriously washed two patched garments. Next to her hung a bamboo basket, swaying slowly. Inside lay a naked baby, sound asleep. Zhao Sheng watched silently as the dark-faced, cleft-lipped old man strolled in from the courtyard, his hands behind his back. He walked to the side room and pushed the door open. Once inside, the old man began rummaging through the drawers. "Old man, what are you looking for?" the white-haired woman called out. "Looking for our ancestors." "Where did you hide the tablet?" Wu Sanliu moved the bedding aside and fumbled around on the floor. Ever since the nobleman left, Wu Sanliu had felt a pang of unease. He vaguely recalled that his ancestors had also been surnamed Zhao, but that was centuries ago, despite the fact that their ancestors had always reminded the younger generation not to forget their surname and had repeatedly mentioned the illustrious past. But no matter how powerful one's ancestors were, they couldn't resist a hungry stomach. Even a piece of multi-grain bread was no match. By his generation, the origins of their ancestral surname had long been forgotten. Now, suddenly reminded of it, Wu Sanliu, unsure of where to find it, rushed home and searched for it. "Ah, you old fool. The ancestral tablet is sealed in the wall behind the rice jar. What are you digging for?" Wu Sanliu slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering something. After some work moving the jar and chiseling the wall, Wu Sanliu took a black tablet with gold inscriptions and stepped into the sunlight. He blew away the dust from the surface and squinted his eyes to carefully examine the writing. After a long look, he couldn't make out anything. "Old woman, come and take a look. Is our ancestor's surname Zhao?" Wu Sanliu asked nervously, holding the tablet before the old woman. "PFFT. You can't even read, and I know even less. What's the use of Zhao or Zhao?" The old woman spoke with a touch of vehemence. As soon as she finished, she changed the subject, complaining to the other person, "Hey, his grandfather, this month's salary hasn't been paid until the end of the month. We're almost out of food at home. What should we do? It's okay for us to eat less, but poor grandson, he's never had enough to eat since he was born. If the master won't reward me, what can I do? No, I'll go to Liu Hilei's house again and borrow a few dozen pounds of rotten rice to last me for the next 2 weeks. What? Borrowing? I told you, the one I borrowed before hasn't been paid yet, Outside the wing room, Zhao Sheng's eyes were deep. As expected, our ancestor, Zhao Zhijian's throne. With one last glance at the two sighing men, Zhao Sheng disappeared in an instant. Nightfall, Furenfuang. In a hall of the Wu mansion, Master Wu sat respectfully at the head of the table, not daring to breathe. A yellow-faced, unremarkable young man proudly occupied the main seat. Zhao Sheng sized him up and waved his hand, and suddenly 3 rows of crystal-clear, low-grade spirit stones appeared on the table. I've just arrived in Chu City and need a place to stay. Your courtyard is quite nice. I want it. Master Wu glanced at the spirit stones and forced a flattering smile. Sir, it's a blessing for my family that you like my courtyard. However, land in Chu City is extremely expensive, and the Wu family mansion boasts a large courtyard with 3 entrances and 3 exits. 300 spirit stones wouldn't buy a courtyard of this size. I'll give you another 300 spirit stones, and your servants will also be mine, saving you the trouble. As he spoke, 3 more rows of spirit stones appeared on the table. Master Wu was dazzled by the spirit stones, his greed growing even stronger. Just as he was about to bargain, a cold, stern voice rang out, "That's the price. If you offer 1 more, Zhao will leave. Deal, as your excellency says. Tomorrow we'll go to the government office to transfer the ownership, and the servants' indentures will also be transferred to your name." Master Wu's heart trembled at this, and he quickly nodded and bowed. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Master Wu took Zhao Sheng to the government office. Because of limited time for exercise, he used spirit stones to clear the way. The transfer procedures, which would have taken 10 days or half a month, were completed in a single day. After leaving the government office, Zhao Sheng simply gave Master Wu and his family 2 days to vacate the courtyard. However, the servants first had to meet their new master. So that morning, over 30 Wu family sons were gathered together, nearly 200 of them filing the courtyard. Wu Sanliu, his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren, 9 in all, huddled in a corner of the courtyard, peering upwards. In the space of a single day, they had a new master. Not only Wu Sanliu's family, but even the housekeeper, Wu Da, was stunned. Master Wu accompanied Zhao Sheng out and announced the new master to everyone, then left the room. Zhao Sheng's first act as head of household was to change the servants' surnames from Wu to Zhao. Changing the surnames of children born into the household was standard practice, unquestionable, and the servants were accustomed to it. Zhao Sheng immediately announced his second act. Upon hearing that their monthly rice allowance would be doubled, the newly minted Zhao family members were overjoyed. But that wasn't the end of it. Zhao Sheng personally promised, to celebrate the move, he would give each person 3 months' worth of rice, divided among them, on a per-person basis. Instantly, the courtyard erupted in cheers, everyone beaming with joy. Wu Sanliu, no, it should be Zhao Sanliu, was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes, and he shouted loudly, "God is merciful. Our good days are finally here. Our new master is so kind, he will surely live a long life." His family, young and old, was also incredibly excited, for there were 9 of them in their household. If the rice allowance were fully distributed, not only would their debts from years of borrowing be fully repaid, they would also have 2 months' worth of food left over. Little did they know, however, that the true good days were yet to come. Someone had gone to such great lengths to prepare a whole pot of dumplings just to make some vinegar, which was truly difficult for him. Soon, the servants began to disperse. Zhao Sheng summoned the steward, Zhao Da, and issued a series of swift and decisive instructions, including the reshuffling of the servants' positions. He calmly reassigned Zhao Sanliu and his 2 sons to comfortable and lucrative positions. The fate of Zhao Sanliu's family needed to change gradually, there could be no haste. Before he revealed his true identity, he didn't want outsiders to associate Zhao Sanliu and the others with the Zhao family of the Xianzhu realm. On the 3rd day, Zhao Sheng continually changed his appearance, wandering around Chu City. He left countless footprints in the 4 satellite cities, especially the Temple City, as well as countless phase marks. Dusk descended, and night fell. Qi Peng, still drunk, returned from outside. Seeing Zhao Sheng waiting by the flying car, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, you don't know the devastation I've wreaked these past 3 days. Next time we come out, I'll take you to the Red Mansion and Chu House, and show you what bliss truly is. Well, what it means to live a life worth living." "That's true, brother, but it's getting late now. If we miss our turn, Xiao Tao will be in big trouble." "Oh, we almost missed something. Get in the car, get going, keep paying. Startled out of his drunken stupor, hurriedly pulled Zhao Sheng into the carriage. In an instant, the rune cart shot out, speeding towards the temple city. Half an hour later, Zhao Malo arrived late, holding the roll call book in hand. He scanned everyone with a cold gaze, and when he saw everyone had returned, his expression relaxed slightly. A group of prisoners have arrived in the prison today. Everyone will be busy escorting them to the various prison floors. Ding Erai, Ding Sanki, 5 and 6 floors, 8 prisoners. Bing Shizhen, Ding Shi, 9 floors, 2 prisoners. Zhao Sheng listened to Zhao Malo's assignments. Generally, the C-class guards were responsible for escorting prisoners below the 7th floor, while the D-class guards took over for those above. Bing Yi, Bing Liu, Ding Siki, Ding Ju Wu, 16th floor, 1 prisoner. As soon as these words were spoken, the guards immediately whispered in disgust. What a guy. It's been a long time since the big boss came to the divine prison, and he didn't expect him to be on the 16th floor. The inmates on this level were at least at the late foundation establishment stage, and even possessed golden core level combat power. Silence, Zhao Malo's voice thundered, silencing all chatter. He stared at the crowd expressionlessly, exuding a dangerous aura. After completing his arrangements, Zhao Malo turned and walked away. Everyone else, chattering, headed for the armor changing room, each changing into their crimson prison armor. After changing into their armor, Zhao Sheng silently walked behind Bingai, heading towards the first level of the prison. Bingai was a gloomy and cold old man, his demeanor shrouded in a deadly aura, seemingly deeply corroded by the yin shan nearing death. He had been in the divine prison for decades, second only to the prison lieutenant Zhao Malo. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 3 Years and 3 Years. Crack, crack, crack. The barrier was broken, and the black iron gate was slowly pushed open from the outside. A faint golden light shone through the door, illuminating the prisoner. Zhao Sheng's pupils shrank slightly, and a short, plump figure was reflected in the depths of his pupils. The prisoner was a kind, amiable old man with white hair and a youthful face. He had a gentle temperament, but a faint aura of holiness emanated from him. Haha, what a show of force. The old man is just a useless person now, why mobilize such a large force? The man's mouth was not stuffed with a wooden core, and there were no visible restrictions on his body. Only 2 slender golden chains were shackled between his hands and feet. As he walked, the chains dragged on the ground, making a jingling sound. Zhao Sheng subconsciously took a half step back, gently retreating behind Bing Yi. Huh? Such sharp perception. Being a prison guard at such a young age is a complete waste of talent. Get close to this old man, and I'll teach you a secret technique that will allow you to cultivate a divine body, capable of communicating with the heavens above, possessing the gods below, and even summoning wind and rain. The old man's dantian was damaged, leaving him completely powerless, yet his demeanor, tone, and the rhythm of his words alone stirred the desires of the crowd. Zhao Sheng's face flickered with excitement, but his gaze quickly regained clarity. With a swish, a black knife slit the old man's throat, cutting off his remaining words. Ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha. Blood streamed from his neck, and the old man gasped for breath. The gasp in his throat healed rapidly before everyone's eyes. In just 3 breaths, the old man's throat was completely healed. Chu Santong, I know you possess immense powers, but even an immortal has to obey you here. Zhao Malo sheathed his black knife, reached out and shoved the old man, his tone stern. Hey, you Azurus. This old man is untouchable. Come on, young man, quickly take me to the prison. Zhao Sheng ignored Chu Santong's call for him to come forward. This old man was quite peculiar. If he got involved with him, he'd be in big trouble. Bingai, Bing Liu, Ding Jiu Wu, Ding Siki, escort the prisoner down. Yes, sir, 2 Bing guards responded, pushing the old man deeper into the divine prison. Zhao Sheng and Ding Siki each drew their prison knives and followed the 3. At the end of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 9th levels of the prison, layer upon layer of light curtains sealed the entrance. Beyond the curtains lay a heavy, cold iron gate with a carved image of the 1,000-handed prison god. After some effort, the light curtain split open, and the cold iron gate swung open. Two black armored prison guards strode out of the darkness, standing on either side, observing the group expressionlessly. Bingai had conducted numerous escort missions and was thoroughly familiar with the procedure. Without a word, both parties pushed the old man forcefully into the dark passage. Gently, gently. My old bones can't handle this, Chu Santong complained as he walked, seemingly oblivious to the oppressive darkness surrounding him. The divine prison below the 9th level was similar to the higher levels, but the number of cells was significantly reduced, and the doors were all crafted from spiritual-grade materials, considered a special type of spiritual weapon. Furthermore, numerous array discs were embedded in the outer walls of the cells, creating a complex barrier formation within the prison. By the time they reached the 16th level, Zhao Sheng and his companions had penetrated nearly 100 miles underground, where the walls and floors of the prison were entirely constructed from millennia-old cold iron. Every corner here permeated an inexhaustible chill. The dense yin evil had condensed into a thin layer of icy ice, clinging to the walls and floor. Zhao Sheng felt the chill so intense that he unleashed a layer of karmic fire to ward off the surrounding chill. The others also channeled their spiritual energy to ward off the chill. However, Chu Santong, despite having lost all his magical powers, appeared relaxed and oblivious to the surrounding chill. A moment later, the cell door finally opened. Just as Chu Santong was being escorted into the cell, a faint voice suddenly reached Zhao Sheng's ears. "Kid, come see this old man sometime. I have to say, your blood is incredibly fragrant." Zhao Sheng's heart sank at the words, realizing his trick had been seen through. 3rd floor, cellular, 20. Zhao Sheng stepped forward, his fingers swift as the wind, stabbing the prisoner's internal organs and danshan. Wisps of karmic fire penetrated his body, instantly burning his entire being. I confess. Sir, please ask me anything, I'll tell you everything. Please, sir, stop, go ahead." Zhao Sheng's face was expressionless, his voice cold. He casually wiped the prisoner's chest and abdomen, halting the torture of the karmic fire. He deliberately left his words ambiguous, waiting to see if the prisoner would take his cue. An hour later, Zhao Sheng emerged from the cell, a sound-transmitting stone clutched in his hand. The prisoner was a key refining missionary of the Dian Laomu sect 2 months ago. This man, along with the Laomu sect's preaching elders, had deceived millions of people in Hongzhou Prefecture into rebellion, unleashing untold bloodshed. In a short period, Hongzhou was devastated, and nearly 100 prominent families were annihilated. Among the many pagan sects in the Great Gu dynasty, the Dian Laomu sect was a prominent rebel. Its existence was unknown, but periodically, it unleashed a bloody storm across the continent. Despite each rebellion's failure, the Earth Origin Old Mother cult fought relentlessly, never tiring of the quest, as if addicted to rebellion. Over the millennia, the Heavenly Dao cult and the Imperial Court repeatedly destroyed the Old Mother cult's headquarters. Yet, it always revived, each time growing in power and followers. Zhao Sheng understood that each successive incarnation of the Old Mother reached a late nascent soul stage. If the spirit of the Earth Origin Old Mother were to possess them, they could quickly reach the level of a divine transformation. The Anti-Heaven Alliance? Who are they? The Old Mother cult has learned its lesson this time, joining forces with other factions in rebellion. Zhao Sheng pondered as he walked. He had few concerns now. His greatest desire was, of course, to uncover the truth about the Zhao clan's exile in the netherworld. He also wanted to know the outcome of the war between the two realms. What was happening to the Xianzhou realm today? Over the years, he had searched through every available text and hinted to others, but could find no clues. Don't worry. The truth will eventually be revealed. Zhao Sheng muttered to himself. After his shift, he immediately retreated to his training room, activating a barrier to prevent intrusion. The next second, he vanished. Through continuous phase shifting, Zhao Sheng appeared in the Chu Kingdom City mansion in less than 3 breaths. Summoning a butler and briefly listening to his report, Zhao Sheng gave him 3,000 taels of silver for household expenses and instructed him on 2 matters. One was to find 2 suitable shops to purchase later. The other was to hire a literate teacher to teach the children of school age in the mansion. Although the butler, Zhao Da, was puzzled by his master's intentions, he agreed without hesitation. Zhao Sheng quickly left the mansion, secretly checking on Zhao Sanliu's family, and then quietly departed. The next day, 2 innate warriors suddenly arrived at the Zhao residence. Upon meeting the butler, they presented Zhao Sheng's token, explaining that they were hired by the master to guard the house and teach the servants some martial arts skills, not for killing enemies but for physical fitness. Of course, before the two men arrived, Zhao Sheng had already returned to the divine prison without anyone noticing. After that, Zhao Sheng would show up at the mansion every few days. The shop was quickly bought, and Zhao Sanliu's two sons were lucky enough to be chosen to become shop assistants. Their monthly rice allowance was exchanged for silver, doubling their monthly salary again. Zhao Sanliu was also accidentally noticed by the master, who specially selected him to be a coachman. The job of a coachman was both well paid and easy. You know, sometimes the master didn't need a carriage once for an entire month. For this, Zhao Sanliu was simply overjoyed, praising the master for his kindness all day long and hoping that he would live 100 years. Seasons passed, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. One day, while Zhao Sheng was meditating and practicing, he suddenly had an idea, and the atomized spiritual power in his sea of qi instantly poured into the spiritual power vortex. A faint whistling sound echoed from his danshan. In an instant, a drop of liquefied spiritual energy condensed from the end of the vortex, dripping naturally and hovering in the center of his qi sea. A large amount of atomized spiritual energy rapidly transformed, and liquefied spiritual energy emerged like raindrops. Zhao Sheng silently recited scriptures, his entire body undergoing a new round of transformation, and his mental energy gradually transformed into the power of spiritual consciousness. Having experienced this many times in his previous lives, he was not in a state of panic, and he waited patiently for his successful advancement. Half an hour later, a wisp of spiritual consciousness, like a young sprout, quietly emerged from his body. By then, the spiritual energy in his danshan had transformed into a clear spring of incomparable purity. The foundation building process was proceeding remarkably smoothly, as if everything had calmed naturally. Zhao Sheng opened his eyes, his divine light radiating. A crimson flame suddenly burst forth from the red lotus between his eyebrows, enveloping his entire body, burning away the thick layer of pus, blood, and filth on his skin. Suddenly, the divine light in Zhao Sheng's eyes faded, revealing a pair of calm and indifferent eyes. The next day, at the Happy Forest canteen, there were a group of new faces among the prison guards who came to eat. Many of the old guards had either died or been transferred to the lower prisons. I heard that there was a shortage of people down there, and the prison guards were being depleted too quickly. The previous Class C prison guards had disappeared, and Zhao Sheng was now considered an old man. Prison Lieutenant Zhao Moro was planning to promote another group of Class D prison guards recently, and he was probably among them. The reason was that Zhao Sheng's performance had been exceptionally outstanding over the past 3 years, ranking among the top 3 every year. "Brother, lend me a few spirit stones for an emergency. I'll pay you back after I get my spiritual salary." Qi Peng sat down next to Zhao Sheng with a bottle of Yuanyang wine, and begged in a low voice. "Brother, your gambling addiction is getting worse and worse. If you keep going like this, sooner or later you'll die from gambling." Zhao Sheng put down his rice bowl and persuaded him while taking out spirit stones. "Alice, my health is getting worse day by day. I don't have many years left to live anyway, so I might as well enjoy myself while I can. Don't worry, brother, if I hear any useful news, I will definitely copy it for you." Looking at the emaciated Qi Peng, Zhao Sheng sighed secretly. "I just heard a piece of news. Kanghan Prefecture has been suffering from severe drought for 2 consecutive years. The fields are so dry that over 1 million people have starved to death. This has caused a small-scale natural disaster of starvation, devouring people and animals within 1,000 miles. The Wu family of Kewu Prefecture has offended someone they shouldn't have, and now the entire family has been imprisoned. I just interrogated a member of the Wu family, and I heard that they offended the top officials of the prefecture and temple. The headquarters recently issued an edict, severely criticizing the serious deficits in various provinces, while waste and extravagance are becoming increasingly prevalent. Our Diankang province was specifically mentioned. I heard that our spiritual salary will be reduced by 20%. What? A salary reduction? They are just a bunch of useless people. They can't even let us work in peace. Hush, at most we can interrogate a few more prisoners and get some money from them. To be honest, when I was out for a walk last year, I discovered 2 treasure troves in succession and unexpectedly made a small fortune." "Bah, shut up. How dare you bring such a shady affair to the table? Watch out, Xiao Tao will find out and skin you alive." "HMPH, it's just a tacit understanding. Do you think the Lord is truly upright? You weren't even here when he was making a killing. It's just that we can only go out once a year, otherwise, Zhao Sheng silently listened to the surrounding sounds, quickly gathering useful information. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the water, eat by the water. Since he was a prison guard with no future, it was natural for him to make a fortune from the prisoners. This was also the old rule of the divine prison. As long as he didn't go too far, the superiors would turn a blind eye. After dinner, Zhao Sheng returned to his cell, took a nap, and then dove back into the training room. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. The 5 people who had shared the cell with Zhao Sheng had all been replaced. Qipeng had also passed away a year ago, owing him nearly 100 spirit stones. Communicating with the newcomers, he discovered that many were orphans from the orphanage, while others had been ostracized for minor offenses. In the past 2 years, the divine prison has been overcrowded, many implicated in rebellion, and many of the inmates come from various bizarre religions. It's true that deification is deeply ingrained in the netherworld, and the common people are almost all devout believers. During roll call that day, Warden Zhao Moro unexpectedly found a young Taoist priest standing beside him. Handsome and gentle, dressed in a jade-white Taoist robe, he stood out in the dim prison. The warden introduced him. This is Taoist Master Yeshu, sent by the headquarters. He's also the 4-direction censor of our prison god temple. 4-direction censor? This man certainly had a lot of pedigree. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but observe him closely. His aura was subtle, like a deep, unfathomable pool. His spiritual perception was also extremely sharp. Zhao Sheng only had to glance at him for a moment before the man suddenly cast a glance his way. The other guards couldn't help but chatter among themselves, their gazes toward Yeshu tinged with a hint of fear. The way of heaven is boundless. Yeshu's gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes filled with peace, and his entire body radiated with pure light. This light fell upon the guards, and their bodies, ravaged by the yin shan, suddenly felt lighter. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Provincial Surveillance Commissioner. The guards offered their thanks, and Zhao Sheng joined the crowd. Unfortunately, this only addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. The Taoist Yeshu's true energy wasn't enough to eradicate the yin shan's corruption. Alright. I've received the Dharma from Taoist Yeshu today, and I must perform my duties diligently from now on, Zhao Malo added. Dingju Wu, step out, Zhao Sheng responded and stepped out of the crowd, his mind still puzzling. Follow the Taoist to the 16th hell. Zhao Sheng's confusion deepened after hearing this. Puzzled, he immediately shouted, Yes, Taoist, please follow me. There was no conversation along the way. After a while, the two of them went down to the 16th level of prison, accompanied by 2 black armored prison guards. Chapter 332, Ear Report. Bang! Zhao Sheng and his 3 companions were walking down the corridor when a muffled thud suddenly erupted from the door of a nearby cell, causing the walls to tremble faintly. Bang! 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 A series of loud crashes followed, echoing from the cell, as if a massive creature were imprisoned within. As if stirred, the prison erupted into a riot of strange sounds, banging against the walls, scratching, howling, and chanting. Zhao Sheng wasn't surprised. The prisoners on the 16th floor were not easy to deal with, and it seemed as if someone had already died and transformed into a zombie. The black armored guards were accustomed to this, their expressions impassive. The 4 reached cell 13. The guards opened the door for Zhao Sheng and the other 2, but they didn't enter, remaining outside. The way of heaven is boundless. Yeshu chanted a Taoist name and stepped inside. Zhao Sheng followed him inside, looking up, his pupils narrowing slightly. The cell was covered in icy ice, but in the middle lay a short, plump old man, peacefully resting. As if startled awake by the 2 men, he slowly sat up and stretched lazily. Hey, junior brother, you're finally here. Chu Santong smiled obscenely upon seeing Yeshu. Junior brother, Zhao Sheng was startled and couldn't help but look at Taoist Master Yeshu. Yeshu's expression was complex, a mixture of regret and resentment for his lack of resistance. Chu Santong, do you know you were wrong? Chu Santong slapped his thigh and sighed. Alice, I pulled you out of the sea of suffering back then, but now you don't even call me brother. People's hearts are not as they used to be. Am I wrong? What's wrong? Yeshu, tell me. My mistake is that good and evil cannot coexist. My mistake is colluding with rebels, and my mistake is betraying my master. Senior brother, are you going to be stubborn before you die? Chu Santong looked indifferent and said in a calm tone, what is good? What is evil? The way of heaven teaches people to treat all people like straw dogs and is cruel and inhumane. This is the so-called righteous way. The anti-heaven alliance rebelled for the people and overthrew heaven. Is that the so-called evil? Senior brother, you have gone astray. You can't see the great merits and virtues of my sect in upholding the way on behalf of heaven, enfeoffing the gods, maintaining the order of heaven and earth, and nurturing all living beings. But the rebels want to disrupt the order of heaven and earth, causing suffering to all living beings, and even dream of slaughtering heaven. They are the biggest cancer in this world, haha. So what if he slaughtered the heaven? Wasn't the heavenly Dao long dead? You all know exactly what's up there now. Taoist Yashu's face turned red with anger, and he shouted, shut up. You still refuse to repent even when facing death. Chu Santong, you harbor deep evil thoughts and are guilty of heinous crimes. Today, I will cleanse this sect of yours. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful pressure suddenly erupted from Yashu. Behind him, a pair of slender eyes in blood red, pitch black, or completely white suddenly appeared in the void. They were all cold and emotionless, with a condescending look. Golden elixir. Zhao Sheng was startled and immediately tried to withdraw from the prison, but a pair of narrow eyes stared at him fiercely, temporarily blocking his way. Wait, Chu Santong immediately shouted. Don't you want to take back the secret method? Yashu paused and said coldly, I'm taking it back, but you must die too, I know. I won't live much longer anyway. Otherwise, why would I ask you to come? Since you've brought this kid here, I'll keep my promise. At this, Chu Santong turned his gaze to Zhao Sheng and extended his hand, beckoning, boy, come here. Zhao Sheng's face was filled with surprise. He glanced at Yashu, then, at Yashu's signal, walked slowly over. Hurry up. This old man doesn't eat people. Zhao Sheng deliberately walked slowly, approaching Chu Santong. Chu Santong grabbed Zhao Sheng's hand and scratched his wrist with his 3-inch nails. Instantly, blood flowed like a stream. But soon, the wound on Zhao Sheng's wrist shrank rapidly, healing at a visible speed. Hey, I was right. Chu Santong released his hand and nodded with a look of satisfaction. But the next second, he waved his hand with a look of annoyance and said, okay, you have nothing to do here. Get out. Zhao Sheng felt puzzled and turned to leave this troubled place. Wait, Yushu spoke at this time. Zhao Sheng's steps paused, and he stopped in his tracks. Is he also a spirit descending body? Yushu asked in a deep voice. Chu Santong scratched his head and said impatiently, he's not. But he's not far off. There's something strange about this kid's bloodline. Did you see that too? Yushu probed. Chu Santong, are you trying to leave a legacy? Humph, wishful thinking. The secrets of our sect are not to be passed on. How can outsiders peek into them? Yushu, you're still as suspicious as ever. What do you think a useless person like me can do? Can I hide the truth from you? What a joke. After saying that, Chu Santong cursed, you have nothing to do with me, kid. Get out. Zhao Sheng felt his body relax, and the mysterious gaze had already withdrawn. He didn't dare to linger and hurried out. Boom. As he exited the prison, a loud bang echoed from behind him, and the 2 cold iron doors slammed shut. Zhao Sheng walked aside expressionlessly, but his heart was filled with ripples. Because in the void before his eyes, a little man just over an inch tall had suddenly appeared. The little man was dark blue in color, with short limbs and a smooth head, but he had a pair of extremely large, protruding ears that were even larger than his body. At this time, the little man's 2 large ears flapped like a pair of wings, circling around him rapidly, as if extremely excited. As he saw this little man, a mysterious message suddenly flooded into Zhao Sheng's mind. He suddenly realized that Chu Santong had unknowingly given him a gift. This little man was called the Ear Report God, born from the fragments of the heavenly Dao that fell to the mortal world. He could barely be considered a low-level deity. The ear-reporting deity possesses extremely low intelligence and minimal divine power, but its movements are elusive, its ability to conceal itself is unparalleled, and it possesses the innate ability to steal other people's voices. Yushu, a giant in Tenrin, a true immortal, possessing the divine eye, remained unaware of the ear-reporting deity's presence. This demonstrates the sheer mastery of its concealment abilities. Boy, you've been in and out so many times over the years that even the divine prism couldn't hold you. It seems you have quite a secret. At this moment, Chu Santong's teasing voice suddenly echoed in Zhao Sheng's ears. And his heart skipped a beat. Hey, don't be afraid, and don't move. This old man means no harm to you. I just have some goodies to offer you." Zhao Sheng observed his surroundings calmly, only to suddenly notice the ear-reporting deity lying next to his ear, its mouth moving and speaking. The voice was strikingly identical to Chu Santong's own. The next second he heard another voice, perhaps it was God's will. "I met you before I died. Ear-reporting God is a good boy, you must treat it well in the future. It can be very useful, you will understand later. Now listen carefully, the following few things, you must remember in mind. First of all, you must notify the people of the Anti-Heaven Alliance and tell them to abandon the rescue plan. After today, the old man will have passed away. Anlafang in Shuguo City is a stronghold of the Anti-Heaven Alliance. The contact person, the secret code. Second, Yushu is a suspicious person, you must be cautious and don't be fooled by him. The matter between the old man and your reporting God must not be told to outsiders, otherwise you will suffer a fate worse than death. Third, there is a little thing I left in the Three Gods Cave in Hanhaichuan, southwest of Fanshao. If you have time in the future, you may want to go there. Fourth, as a divine medium, especially remember two pieces of advice: gods can be used, but they must never be believed. Also, stay away from all religions, especially Shindaoism. Fifth, I have here some rituals for inviting gods, spells, and some taboos about ghosts and gods. You must remember them well. Take 3 deaths and 3 lives, use blood as a medium, set up the altar of heaven and earth, and the altar is arranged as follows. The mountain god of Zilio Mountain, Oe. The great wind god of Chifeng Temple, Koa. Boy, you must know that you can only invite ghosts and gods to be conferred after you have mastered the name of the god, otherwise it is easy to attract wild ghosts and hairy gods, and bring disaster upon yourself. The sixth thing. The ear-reporting god copied Chu Santong's words one by one, while Zhao Sheng pretended to be nonchalant and listened silently. During this process, he clearly felt that his flesh and blood were strangely disappearing bit by bit, as if his flesh and blood had been used as a sacrifice and sacrificed. It was only because he possessed the talent of rebirth after severed body, and his body recovered at an abnormal speed, that he could not notice the slightest abnormality. Zhao Sheng soon realized that driving ghosts and gods would inevitably come at an equal price. No wonder divine mediums are so rare. Physical talent alone would eliminate 99% of geniuses, not to mention the need for exceptionally sharp innate spiritual perception. Half an hour later, the cell door slowly opened, and Yushu emerged expressionlessly. While the door was still open, Zhao Sheng glanced inside and saw a skeletal corpse, its skin bluish, huddled on the ground, the size of a 5-year-old child. The way of heaven is immeasurable. Yushu chanted a Taoist name, waved his sleeve, and a burst of green light flew out, closing the cell door again. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but ask, "Master, why don't you let me collect the prisoner's body?" Yushu's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of strangeness in them. "What's your name? What crime did you commit to become a prison guard?" Zhao Sheng's heart tightened. And he quickly recounted his Dharma name, his origins, and the story of the Requiem Temple. After hearing his story, Yushu sighed and said, "So you, too, came from the Niangyuan. Could it be fate? Senior brother and I share the same origin. Back then, senior brother had a promising future, but at the height of his success, he suddenly defected to the enemy. What happened then, has happened now. Chu Santong died in the divine prison today, a death he certainly deserved." Zhao Sheng's heart sank, his body tensing. "Don't worry. If I were to make things difficult for you, where would you go? Besides, you're senior brother's only heir, sir. I'm innocent. I swear to heaven, I only met that man once, during my imprisonment, and had absolutely no contact at any other time. And the divine prison is so heavily guarded, it was impossible for me to even contact him. No need to explain. Just do your job well in the divine prison. We'll meet again," Yushu said, patting Zhao Sheng on the shoulder and offering a soothing, gentle voice. Zhao Sheng was puzzled by Yushu's thoughts. This man should have guessed that Chu Santong's insistence on seeing a minor prison guard before his death must have had more than a hidden agenda. However, Yushu didn't investigate, instead letting him off lightly. As the Four Directions censor, Yushu's actions clearly betrayed suspicions of dereliction of duty. Zhao Sheng couldn't fathom his true intentions. However, Yushu seemed less loyal to the Shindao cult than he appeared, and he undoubtedly harbored his own agenda. Zhao Sheng even harbored a strong premonition that the two would cross paths frequently in the future. At this moment, Yushu produced a string of purple wooden beads. The divine prison is a place of deep evil, not a benevolent place. These purple beads, blessed by the great sun god, will ensure safety. Thank you, sir. Zhao Sheng slipped the beads onto his right wrist and immediately felt a warmth emanating from them, dispelling the cold within him like sunlight, leaving him feeling a wave of warmth and comfort. After Yushu left, Zhao Sheng resumed his duties. Every 10 days or half a month, a new batch of prisoners arrives in the divine prison. Every day, a prisoner dies, and a few ghosts and zombies are born. For countless years, the divine prison has remained unfilled. Zhao Sheng diligently works, consistently ranking among the top 3 in monthly performance. With the ear-reporting god, the levels of the divine prison are virtually defenseless against him. From the 1st to the 18th level, the ear-reporting god moves freely, oblivious to the prison's numerous restrictions. Therefore, even without being able to see the specifics, Zhao Sheng knows the details of every cell by heart. This went on for 2 months. When the last trace of palpitations faded, Zhao Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. After a shift change, he quietly vanished from his training room into nothingness. In Chu City, near Anlafang, there is a popular temple. Every day, countless believers come and go, burning incense and praying. As the sun slanted, an unremarkable old man joined the crowd as he entered the temple. It was Zhao Sheng. After entering the temple, Zhao Sheng strolled through the front hall and approached the Taoist priest who was in charge of reception. He said loudly, "I have some money for offering incense to the gods. It weighs 9,999, and it's gold, not silver." The Taoist priest frowned and whispered, "Donor, this temple doesn't accept incense money, gold won't work. Are you really going to dig out a heart?" Zhao Sheng finished, and quietly formed a strange seal with his right hand. Seeing this, the Taoist priest immediately extended his hand and said, "Donor, please follow me." "Thank you." The two of them hurried through the front hall and arrived at a quiet room in the temple's backyard. The Taoist priest turned and left, and Zhao Sheng sat on a cushion, waiting calmly. A moment later, a wall suddenly shifted, and an old Taoist priest with a short beard and wearing a plain Taoist robe stepped out. "Wulian Xianzhen. I, Xiaozihu, greet you." The old Taoist priest raised one hand and shouted a Taoist name. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Sheng's eyes shone brightly, and his heart was filled with excitement. A touch of Horn Ki, 1,000-mile breeze. "Are you from the Horn sect?" As these words rang out, the short-bearded old Taoist's eyes lit up with a strange light. His robe fluttered without a breeze, and layers of clear light burst out of his body, instantly transforming into a sky full of wind blades that surrounded Zhao Sheng from front to back. "Who exactly are you?" the old Taoist asked coldly, his face stern and determined. Chapter 333, Information Dealer, wishing all readers a happy year of the rabbit. "It doesn't matter who I am. Chu Santong, I asked me to deliver a message to your alliance," Zhao Sheng said fearlessly, his face full of smiles. What did you say?" The short-bearded Taoist's face changed drastically, and he asked anxiously, "Where's Master Chu? Has he escaped from the divine prison?" Zhao Sheng shook his head regretfully. "He's dead. But I'm loyal to the people I've been given. I'll pass on the message." "What message?" The old man said. "There's no need to rescue him, because he's already dead." Upon hearing this, the short-bearded Taoist's face flushed red, and his hair stood on end in anger. "Goodbye." Zhao Sheng clasped his fists and turned to leave. "Wait," the Taoist shouted, sending wind blades flying wildly, instantly sealing the door. Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and a circle of red flames surged out. In an instant, wind and fire collided, and the sky full of wind blades was instantly engulfed by the flames. Zhao Sheng stepped into the sea of flames and disappeared in an instant. "Where are you going?" The short-bearded old Taoist's eyes flashed with ferocity. He suddenly released his divine sense, covering an area of over 20 feet. However, his divine sense found nothing. The man had vanished into thin air. The short-bearded old Taoist rushed out of the house like a whirlwind, his eyes scanning the surroundings, a look of astonishment on his face. "Who the heck is he? Who the heck is he?" In an alley over 20 miles away, a little man lay beside Zhao Sheng's ear, its tiny mouth moving and mimicking words, its voice and intonation perfectly imitating the Taoist's. Elsewhere, a little man sat on the short-bearded old Taoist's shoulder, but he was completely unaware of it. "Xiao Fen, keep a close eye on that man. Report any news to me." The ear-reporting god nodded, flapped his large ears, and suddenly soared into the air. It spun around and vanished in a flash. "The Anti-Heaven Alliance?" Interesting, the sound lingered, and Zhao Sheng was no longer visible in the alley. Master is back. There was a sudden commotion in the Zhao mansion. The servants were all overjoyed and rushed out to welcome Zhao Sheng's return. It was said that in the past few years, the Zhao family had been blessed with good fortune. The master was not only kind but also incredibly generous, regularly distributing various benefits. The monthly stipend had increased by more than 50% compared to 3 years ago. However, their treatment was nothing compared to that of the brothers Zhao Xing and Zhao Tai. They had been blessed with good fortune for 8 lifetimes and finally had their luck in this life. Somehow, the master had taken a liking to these two stubborn individuals. Not only did he promote the Zhao brothers to the positions of second and third stewards, but he also enrolled their sons in school, where they were fortunate enough to learn to read and write under a teacher. In a hall in the backyard of the Zhao mansion, Zhao Xing and Zhao Tai watched anxiously. At the head of the hall, the master sat on a chair, his right hand carefully groping a chubby child, a hint of joy on his face. Indeed, this child has strong bones and well-developed meridians, making him a perfect candidate for martial arts training. Start by practicing martial arts with the guards. Zhao Sheng reached into his pocket, pulled out a thin booklet, and pressed it into Zhao Hongyan's hand. Zhao Hongyan was the child's full name. And he was also Zhao Xing's youngest son. Zhao Sheng instructed, I came across this booklet, The Infinite Divine Art, by chance. I'm giving it to you, Hongyan. Keep it safe, young man, and don't let anyone outside your family know about it. If you have any questions, you can ask me, Master, Zhao Hongyan said timidly, as if he was hesitant to accept it. Zhao Sheng smiled, take it. Otherwise, I'll be unhappy. Seeing this, Zhao Xing quickly scolded his son, Hongyan, thank you, Master, for your gift. Thank you, Master. Zhao Hongyan dropped to his knees and kowtowed. The child was precocious, intelligent, and clever. No need to be so polite. Zhao Sheng waved his hand and ordered, Zhao Xing, take Hongyan down first. I have something to ask Zhao Tai. Yes, sir, I'll take my leave. After the ceremony, Zhao Xing immediately stepped forward, pulled up Zhao Hongyan, turned around and walked out. After the two men left, Zhao Tai respectfully asked, Master, what are your instructions? Zhao Sheng pondered for a moment before speaking. Has the Black Tin Society been subdued? Master, the Black Tin Society has fully surrendered to us, and half of the Wamufang territory is now under our control. Hundreds of spies have been sent out, and as long as someone shows up, they will definitely not escape surveillance. Zhao Sheng nodded, well, just monitor them, but don't alert the enemy. I'll deal with everything when I come back. You can leave first. Oh, by the way, I heard that your father fell ill. I have a bottle of yang boosting pills. Go back and give it to your father and tell him that it's a reward from you, Master. Zhao Tai reached out to take the bottle of pills, and couldn't help but choked with excitement. Yes, Master. Your great kindness and virtue will never be repaid by my family in 3 lifetimes. In the next life, our whole family will serve you again. Go down. Giving birth to a few children in the future will be the best reward for me. Well, I will definitely give birth to more children, so that my sons and grandsons will also serve you. My grandsons' grandsons. Stop. You are playing games here, and your descendants are endless. Get out of here. Zhao Sheng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and quickly called for an end, cursing with a smile. Back in the prison of guts, the work of the prison guards was always full of surprises and excitement. Zhao Sheng worked diligently, but secretly heard countless secrets through the ear reporting god. Whenever he collected useful information, he would select the appropriate intelligence, and then secretly sell or exchange it through the black market in Chu City. 3 years ago, Zhao Sheng worked part-time as an intelligence dealer. Over the years, he has become a little famous in the black market, and his reputation is even better. Now with the help of the ear reporting god, Zhao Sheng is even more powerful. A month later, Zhao Sheng was interrogating a thief who stole the temple treasury. At this moment, his ears moved, and he suddenly stopped the interrogation. At this moment, the voices of 2 people talking came to his ears. Prison Captain Zhao, things have been arranged. Li Jing has voluntarily signed the divine contract, and now he is my sky supervisor. You should find a scapegoat as soon as possible. When Li Jing makes great contributions in the future, I will report your merits to the chief supervisor on your behalf. So that you can escape from the suffering as soon as possible. Li Jing is a prisoner who is under the close supervision of the prison temple. It is not easy for him to get out. Hey, I have a piece of Yangtze here, and I will give it to prison captain Zhao. Please turn a blind eye. After the matter is done, I will reward you. In half a month, the prison guards of the 3rd grade will go out for exercise in batches. Let's choose those days. As for the scapegoat, I'll think about it. In the 22nd cell on the 4th floor of the prison, Zhao Sheng began to interrogate the prisoner again, but he was thinking about another thing. Although he had never met Li Jing, he had recently heard his name from the short-bearded Taoist priest. He was the target of the rescue plan after Chu Santong's death. Li Jing was likely a member of the Anti-Heaven Alliance and had been imprisoned in the Divine Prison. It was unclear exactly which floor he was being held on, but at least he wasn't imprisoned above the 9th floor. Things were getting interesting. Was the person who just spoke truly a member of the Heavenly Monitoring Division? Or perhaps a spy sent by the Anti-Heaven Alliance into the Xiandao sect? Within the Xiandao sect, the Heavenly Monitoring Division and the Divine Prison were both specialized departments, but the Heavenly Monitoring Division was extremely mysterious, rarely known to outsiders. Since ancient times, it had been a crucial weapon in the hands of the Xiandao sect's leader. Stop it. Stop fighting, stop fighting. I confess. I've hidden a batch of elixirs in Dongyang City, underground in the secret vault of the city lord's mansion. Help, swallowing sound, Brother Jin, where's that abandoned mansion you mentioned? HMPH, Master Silan? My Huhuang temple is not to be trifled with. If you want to take over my territory, you must first ask the consent of my 100,000 followers, 6 Dings and 6 Jayas, by the spirit gods above, your followers, Sun Nu, beg you. Dozens of chaotic voices flooded into his mind simultaneously. This was a disadvantage of the ear reporting god. Those with low intelligence couldn't discern the information and could only parrot it. Almost constantly, a chaotic cacophony of voices echoed in his ears. It was only because Zhao Sheng was able to multitask and easily sort through the numerous streams of information that the ear reporting god could drive anyone else crazy. Late at night, at the Zhao mansion, Zhao Sheng had just returned to the mansion when he saw the housekeeper, Zhao Da, rushing in. Master, this is bad news. The Taoist priests from the Yaohuang temple came to our house yesterday. They told us that the Yaohuang god has taken a fancy to our mansion and wants us to vacate the land to build a temple there, Zhao Da reported in panic. I understand. I'll take care of it. You can focus on managing the mansion. Leave. Zhao Da hesitated, then bowed and took his leave. Zhao Sheng finished handling the accumulated affairs at the mansion and gave Zhao Hongyan some advice before quietly leaving. In Xingiafang, west of the city, a vast temple with yellow tiles and red walls was filled with countless believers and pilgrims, all gazing enthusiastically at the altar in front. Atop the altar sat a detached Taoist priest with a high hat, his appearance truly extraordinary. Lotus flowers blossomed from his mouth, and with a wave of his sleeves, a puff of spiritual rain fell. Those who bathed in the rain felt instantly refreshed, their aches and pains vanishing, as if they were in a paradise. Great Bodhisattva, be merciful. Great Bodhisattva, your merits surpass those of nature, saving all sentient beings. Thank you, God Yaohuang, for protecting us. We will surely enjoy peace and prosperity in our next lives. Suddenly, the square erupted in thunderous cheers, countless believers weeping with gratitude. A Taoist priest, wearing a high hat and a solemn appearance, was about to deliver a divine message and collect incense money. But at that moment, a flash of sword light suddenly shot out from the crowd like lightning, grazing the Taoist priest's neck in an instant, sending up a shower of blood. Bang! A 6 Yang leader fell to the altar, its face still etched with a look of disbelief and astonishment. Ah, murder! Even as the chaotic crowd in the square cried out in shock, a figure vanished into the distance. In the heart of the bustling city of East Chu, a majestic and beautiful mountain towered 100 feet high. This peak, named Henian, was covered in verdant pines and cypresses, scattered with exotic flowers and plants, and swirled with spiritual clouds. Several red buildings and temples loomed among the trees, creating a breathtakingly beautiful and spiritual scene. However, it was hard for the world to imagine that Diankang province's largest black market was hidden within the mountains. Xianan Mountain had been completely hollowed out, concealing a bizarre marketplace. On the 3rd floor of Panfang Tower, Zhao Sheng, disguised as a green-faced Taoist priest, calmly took a seat by the window. Almost as soon as he sat down, 3 or 4 people from the surrounding table stood up and scrambled to sit across from Zhao Sheng. I came first, I was here first, get out. The Shen Wulu family is here. If you don't want to die, get out of the way immediately." The others had heard of the Lu family's reputation, knowing that their ancestors had been deified by the Xiandao sect blessed by their ancestral deity. The Lu family had endured for millennia, with a long line of chief priests, making them one of the 6 most formidable divine priest families in Diankang province. Finally, a young man, barely in his 20s, sat down across from Zhao Sheng. "Young master, what do you wish to inquire about?" Zhao Sheng asked in a deep, hoarse voice. Lu Gongming spoke with an extremely serious expression. "Wuang, I've heard you're the most reputable black market informant. I need to buy some information, the kind that's guaranteed to make me a fortune." Buzz! Zhao Sheng waved his hand, and a white barrier rose, encircling the two of them. "Master Lu, the greater the treasure, the greater the risk. I have 3 treasure troves, one for 20,000 spirit stones, one for 30,000, and the most valuable one for no spirit stones, simply a piece of top-secret information of the same rank." "What's so special about the last one?" Lu Gongming asked, his spirits perking up. Zhao Sheng replied, "That treasure trove is connected to the Rulin River God. Legend has it that it contains a river god talisman, granting the chance of instant deification. The Rulin River is a major river between Diankang and Fufang provinces. The deities of this river are of extremely high status, even more powerful than the average nascent soul high priest. Crucially, these deities possess extraordinary lifespans, often surviving for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Seriously, Mr. Lu, you should know my rules. If the information is wrong, I will return all the rewards and give you another piece of information for free." "Very good. This young master believes in you. I want a 3rd copy?" Zhao Sheng asked in a deep voice. "Mr. Lu, I heard that your ancestors once went to the corpse abyss and secretly participated in an expedition outside the realm. I am very interested in that world and hope to see the scenery of the outside world one day. I want to ask if there is still a time and space channel between this world and that world." Lu Gongming's face changed drastically after hearing this, and he asked in great surprise, "Wuang, where did you know this secret? Are you a member of the Anti-Heaven Alliance?" "I am just a free and easy person." "What does the Anti-Heaven Alliance have to do with me? If you don't want to do this deal, Mr. Lu, please do as you please." Lu Gongming's expression eased, and he frowned and said, "The time and space channel does exist." But, a quarter of an hour later, a crack appeared in the barrier. Lu Gongming stood up expressionlessly, walked out of the barrier without a word, and walked away. As he left, another white-faced strong man in a yellow robe rushed into the barrier, sat down, and asked flatteringly, "Wuang, I would like to request a phantom escape talisman in exchange for information." Zhao Sheng grinned and said hoarsely, "First, tell me the content of the information. After I estimate the value, I will decide whether to give you the talisman." "Deal." The white-faced strong man immediately agreed and continued, "The temple priest of Long Cricket Temple has an illegitimate son who was born with 4 spiritual roots. The illegitimate son owes." Chapter 334, Zhelang Pavilion and Gu family guest. The Lei family's ancestor has secretly passed away. The Lei family is preparing to offer sacrifices to the ancestor's corpse, hoping to transform it into a patriarchal corpse. Level intelligence, approximately 100 spirit stones or a 2nd-level kindling pill. Due to the flattening of a fox fairy temple, the Taoist guards of Lanhu Temple suffered heavy losses. They are urgently in need of a large number of iron corpses to replenish the ranks. D-level intelligence, 10 spirit stones. A master wishes to obtain some information from the divine prison. Taoist Wuang, would you please investigate? The reward is guaranteed to be satisfactory. That's easy. Based on the value of the information, such as whether the prisoner is still alive, the reward starts at 10 spirit stones for those above the 9th level, and the minimum for those below the 9th level is 100. An hour later, the guests gradually left, satisfied, and the seat opposite was empty. After waiting for a while, Zhao Sheng saw that no one had arrived, so he stood up and prepared to leave. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from the stairs, "Master Wuang, wait a moment. My master invites you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a sturdy man with thick eyebrows swooped in front of Zhao Sheng like a whirlwind. He placed his right hand on his chest, bowed, and said calmly, "Master, my master invites you." Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he said calmly, "Who is your master? This is not the place to talk. You'll know when you go. Please, The man with thick eyebrows leaned aside and extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. In that case, go back and tell your master to come to Panfang Tower himself. My legs are not good, and I can't walk far. Zhao Sheng finished his words and headed for the stairs. Wait, the man with thick eyebrows dodged in front of Zhao Sheng, frowning and saying in a deep voice, Master, I advise you to go. Don't refuse a toast and drink a penalty. As he spoke, wisps of golden threads overflowed from the man's body and swirled around him. At the same time, his whole body gradually exuded a sharp and fierce aura. He, a mere servant, actually has the cultivation level of the late key refining stage. It seems that your master is not ordinary. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly and laughed in a low voice. It's just that I never drink alcohol. Whether it's a toast or a penalty drink, I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy it. You don't know how to appreciate it. Don't blame me for forcing you. Before he finished speaking, the man with thick eyebrows spread out his hands, and the countless golden threads surrounding his body suddenly shot out and turned into a large golden net, trying to cover Zhao Sheng's head. Haha. Zhao Sheng sneered, and his figure suddenly left a trail of afterimages, and instantly emerged from the gaps in the golden net. Before the man with thick eyebrows could react, a skinny finger had already pointed at the Jinyang point on the right side of his neck. He only felt a pain in his neck, and a wisp of energy rushed into his body like a poisonous snake, destroying his defense with a crushing force, and even easily closed the important acupoints all over his body. At this time, Zhao Sheng's figure slowly dissipated, and before leaving, he only left a sentence, next time, let your master come in person. After a moment, the man with thick eyebrows suddenly shook his body. Then quickly got up from the ground, and hurriedly left the Panfang Tower with an ugly look on his face. Another quarter of an hour later, Zhao Sheng was watching Zhao Hongyan's martial arts performance in the Zhao Mansion dojo. At this moment, he suddenly smiled and muttered to himself, it turned out to be the Dian Kanggu family. They are really powerful. In the Great Gu dynasty, the surname Gu is very special, because the current royal family also has the surname Gu, and the Gu families who dare to use the province name as a prefix are undoubtedly all branches of the royal family that divided the world. At that time, the Great Gu dynasty had just pacified the various countries, the dynasty was just established, people's hearts were in turmoil, and the world was not yet stable. The founding emperor at that time therefore divided his descendants into 38 provinces one by one to suppress the rebellion. This is also the origin of royal families such as the Dian Kanggu family. Its power is so great that it can be called the uncrowned king of each province. Today, it was the 13th son of the Dian Kanggu family who sent people to invite Zhao Sheng. The purpose was nothing more than to recruit and conquer. Unfortunately, Zhao Sheng did not play by the rules and disdained the invitation. Half a month later, many prisoners in the divine prison died again, and even the prison guards were missing 2 old men. On this day, when the prison guards were changing shifts, Zhao Moro looked gloomy and suddenly called out to Zhao Sheng and Ding Shiliu. You two have accumulated sufficient merits and have been approved for promotion by your superiors. From today on, you are the 3rd-class prison guards. Come with me now, I will find you two a new place. Yes, sir, Ding Shiliu said excitedly. Just like that, Zhao Sheng put on the black armor and successfully entered the deeper level of the guards prison. The 10th to 18th levels of the guards prison are also known as the Avasi prison. The prison guards no longer live in a 5-person bunk bed, but in a more spacious double room. The yinsha in the Avasi prison is much more dense than that in the upper levels. Ordinary prison guards in the early stage of key refining cannot last long here. Since entering the guards prison, Zhao Sheng has been improving his cultivation bit by bit. Today, 7 years later, he successfully advanced to the late stage of key refining, fully demonstrating the outstanding talent of his dual spiritual roots. Brother, you have just arrived. You don't know some of the taboos of the Avasi prison yet. If you want to live a few more years, you must remember what I am going to say next. Zhao Sheng's roommate is a big, red-faced man with squinting eyes and thin lips. His name is Leng Sheng. He seems to be very enthusiastic. He couldn't wait to teach him as soon as they met. Brother Leng, I'd like to hear more about it, Zhao Sheng smiled honestly. Haha, no problem. The first and most important thing is to never be curious in Avasi hell. As long as the prisoners haven't broken into the cell, you should not rush in no matter how loud the noise is. Second, Leng Sheng rambled on for a long time, but it can be summed up in 3 things. Don't meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in. Don't listen to secrets that you shouldn't listen to, and don't go to places that you shouldn't go. Zhao Sheng nodded repeatedly after listening, and seemed to agree with it. But in fact, as for the real situation of Abyssy Hell, he also knew what Ling Sha knew. He also knew what Ling Sha didn't know. The 13th level of the prison was dark and cold, and the evil spirits were about to materialize. Zhao Sheng and Ling Sha walked side by side, and all kinds of strange noises were coming from the cells on both sides. Bang bang bang. He. Roar. Let me out, I am the leader, and you can choose wealth and honor as you like. The two walked to the middle of the corridor, and the iron wall on the right suddenly shook slightly, followed by a huge crash. The heavy and sturdy cold iron prison door was actually slightly deformed. Zhao Sheng glanced sideways. Don't meddle in other people's business. There's a bronze-armored corpse locked up in there. The master plans to continue cultivating it for a few years before taming it. Ling Sha reminded. Zhao Sheng nodded, and suddenly a charming voice with tears in its eyes came to his ears. I am Diyuan Zhuanu. As long as you rescue me, I swear in the name of my mother that I will give my all to repay your kindness. Haha. Brother, you heard it too, right? That witch has already bewitched 2 idiots, and she still hasn't given up. What a humph. An hour later, the two of them finished inspecting one layer of prison and then smoothly handed over to the next shift of prison guards. The rules of Abyssy prison are different from those above. Because the prisoners held in the prison are extremely dangerous, the prison guards cannot enter any cell without the permission of the prison captain. They usually only inspect the prison floors, and the prisoners to be interrogated are all designated by Zhao Maluo. It only took 7 or 8 days for Zhao Sheng, who was familiar with everyone's nature, to become familiar with the prison guards. Brother, you are all so unlucky. 2 days ago, we just lost 2 old friends here. Because we are short of people down there, Xiao Tao recommended you to. Zhao Sheng realized immediately that the Li Dai Tao Jiang plan had succeeded when he heard it. Don't listen to his nonsense. Now that we are in Abyssy Hell, we have hope. When we have accumulated enough merits, we can also change to a lucrative position, and then we can enjoy endless wealth and glory. Bah, you think you can get out? How can a person who is a corpse guarding ghost who is hated by all the ghosts talk about wealth and glory? It's already a blessing to be able to get out alive in the end. Haha. I have been guarding the prison for a lifetime, can't I enjoy it? Our boss, a dignified middle-stage foundation building expert, has been a prison guard for decades and has accumulated enough merits. But now he can't be transferred out of this damn place. That's Zhao deliberately suppressing it. Otherwise, the boss would have been transferred to Lingbao Hall long ago. Cough cough. With a cough, a burly old man with an old face and a thick skeleton strode into the cafeteria. What are you guys talking about? Are you itching for trouble? If you've had enough, go back and practice. Improve your cultivation as much as possible to avoid dying in vain. You guys don't need to worry about my affairs, boss. Don't be angry. We're leaving now. Leaving now. Ling Sha stood up with a wry smile, nodding and bowing to the burly old man. At the same time, he pulled Zhao Sheng up and quickly slipped out of the cafeteria, causing a group of bored prison guards to burst into laughter. After changing shifts that day, Zhao Sheng quickly entered the practice room. After activating the defensive barrier, his figure instantly vanished into nothingness. After a cup of tea, Zhao Sheng transformed into the wind mediator and arrived at the Pafton Tower again. Sitting in his old seat, Zhao Sheng began to close his eyes and rest. Strangely, none of the guests who used to rush to come showed up at this moment. However, Zhao Sheng was not in a hurry at all, and just waited silently. Sure enough, a moment later, a handsome young man in a yellow robe drifted in from outside and sat down across from Zhao Sheng. Sir, why are you here? Please state your intentions, Zhao Sheng asked calmly, pretending not to recognize him. My name is Gu Yu, and I'm honored to meet Taoist Wu Ying. I've already reprimanded Jiu for his rude invitation. I hope you won't mind. With that, Gu Yu clapped his hands. The next second, the thick-browed man, blood-stained, emerged from the stairs and approached the table. Young master, the man bowed, then knelt on one knee before Zhao Sheng, clasping his fists. I'm Gu Jiu. I was rude to you last time, Taoist priest. Please forgive me for not recognizing the sun and the stars. Zhao Sheng raised his eyelids and said weakly, get up. Admitting one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. Jiu, you go down and keep watch. After Gu Jiu left, Zhao Sheng suddenly said, so young master Gu is the young master of the Gu family. My disrespect, Taoist Wu Ying is indeed well informed. Yes, I am the 13th child in my family, and my great-grandfather was the current mayor of Chu State, Gu Yu said with a bright smile. I wonder what young Master Gu is here for. Zhao Sheng pretended to be confused. Gu Yu put his right hand on the corner of the table and said in a loud voice, the Taoist priest is a wise man. I will just say what I want to say. The Taoist priest has outstanding abilities. I hope that the Taoist priest can come to help me realize my great cause. As long as the Taoist priest nods, you will be satisfied with my future treatment. Zhao Sheng was silent. After deliberately thinking for a while, he asked seriously, I heard that the Gu family's Zhenlang Pavilion has countless books, and most of the scriptures and classics are from the Royal Taoist Pagoda. Is this true? It is true. The Holy Emperor showed special grace and allowed us, the royal family branch, to copy some scriptures and classics from the Taoist Pagoda and bring them to all provinces in the world. Does the Taoist priest want to enter the Zhenlang Pavilion to read widely? Zhao Sheng nodded. Yes. The Taoist Pagoda has collected the largest number of scriptures and classics from ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad. There is a vast sea of books and mountains of jade slips. Who in the world would not want to go in and take a look? Since I can't enter the Taoist Pagoda, I will enter the Zhenlang Pavilion to read, which is also a wish come true. Gu Yu lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his head with a resolute expression. Zhenlang Pavilion is a treasured site of our clan, rarely open to outsiders. But to express my sincere desire to recruit talented individuals, I will not disappoint you, Taoist. However, I have a word to say. At this point, Gu Yu paused, his eyes piercing as he gazed at Zhao Sheng, awaiting his response. Zhao Sheng immediately said, Young master, please feel free to speak. Gu Yu gently tapped the table and said gravely, I will only allow you access to Zhenlang Pavilion for a maximum of 3 hours. During this time, you may freely read all the books and jade slips. But you must exit immediately upon the expiration of your time, and you may not take any paper or slips with you, nor may you disclose the secrets of Zhenlang Pavilion. Yes. As long as young Master Gu can do this, I will naturally be willing to lend a hand, Zhao Sheng said sincerely. Gu Yu's brows furrowed slightly, as if he was not entirely satisfied with his response. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng calmly released a ray of spiritual consciousness into the Nakung seal. The next moment, a cyan pill bottle suddenly flew out of the Nakung seal and landed on the table in front of Gu Yu. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, Is this divine consciousness? The Taoist priest actually possesses such power, truly concealing it from everyone. Gu Yu was disrespectful just now, please forgive me. At this moment, he was both surprised and delighted, realizing that the bargaining chip he had just offered was clearly too small, unworthy of the treatment afforded to a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Bao Chen, despite being only at the Foundation Establishment stage, held the position of priest at the Anan Temple, secretly controlling the entire Hufang County and indirectly determining the life, death, and aging of nearly 10 million people. Bao Chen's power was so immense that he could be called the emperor of the entire county. This also demonstrated the high status of Foundation Establishment cultivators in Diankang province. Therefore, despite Gu Yu being the 13th young master of the Diankang Gu family, to be honest, when it comes to true status, he was probably not as high as Zhao Sheng. After all, the Gu family's patriarch and a group of elders and guests had only reached the Foundation Establishment stage. Even the Gu family's most powerful ancestor had only reached the Golden Core stage, far from reaching the nascent soul realm. Because the great Gu royal family was secretly controlled by the Xiandao cult, no one had ever produced a true god transformation master since the founding of the feudal dynasty. The strongest individuals in each generation had only reached the nascent soul stage. As for the Gu family branches in various provinces, the vast majority had also stopped at the Golden Core stage, with very few exceptionally talented individuals breaking through and successfully ascending to the nascent soul stage. Zhao Sheng, noticing Gu Yu's upright attitude, silently praised him and nodded, saying, Young Master Gu, what I just said was sincere. While it's not convenient for me to join your army, you wouldn't refuse to have another guest. Guest? Of course not, Gu Yu exclaimed, overjoyed. Zhao Sheng laughed heartily and bowed, saying, If that's the case, I hope to visit this Zhenlang Pavilion as soon as possible. Okay, Gu Yu beamed, agreeing without hesitation. Chapter 335, Book Pavilion Ear Insertion and Heart Removal. Guchen, also known as the City of the King of Chu, lies 50 miles due east of Chu State City and is one of the 4 satellite cities. Spanning nearly 300 miles, the city is imbued with a rich spiritual energy, boasting magnificent pavilions and towers stretching endlessly. Furthermore, it boasts numerous blessed and spiritual realms. Gucheng has a population of just over 40,000, all of whom are direct descendants of the Gu family, within 3 generations. It was midday, the sun blazing. A white feathered rock soared from afar over Gucheng, circled once, and then alighted rapidly in a luxurious mansion. Soon, Zhao Sheng and Gu Yu, chatting and laughing, entered the living room together. "Senior Wang, please enjoy your tea. I will be present to see my great-grandfather, young Master Gu, please proceed. I await your good news." With these 2 brief words, Gu Yu excitedly turned and left. After waiting for about an hour, Gu Yu suddenly returned to the living room, a beaming smile on his face. "Haha. I've fulfilled my mission. Senior Wang, please follow me, thank you." After a cup of tea, the 2 stopped in front of a complex of buildings stretching over 10 miles. Gu Yu took out a dragon-carved plaque and waved it before the 4 armored puppets standing at the entrance, each over 10 feet tall. Then, the bloodshot in the puppet's eyes suddenly dimmed, and a path wide enough for 2 people appeared. Zhao Sheng and the others walked through the gate and then passed through 2 layers of forbidden barriers, finally arriving at a majestic, sturdy stone building. In the open space in front of the building, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face lay in a bamboo rocking chair, leisurely basking in the sun. Gu Yu approached cautiously and squatted beside the rocking chair. "Grandpa, 13 sees you, you little bastard. Are the clan's rules just for show now? How can you bring outsiders to Zhenlang Pavilion?" A feminine voice suddenly rang out, and Zhao Sheng felt his head tingle, and a chill ran through his heart. Danger, extremely dangerous. This individual was undoubtedly one of the Gu family's most valuable assets, his cultivation at least above the golden core stage. Gu Yu, sweat beading on his forehead, hurriedly explained, "Grandfather, please don't misunderstand. Senior Wang has already accepted my invitation to serve as a guest of the family. The head of the family has also agreed. Senior only wishes to visit this Zhenlang Pavilion for 3 hours to browse the books. He will not violate any taboos, all right? I was just asking casually. What are you panicking about? Have you completely forgotten the 8-character mantra from the underworld god technique? Mind is deep and calm, even the sky will not fall," he said. "Have you forgotten it?" The old man sat up slightly and scolded. "Grandfather is right. 13's state of mind is not yet fully developed. He will definitely practice diligently in the future," Gu Yu reassured. The old man glanced at Zhao Sheng and nodded slightly, saying, "Well, you have good taste. This individual's strength is just barely acceptable. Well, go in, grandfather, thank you for your kindness," Gu Yu exclaimed happily. Zhao Sheng also raised his palm and bowed. "Junior Wang thanks Senior for showing mercy." Boom. The stone building's main door slowly opened with a resounding roar. Zhao Sheng nodded to Gu Yu, then ascended the stone steps and successfully entered the Zhenlang Pavilion. As he entered, the stone door behind him slammed shut, and spirit beads suddenly lit up, illuminating the dim space. Looking out, countless bookshelves stretched horizontally and vertically, densely packed together, stretching to the horizon. The shelves were filled with a variety of books and ancient scrolls, interspersed with jade slips, jade discs, and rubbings of stone tablets. Nearby, a desk was piled with countless fragments and ancient bone fragments, each engraved with strange and bizarre symbols. The Zhenlang Pavilion, descended from the Taoist pagoda, contains within it over 20 major sections, including Dharma, alchemy, instruments, formations, talismans, control, techniques, and miscellaneous notes. Each of these major sections was further divided into several subsections, totaling over 1,000 categories. As if Zhao Sheng had planned this all along, he immediately headed for the main section of cultivation techniques, searching the rows of bookshelves. Sure enough, it's here. A moment later, his eyes suddenly lit up, and with a wave of his hand, a jade slip suddenly flew from the shelf and landed in his hand. His spiritual sense penetrated it, and countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. It was the Foundation Establishment and Golden Elixir chapters of the Red Lotus Karma Fire Sutra. 3 hours passed in a flash. As the stone door swung open again, Zhao Sheng placed the scroll back on the shelf with a look of regret and walked out. Gu Yu stepped forward and asked with a smile, Senior Wang, how did you gain from this trip? The Zhenlang Pavilion is truly comprehensive. I've gained a lot this time, Zhao Sheng said with deliberate joy. The two of them bowed to the elder guarding the pavilion and then left. Watching the receding figure, the old man with a youthful face and white hair muttered to himself, "This man is quite sensible. He knows there are secret scrolls he shouldn't read, so he simply ignored them. Little 13 has truly done something good, very good." Next, Zhao Sheng accompanied Gu Yu to meet with Gu Dongbian, the head of the Gu family. The two hit it off immediately and enjoyed a pleasant conversation. As night fell, Zhao Sheng, using the excuse of being busy, repeatedly declined the Gu family's requests to stay and finally departed. On the 14th floor of the divine prison, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the ground. The shadow loomed, clutching a pill in its mouth. The prison's numerous security measures seemed ineffective. After carefully determining its direction, the shadow moved silently like a thieving rat, quickly arriving outside cell number 3. Squeak, squeak, a faint rat chirp was followed by a sheen of black light. Unleashing its innate magic, the shadow ignored the cold iron gate and darted into the cell. After an unknown amount of time, footsteps were heard. Zhao Sheng and Leng Shan approached side by side. "We're here. Today's our turn in cell number 3. Be careful not to be bewitched once you enter. A snake demon is imprisoned there." Zhao Sheng took out his pass token, unlocked the barrier outside, and opened the cell door. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and his steps paused. At this moment, the ear-reporting god was rapidly circling his head, its face filled with anxiety. Something's wrong. Something's happening. Zhao Sheng's mind was alerted, and his spiritual sense suddenly burst forth, searching every corner of the cell. However, he found nothing. Cell number 3 held a snake man covered in scales, with a large tumor on its forehead. No wonder he's been imprisoned in the 14th hell. The incense power within him is so strong, he's almost shed his demonic form and transformed into a wild god. Zhao Sheng was secretly surprised, and his guard grew even stronger. This snake man must have gained a great opportunity, and his strength was no less than that of a cultivator in the middle stage of Foundation establishment. According to records, such a powerful demon, close to a wild god, must have numerous followers, perhaps even numerous divine servants. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared at the back of Zhao Sheng's head. A flash of black light flashed, and it was about to lift his skull. Swish! Just as it touched his hair, a layer of crimson flames enveloped Zhao Sheng's entire body. The shadow felt as if it had collided with a solid wall, and he let out a shrill scream. Zhao Sheng flashed, teleporting 3 feet in midair. His right hand shot out with lightning speed, grabbing the shadow. The shadow suddenly dispersed, revealing a 2-foot-long, black-haired rat. The rat screamed shrilly and struggled desperately. However, Zhao Sheng's strength was no match for a mere demon. A flying rat? What a rare beast! This snake demon has such a rare minion under its command. Zhao Sheng channeled his spiritual power, and the crimson flames instantly grew several times stronger, surrounding the rat demon and preventing it from escaping. "Who are you?" The snake man chained to the cage suddenly spoke, his voice filled with fear. According to the original plan, the sky-evading rat was responsible for smuggling the divine elixir in. Once its demonic power was restored, it would break free and escape. The ghost in God Society would handle the aftermath. The prison guard before him possessed immense spiritual power and a formidable aura. He was undoubtedly a Foundation establishment cultivator. "Can anyone tell me what's going on? Who do you say I am?" "I'm just an ordinary prison guard." Zhao Sheng saw through the other party's scheme and felt relieved. "I have ancient spiritual treasures in my treasury. If you release me, I will give them to you." The snake man's voice suddenly paused, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. Blood gushed from his chest, his heart had been ripped out. Zhao Sheng lifted the snake man's heart, revealing a brilliant divine light. Within it emerged a phantom pearl, within which a complex Dao scripture could be vaguely seen. At a glance, Zhao Sheng's mind flashed with understanding. The pearl was indeed a fragment of the law, materialized into divine authority after falling to the mortal realm. As this thought arose, he recalled the Shyandao sect's practice of enfeoffing the gods and the true nature of the Shinto talisman. Everything made sense. It's said that when the heavenly Dao loses its authority, all spirits expel it. "Ah! I curse you! I curse you to annihilate your soul and spirit!" The snake demon roared, opening its mouth and emitting hundreds of dark blue divine lights, shooting towards Zhao Sheng. Simultaneously, The demon spirit burst forth from its head and crashed into Zhao Sheng's brow. Haha, you're courting death, Zhao Sheng smiled, and crimson flames rose in his hand, transforming into a six-petaled red lotus that easily devoured the demon spirit. The crimson flames engulfed the cell, sweeping away the blue light. The evil ice on the wall instantly evaporated, and the temperature of the cell soared. Buzz! At that moment, a sharp humming sound suddenly erupted from the divine prison. A layer of lightning suddenly emerged from the surrounding walls, blocking the engulfing crimson lotus fire. Zhao Sheng's figure vanished into nothingness upon seeing this. But the next moment, his figure reappeared in the same spot, but the heart containing the fragments of the law had vanished, replaced by a tuft of bloodied fur. Brother, what happened? Leng Sha rushed in first, immediately seeing the snake demon's corpse. What? Who triggered the restriction? Following the voice came a portly man, wielding a 9-ringed blade, each golden ring radiating a chilling coldness. It was the size of an adult's fist. Oh no! This snake demon was a prisoner that the master had specifically instructed to be kept under strict watch. Now it's dead for no apparent reason. How can I explain this to the master? Zhao Sheng raised his right hand, a strand of bloody fur tangled between his fingers, and gestured to the two men. I just saw a flash of black light, and the snake demon's heart was gone. I only had time to strike with a single blow of the fire blade, barely severing it. Let me see. The portly man snatched the fur away, held it to his eyes, sniffed it, and his expression suddenly changed. This is the fur of a sky-evading rat, the equally knowledgeable man exclaimed in surprise. Leng Sha frowned and said in a deep voice, the sky-evading rat is extremely rare. Rumor has it that the Ghost God Society has 2 pairs of them captive. Could it be that the Ghost God Society deliberately killed the demon to silence it? You're right. This snake demon possesses divine authority. The Ghost God Society will never stand idly by. Killing the demon and seizing its treasure is their ultimate goal. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive, armored man, 2 feet tall, strode in, accompanied by a sharp-nosed, monkey-faced old man. The burly man was one of the only top-tier guards in the divine prison. He was a Grand Master of the Divine Realm, possessing Foundation Establishment-level combat power. Don't worry, with this tuft of fur, even if the sky-evading rat demon has escaped, we'll definitely be able to track it down. The sardonic old man, who hailed from the Jian Temple in Hongnan Prefecture, enjoyed fortune-telling. Though he often made mistakes, he never tired of it. After speaking, he carefully pulled out a black glass tortoise shell. The black glass tortoise shell was crystal clear, its back naturally formed with the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams patterns, mysterious and subtle, exuding a touch of ancient simplicity. The old man drew a breath of energy from the fur and injected it into the black glass tortoise shell. His 5 fingers repeatedly tapped the surface, infusing it with strands of special spiritual energy. The tortoise shell vibrated gently, and a muffled sound like a wooden fish was heard. A black light burst from the shell, moving without wind, pointing diagonally upward. Let's go! The old man, holding the tortoise shell, flashed out of the cell and gave chase. The way of heaven is boundless. Let's go after them too, Leng Sha said, and immediately gave chase. The burly man was like a ghost. Taking a single step, shrinking the ground to an inch, and leaping 20 or 30 feet away. Zhao Sheng did not move immediately. He suddenly disappeared for a few breaths, and when he reappeared, he rushed out of the cell and gave chase. Only then did the prison lieutenant Zhao Malo arrive belatedly, appearing in the corridor of the 14th prison. Zhao Malo stopped the group and asked sternly, "Stop. What happened here, my lord?" The snake demon in cell number 3 just had its heart removed by a void rat demon and has now died. We are trying to track it down and bring it to justice. Upon hearing this, Zhao Malo's face darkened, his features becoming even more ferocious and terrifying. He roared in frustration, "What are you standing there for? Go after it." "Yes, my lord," the group roared in agreement and quickly fled. However, 3 days passed in a flash. After searching the cell, they couldn't find even a single hair of the rat, let alone capture the void rat. Zhao Sheng was called in for questioning several times, but he was always able to fool them. Unbeknownst to anyone in the divine prison, the void rat had long since been destroyed. Finding it was normal, finding it was surprising. The entire divine prison was grappling with this matter for the better part of a month, until no clues could be found and the incident was finally suppressed. It wasn't until 3 months later that the aftermath of the incident had completely subsided. Late one night a month later, Zhao Sheng quietly disappeared from the training room. When he reappeared, he was in the bookshelf aisle on the first floor of Zhenlang Pavilion. Chapter 336, Ants Moving, Wish Pills and the Meeting of Ghosts and Gods. Zhao Sheng had just moved to the Zhenlang Pavilion when a palm-sized, dark blue little man suddenly pierced through the walls and numerous restrictions, soaring into the building. At that moment, the other ear-reporting spirit perched on Zhao Sheng's shoulder leaped up in excitement, colliding with the incoming spirit with a whoosh, merging into one. Zhao He, guard outside, Zhao Sheng transmitted his telepathic consciousness, flicking his finger and sending a drop of blood, as crystalline as red jade, into the ear-reporting spirit's body. Zhao He, guard outside. As the joyful words reached his ears, the ear-reporting spirit's body trembled, and another spirit instantly emerged from its body. The main spirit remained beside its master to listen, while the spirit, with a flash of black light, flared to the Zhenlang Pavilion. Zhao Sheng turned around, his gaze sweeping across the rows of bookshelves, a rare hint of excitement in his eyes. Ignoring the countless precious tomes in the sections on magic, alchemy, and instruments, he swiftly made his way through the vast sea of bookshelves, arriving at the biography and history section, where he began to flip through the pages. Half an hour later, Zhao Sheng suddenly heard the sound of breaking wind. With a look of alarm in his eyes, he waved his hand, returning a notebook to the shelf. The next moment, his figure silently vanished into thin air. 2 years later, in a mansion in Guchen, Guyu, dressed in white, handed a note to Taoist Wu Ying. Senior, take a look at this news. It says the Divine Prison has recently launched multiple rounds of investigations. Do you know the inside story? Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and said casually, in the past month, several serious criminals in the Divine Prison have mysteriously died. The higher-ups at the Prison God Temple believe there's a traitor among the guards, hence this action. Oh, I see. Guyu nodded in realization and added, by the way, the ruined mansion on Sanaya Mountain has been found. Senior, you've accomplished another great feat. The Patriarch is very pleased and will probably offer a generous reward. 13. Congratulations in advance. Zhao Sheng remained indifferent after hearing this. He cared little for such trivial matters. The ant-moving operation had been going on for 2 years, and he had copied most of the ancient books in the Zhenlang Pavilion. To him, no reward could be more precious than this. Young Master Yu, instead of rewarding me, why not let me into the secret scripture library of the Zhenlang Pavilion? That's a difficult matter. Senior, you should know that the secret scripture library is the most important of the family's important places. Still not? Alice, Zhao Sheng looked disappointed. Seeing this, Guyu offered solace. Senior, please don't be so remiss. I will definitely recommend you to the Patriarch, and I'm sure he will consider it. Well, I'll just wait patiently. Zhao Sheng nodded coldly. As he finished speaking, his brows suddenly furrowed. I have something else to attend to, so I'll leave now. With that, Zhao Sheng stood up. Senior, please proceed, Guyu said habitually. Such mid-leap departures had happened so many times in the past 2 years that he had grown accustomed to it. Zhao Sheng threw out a green jade whisk, stepped on it, and soared into the air. Meanwhile, outside a training room in the Divine Prison, a portly man was pacing back and forth at the entrance. Click. The door opened, and Zhao Sheng emerged. Brother, you're finally out. The new warden has arrived. Hurry and greet him. Let's go, Zhao Sheng said calmly, waving his hand. The two men walked down a long corridor and soon arrived at the first floor of the Divine Prison. Nearly 200 guards had gathered in the spacious underground square. The new warden was named Ren Zhang. He had an ordinary appearance and build, and a gentle smile on his face. He was a stark contrast to Zhao Maluo. As expected, he spoke in a gentle and flawless voice. After a series of polite remarks, when the meeting ended and everyone was allowed to leave, a group of guards rushed forward and surrounded the new warden, asking about his well-being and loudly professing their loyalty. Their words were so blunt and bold that it was hard to read. Of course, a few guards quietly turned and walked into the corridor, never to return. Zhao Sheng was one of them. Being a prison guard was a lucrative but hopeless job, and the dangers were so great that few guards survived. As a result, some of the elderly guards, nearing death, were too lazy to even try to curry the favor of the new warden. Life in the Divine Prison was monotonous and dreary. The new warden quickly overhauled the prison's patrol and interrogation procedures. Zhao Sheng was assigned to the 16th and 15th floors, second only to the 17th and 18th death cells, rumored to hold giant-level masters. In the divine prison, only Class A guards were allowed to enter the 17th and 18th death cells. Anyone else trespassing without permission would be killed without mercy. Name: Zhao Sanbao, Zhao Sheng. Lifespan: 29/236. Realm: Foundation Establishment. Level 4 Occupations: 3rd rank Alchemist, 3rd rank Talisman Master, 2nd rank Weapon Master. Constitution: Dual Spiritual Roots of Gold and Fire. Earth level: Rebirth from Body Severance. Earth level: Talent, Phase Shift. Earth level: Skills, Crimson Lotus Karma Fire Sutra. Minor Success: Star God Thousand Heart Sutra. 40 Remembrances, Celestial 4 Phases. Minor Success: Golden Crow Burning Heaven Sutra. Mastered: Residual Health Explosion. Minor Success: Arts, Taoism, Talismans, Alchemy, Weapon Refining. In a training room, large blocks of Yangang rock, emitting a faint golden glow, formed walls, shielding the room from the intrusion of Yin Shang. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on a cushion woven from Kingshan grass, countless personal information surfacing in his eyes. A moment later, the Book of 100 Worlds sank back into the depths of his soul. Zhao Sheng flicked his sleeve, and a dark green alchemy cauldron with 3 legs and 6 ears soared out of the room, morphing into a massive cauldron over 3 meters tall and as thick as a water tank, its lid nearly touching the roof. Bang! A golden, misty earth-lung spirit fire flew to the base of the cauldron, instantly expanding tenfold and transforming into a massive fireball that enveloped the cauldron, blazing fiercely. Instantly, the temperature in the room soared. Zhao Sheng waved his sleeve, and a pile of bottles and jars suddenly fell before him. Then, he formed hand seals and chanted a series of alchemy incantations, beginning to refine a special elixir called the Wish Power Pill. This elixir was not intended for human consumption, but for the ear-reporting deity to ingest. It draws upon the pure wish power extracted from the elixir. The Wish Power Pill's primary ingredient is the incense offerings of the people. The ear-reporting deity constantly consumes his flesh and blood. To alleviate the burden on his body, Zhao Sheng sought out this Wish Power Pill. Ultimately, it was all thanks to the vast collection of books and jade slips in this Henlang Pavilion. A few days ago, Zhao Sheng happened upon a book titled Miscellaneous Notes on Evil Gods and Ghosts. According to the book, the cultivation methods of gods and monks differ greatly. While monks enhance their strength by refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gods rely on willpower. Willpower originates from incense, which in turn primarily derives from the spiritual thoughts of living beings, with the highest quality being provided by believers. Therefore, since ancient times, gods have sought to promote their fame and perform numerous public manifestations in an effort to attract more followers. The ancients said that incense is poisonous because it is tainted with the desires and emotions of all living beings. If incense is consumed directly without being refined, gods are easily influenced by the desires of all living beings, resulting in the calamity of lost. At that point, gods cease to be gods and instead degenerate into evil spirits and demons driven solely by desire. The ear-reporting god is a lowly, petty deity. A single willpower pill is enough to sustain it for 3 months. Half a day later, the cauldron was fully incubated. Zhao Sheng flipped his hand, revealing a foot-tall, yellow clay pot. This pot was known as the incense altar. While seemingly ordinary in appearance, it was actually made from a statue of the 5 gods, a statue that had undergone 300 years of incense worship. The incense altar contained the accumulated power of 300 years of incense from the 5 gods. He casually removed the talisman sealing the altar, and with a thought, a multicolored cloud drifted out, slowly sinking into the cauldron. Immediately, he added one elixir after another to the cauldron, and the earth's spiritual fire suddenly intensified. In the evening, Zhao Sheng arrived at a black market within Hanayan Mountain. Most of the stalls lining the streets were already filled with dazzling treasures, and a bustling crowd of people flowed through the market. Zhao Sheng walked into an old talisman shop and telepathically transmitted his message. "Fellow Taoist Liu, the delivery has been made." A woman emerged from the back, smiling and saying, "Old Liu is chanting sutras to worship the gods. Senior Zhao, please wait a moment." "Yes," Zhao Sheng nodded slightly. Sure enough, he could hear the humming of chanting in his ears. At first, he didn't notice anything, but after listening to a few fragments, it caught his attention. Zhao Sheng asked curiously, "What scripture is fellow Taoist Liu chanting?" "It sounds like the Heavenly Source Descent scripture. It's said that reciting this scripture 10,000 times can communicate with a heavenly source god. The woman pulled a thin white book from under the counter, opened it, pointed to a page, and said, "Senior, please take a look. What scripture is written on it?" Zhao Sheng's eyes narrowed as he took the book. The paper was rough and of poor quality, covered in dense runes. "We devout believers now uphold the name of the heavenly source, the divine spirit, awaken the supreme true spirit, and save the suffering and the living." Halfway through reciting the sutra, Zhao Sheng sensed a faint, eerie aura suddenly emanating from the depths of the void, constantly attempting to distort his consciousness, even suggesting that he was worshipping a so-called heavenly source deity. HMPH, Zhao Sheng snorted coldly, his consciousness transforming into a barrier, instantly isolating the contaminating aura, and his mind suddenly cleared. Evil and heretical, this heretical scripture, through esoteric techniques like bewitching, hoped to recruit followers and gather incense and faith. After a cursory review of most of the collection in this Henlang pavilion, Zhao Sheng was well versed in the spiritual techniques commonly used by these evil and heretical sects. Just then, the chanting in the back hall abruptly ceased, and shopkeeper Liu emerged from the back, holding a similar scroll. "Senior Zhao, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The goods are ready. I'll get them right away, there's no rush." Zhao Sheng shook his head and said, "Where did you get this scripture?" Shopkeeper Liu replied, "This scripture has been very popular on the market recently. I heard it's very effective. It's said that the god of Xianyun can grant any wish and is omnipotent." "Boss Liu, you've lived in the black market of Chu City for a long time. Don't you understand the tricks of this evil sect?" Zhao Sheng pointed to the scripture and said, "According to the laws of Xiandao sect, scriptures that have not been reviewed and approved by the court must not be disseminated. Violators will be punished severely." "Senior, you're joking. The court can manage all the people in the world, but how can it manage us monks? As for Xiandao sect, they can't handle major affairs, so how can they have the leisure to care about such a small matter?" A monk does not try to comprehend the way of heaven, but instead blindly believes in an idol. "Shopkeeper Liu, you are wrong." Zhao Sheng looked regretful and couldn't help but persuade. After hearing this, Shopkeeper Liu's expression was surprisingly agitated. "What can I do? With my useless 5 spiritual roots, how can I possibly advance to the foundation establishment stage and achieve my goal of extending my life by 100 years without the aid of divine power?" This, Zhao Sheng paused, seeing the stern look on his face. "Senior Zhao, this heavenly source descent sutra is truly a treasure. I've only been reciting it for 7 days, and my cultivation has increased a fraction, and there are no side effects." "Excellent." Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, and stopped trying to persuade him. As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade a doomed person with good words. He suddenly understood, when faced with a threat of death, monks and any foolish mortal are no different. Shopkeeper Liu knew full well that believing in an unknown being would inevitably carry immense risks. Yet, he chose to proceed anyway, an act that was undoubtedly both detestable and pathetic. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the shop. A group of people in white robes and white hats suddenly surrounded a shop, chanting incessantly, "Lord Xianyun, save all living beings and bestow bounty. Billions of lives, blessed by the glory of heaven. United will leads to deity, Xianyun is the way, here is an offering of 10 spirit stones. Consider it Wu's tribute to the god of Xianyun. You devout believers, why not go to the next shop and ask for a blessing? The god of Xianyun will surely bless you." The white-clad believers arrived quickly and left even faster. After only a few steps, they surrounded a spiritual medicine shop selling elixirs. They chanted sutras and begged for alms, following the same pattern as the previous one. 7 or 8 people rushed out of the shop and tried to coax them away, but they ended up in a fierce clash with the believers. At that moment, Zhao Sheng had already put away his 10-fold dragon skin talisman base and walked out of the shop. In a flash, he disappeared into a deserted corner. Yushan Lake, located slightly south of the center of Chu State City, is one of the city's most scenic sites. The lake's depths extend underground, leaving it perpetually dark, yet the waters remain warm. Every year, even during the coldest nights, the lakeside vegetation remains lush and green, and countless people embark on boat trips. However, no one could have imagined that the depths of Yushan Lake held a hidden secret. Members of the Ghost and God Society had carved out a stronghold and constructed a water palace. The Ghost and God Society is immensely powerful, encompassing numerous ghosts and gods, with members spread across the continent. Together with the Anti-Heaven Alliance and the Earth Yuan Liu Mu sect, they are known as the Three Great Rebels. They are thorn in the side of the Great Gu Court and the Cheyenne sect. In the dead of night, a dark figure stealthily enters Yushan Lake and swims swiftly towards the Ghost and God Society's stronghold. A moment later, within a resplendent palace deep beneath the lake, 3 divine beings sit aloft on a golden dais. Their appearance is solemn and imposing. "Come here, bring up the insider." A god-man with a dragon's head and a human body slowly opened his eyes and gave orders to the men below. Soon, a portly man was dragged into the hall. His battered appearance showed he had clearly suffered considerable torture. If Zhao Sheng were here, he would have immediately recognized him as a senior prison guard. Chapter 337, Conspiracy and the Mystery of the Truth. The atmosphere in the palace was extremely grim. The dragon-headed godman demanded sharply, "Tell me, how did the snake god die in the divine prison?" I really don't know. When we broke into the cell, the snake god had already had his heart dug out and died instantly. It must have been the rat demon that killed him, the portly man said weakly, his face filled with despair. By this point, he had realized he had no chance of survival, and his heart was completely broken. Upon hearing this, the Jia god sternly shouted, "Nonsense! Tell the truth. I sent Unkwang Rat to rescue the snake god, so how could I kill him? Even with death imminent, he still refuses to tell the truth. Come, take him away and torture him." "Wait," the tiger-headed godman beside him suddenly intervened. "How many of you were there? Who is in charge of interrogating the snake god?" The portly man's eyes were hazy as he slowly recalled, the prison's restrictions were triggered. "I rushed to the scene. Lengsha and Sanbao were there, and 2 more people showed up later. Sanbao was in charge of the interrogation." "Yes, that was him," the Jia god immediately pressed. "Who is Sanbao? Tell me in detail right now." "Sanbao is a..." 2/4 of an hour later, a battered corpse was dragged out, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. The Jiao, tiger, and fish god men chatted nonchalantly. It seems that Sanbao was responsible. Divine authority must be in his hands. What a frame-up. If we hadn't had one of our men in the prison temple, we'd have been nearly fooled by a mere jailer, the fish-headed god exclaimed delightedly. A mere jailer wouldn't be able to pry into such a treasure. He's simply courting death. The divine prison is heavily guarded. We can't send anyone in. We can only wait patiently until he emerges for a walk, and then we'll capture him. Once we have the treasure, how will we divide it? How about splitting it equally into 3? While this little bit of divinity is worse than nothing, it's a small addition to our authority and divine position. Then how will we explain this to the great gods above? Aren't we afraid the Lord will use this as an excuse to devour the 3 of us?" The 3 Jia fish gods had accidentally obtained a fragment of the heavenly Dao. After refining it, they successfully ascended to the divine realm, gaining some authority to manipulate the forces of heaven and earth. However, according to their rank, they were only minor wandering gods, their strength mediocre. Outside their own territory, they were no more than foundation establishment cultivators. The netherworld is home to numerous deities, divided into 5 tiers based on their power: hairy gods, wandering gods, ghost gods, righteous gods, and emperors. A deity's rank isn't determined by strength, but primarily by their divine authority. For example, the ear-reporting god, while possessing very low power, possesses innate authority, making him a 3rd-tier ghost god. Most other ghost gods are more powerful than the golden elixir priest, while smaller figures like the ear-reporting god and the wind god boy, despite their status as righteous gods, possess negligible power. What are you afraid of? The leader and the emperors are busy with a grand plan of forming a 3-way alliance with the Anti-Heaven Alliance and the Earth Mother sect. They have no time to spare for such a minor matter in Diankang province. The 2 superpowers, the Heavenly Dao sect and the Black Heaven sect, are showing signs of joining forces again to pacify the myriad demons continent. With most of the Heavenly Dao sect's main forces withdrawn, it's only natural for the emperors to make a big move. After all, the Heavenly Dao's power is limited. Without struggle, how can we find an opportunity for liberation? Alice, life is getting harder and harder these days. The speed of the collapse of the Heavenly Dao in this world has accelerated dramatically. If it weren't for our diligent efforts to maintain order, this world would have collapsed into chaos long ago. Let's not talk about this disappointing topic. Even though this world is approaching the void stage, it's still thousands or even tens of thousands of years away from the extinction of all life. By then, our survival will be uncertain. Why dwell on the distant future? For now, focus on the present. Capturing that troublesome jailer as soon as possible is the most important matter, the god of Jiaohu has a point. While the three wandering gods were secretly plotting their capture, Zhao Sheng, the protagonist of the incident, sat in a quiet room, absorbed in the poring over a collection of ancient memoirs. After years of perusing the autobiographies, essays, and other writings of the Gu family's ancestors, Zhao Sheng gradually began to surmise the unfolding events and their ultimate outcome during the war between the two realms. However, for unknown reasons, the Gu family's ancestors seem to have intentionally erased records of the war, leaving these events virtually unmentioned in the books. What little is mentioned is merely fragmentary or ambiguous, leaving Zhao Sheng with little knowledge of the war to this day. The Ghost-Chi clan's patriarch passed away over 1,100 years ago, meaning the war ended at that time at the latest. In reality, the war may have ended much earlier, between 1,300 and 1,200 years ago. The space-time rift is likely located deep within the corpse abyss. The corpse abyss was created over 10,000 years ago, coinciding with the start of the First War between the two realms. During the Second Great War between the two realms, approximately 1,300 years ago, a large number of floating temples belonging to the Xiandao sect mysteriously disappeared deep within the corpse abyss. The Xiandao sect claimed the loss of these temples was due to a massive expedition against the corpse abyss. Upon seeing this record, Zhao Sheng instantly realized that the corpse abyss was the site of the space-time rift. Both the Xiansu realm and the Netherworld Ghost realm, the Netherworld God realm, were likely mutually devastated. The nearly 100 years before the start of the seventh era of the Xiandao calendar were a time of turmoil, with turmoil and bloodshed abounding, and human life was considered worthless. During this century, the Xiandao sect's influence waned, and the Great Gu dynasty had yet to establish its rule. Across the land, countless rebellions in the name of the gods erupted and receded. The most significant of these, the Heaven-Shaking Rebellion, nearly destroyed the Xiandao sect itself. During the Great Change, the previous leader of the Ghost and God Society, Banqian Emperor, led a group of ghosts and gods to attack Chongdao Peak, the headquarters of the Xiandao sect. Unprepared, the Xiandao sect's defenses were breached by a combined attack from both within and without. The sect's members were slaughtered and retreated, leaving rivers of blood. The situation was dire, and the Ghost-Chi sect leader, despite his severe injuries, was forced to step out of seclusion to meet the enemy. Ultimately, at great cost, he mobilized his sect's powerful resources, annihilating the majority of the enemy and forcing the remaining ghosts and gods to flee down the mountain. This catastrophic event simultaneously resulted in the death of both the Xiandao sect leader and Banqian Emperor, and the casualties were incalculable. Due to the heavy losses suffered by the Xiandao sect, they were forced to retreat, unable to intervene in the course of world events. This allowed the Great Gu Emperor to seize the opportunity and, leveraging the resources and manpower of the Xiandao sect, spent nearly a century suppressing numerous rebellions and disobedience, ultimately establishing the Great Gu dynasty. The establishment of the Great Gu dynasty was essentially a compromise. Due to its declining power, the Xiandao sect was forced to retreat to the background, indirectly ruling the entire continent through the Great Gu court. Furthermore, after reviewing numerous books and jade slips from that time period, Zhao Sheng also sensed a number of irregularities. Between 1,300 and 200 years ago, the Xiandao sect suffered two devastating defeats. One was the war against the Corpse Abyss, which resulted in heavy casualties and the army's retreat. The other was the catastrophe of the sinking of Wuzhou. Also over 1,200 years ago, the Xiandao sect suddenly mobilized most of its core forces and relocated to a small continent called Wuzhou. There are few records of the subsequent events, and it's unknown what major events occurred. One day, decades later, Wuzhou suddenly collapsed, and the entire continent sank into the sea in a flash, burying billions of people on the land. Only monks and a handful of mortals escaped. Through the various clues he had gathered, Zhao Sheng was surprised to discover that a large portion of the new people in Chu State City had migrated here from Wuzhou, including Zhao Zhejian, the ancestor of Zhao Hongyan's clan. Zhao Sheng carefully reviewed all the information and secretly speculated, it seems the war between the two realms didn't just take place at the Corpse Abyss. After all, the records in this Henlang Pavilion were too few. To understand the full truth, he would have to visit the Xiandao sect headquarters someday. As for the Corpse Abyss, that haunted place was one of the most treacherous and dangerous places on the continent. It was best not to even consider it until one had reached the golden core stage. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's ears twitched, and a conversation caught his attention. Haha. This must be fellow Taoist Li, who survived the catastrophe. I'm Zhao Zhong, currently serving as the Deacon Elder of the Fueling Province of the Anti-Heaven Alliance. Fellow Taoist Li, you've worked hard these past few years, for the sake of the righteous cause. I've long since become indifferent to life and death, let alone hardship. Speaking of hard work, the fellow Taoists in Fueling Province have truly made the greatest contributions. I heard they've successfully incited a high-ranking official in the Fueling Temple to defect. How did you do it? Li is really very curious. The inside story of this matter is complicated. Why don't we go in and talk in detail? Okay. Fellow Taoist Zhao, please come in. Hearing this, Zhao Sheng suddenly had an idea, and his mind moved, so he counted with his fingers. Fengsan Mingranzong, Quanzhen Dute. Sincerity Zuanayu Classic, Zhong Zhengs Hengjing. Chong Sung Tong and Yun, Gao Huangding Dalao, Morality and Kinghua, Ziuxin Gichen Shen. The Zhao family's generation name is 60 years per generation. Starting from Zhao Zichen, Ziuxin Gichen Sheng 5 generations are 300 years. The generation name cycle has reached the second round, from the Feng generation to the Dian generation, a total of 15 generations, which is 900 years. 300 plus 900 is exactly 1,200 years. You don't know if you don't count it, but after this calculation, Zhao Sheng's heart is shocked. Zhao Zhuang is missing the Zhong generation name? Could it be that, since the era report took root and eavesdropped in the Anti-Heaven Alliance's stronghold, Zhao Sheng had heard a lot of inside stories over the past 6 or 7 years, even though he hadn't gone out to investigate specifically. The Anti-Heaven Alliance was originally composed of the remnants of many sects and families that were destroyed by the Heavenly Dao sect later. Countless independent cultivators joined the alliance, unwilling to endure control and exploitation. As the Anti-Heaven Alliance grew in power, many powerful and ambitious people took the initiative to join the alliance. After the 7th era of the Heavenly Dao calendar, a large number of new forces suddenly joined the Anti-Heaven Alliance. Among them were names Zhao Sheng was very familiar with, such as the Horn sect of course. The Horn sect had long since changed its appearance in the Nether God realm and now had a new name called the Fengying sect. Zhao Sheng thought about it now, and it was no wonder that the short-bearded old Taoist had such a determined and desperate look on his face after being called out. In addition to the Horn sect, he also discovered figures who were suspected to be disciples of the Danding sect. The young man's voice was icy, yet his words betrayed a familiarity with the short-bearded Taoist priest, who frequently mentioned matters related to alchemy. During one of his covert observations, Zhao Sheng discerned some of the unique alchemy techniques of the Danding sect in his elixir-making techniques. Just as he was pondering this, his ear-reporting spirits relayed a swift message from the other side. Zhao Sheng immediately listened intently. After about an hour, he suddenly rose from his cushion, waved his hand to dispel the barrier, walked to the door, pushed it open, and exited the quiet room. Arriving in the prison cafeteria, the guards, upon seeing Zhao Sheng, rose and greeted him warmly. Zhao Sheng, however, was indifferent, merely nodding. Unfazed, they quickly sat down to continue their meal and drink. Zhao Sheng walked past 2 rows of tables until he reached the table of the massive, armored man. He sat down and suddenly spoke in a voice transmission, "Captain Wei, have you considered everything these days? Do you agree or not?" The giant's real name was Wei Chong. Though immortal, he was a Grandmaster of the Divine Realm, one of the strongest guards, even comparable to the new warden, Ren Zhuang. The prison has strict rules. The 17th and 18th floors hold only the most serious criminals. Taking you to the cells without permission is a capital offense. The giant replied hesitantly. Zhao Sheng scoffed at this and said, "Come on. Whether the rules are strict or not is just for show. Over the years, many of us have violated prison regulations, and every one of them is punishable by death. But have you ever seen anyone killed for it? At most, we can give the warden a generous gift and then give him a minor punishment. That's not the same." The giant began to speak, but was suddenly interrupted by Zhao Sheng. "Captain Wei, do you really want to die in prison? Don't you want to be transferred out? You're over 90 years old. If you don't get out and make connections soon, you'll be in trouble. In 20 or 30 years, your family will surely fall apart after your death. It's already been prepared for you. I just need you to give me a favor. When I'm on patrol, I promise not to cause any trouble and I won't have any contact with the prisoners." As Zhao Sheng spoke, he stuffed a Nakang seal into the giant's hand and made a firm statement. "Okay. Just this once, and it won't happen again." The giant nodded slowly after listening. Wei Chong was ultimately concerned about his family, but he ultimately succumbed to reality. Seeing that his plan was about to succeed, Zhao Sheng's face suddenly revealed a bright and gentle smile. Fuanfuang, East City of Chu State. More than 200 feet below the Zhao Mansion, the earth and rocks here have been hollowed out, forming a large cave nearly 2 miles long and wide, and 100 feet high. The cave was filled with densely packed bookshelves, and the bookshelves were filled with piles of jade slips, ancient books, secret scrolls, and tomes. Ho-ho! From a remote and dark corner in the middle of the bookshelves, a high and low snoring sound was heard. At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the cave. Then Zhao Sheng walked out of the darkness. With the sound of footsteps, the snoring in the corner suddenly stopped. The next moment, a white light instantly shot out from the middle of the bookshelf, landed on Zhao Sheng's shoulder like lightning, and transformed into a large white rat with snow-white fur, a fluffy tail, red eyes and a pink nose. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Nanshan Zhao Clan. The large white rat jumped excitedly on its owner's shoulder, repeatedly attempting to lick his cheek with its tender pink tongue. However, Zhao Sheng grabbed its neck and pulled it off its shoulders. "Little white, go play with the ear reporting god," Zhao Sheng said, taking out a spirit awakening pill and stuffing it into Little White's mouth. Then, he casually let go. The large white rat spread its limbs, swirled its tail, and instantly transformed into a streak of white light, leaping into the air with joy. At that moment, the ear reporting god also flew down from midair, quickly engaging in playful camaraderie with the large white rat. Countless Foundation establishment and Golden Core realm masters in the world are unaware of the ear reporting god's existence, but the large white rat, a mere, slightly intelligent, alien species, could perceive it. If this secret were known to outsiders, it would surely attract countless inquisitive eyes. 2 years ago, while dismantling a statue in a Wutuang temple, Zhao Sheng stumbled upon this alien species beneath the statue's seat. Xiao Bei was born with a fondness for incense, and his bloodshot eyes could see through illusions and discern the true form of the ear reporting god. Zhao Sheng, immediately delighted, adopted this unusual spirit rat. For the past 2 years, Xiao Bei had been confined to the underground caverns, guarding the scriptures for his master while eagerly anticipating his frequent rewards. Zhao Sheng casually wandered into the bookshelves, passing through more than a dozen rows before arriving at the section dedicated to demons, ghosts, and gods. His gaze swept across the rows of ancient tomes, quickly stopping on the cover of a volume titled The Authority of the Spirit in God. Zhao Sheng reached out and took the tome, his form instantly vanishing into nothingness. The next moment, he appeared before the jade table in the center of the caverns, sitting cross-legged on a cushion. He reached out and opened the book, beginning to delve into it. About half an hour later, having already read most of the book, Zhao Sheng's ears twitched, and he suddenly closed the book and stood up. "Trouble," he muttered to himself, frowning slightly. Before he finished speaking, the man had disappeared from the cave, inside the city, at Pafton Tower. In a secluded corner nearby, a shadow suddenly moved, and then Zhao Sheng stepped out of the darkness. "Sir, it's good to see you. Today, an important figure has requested to see you by name. I have no choice but to initiate an emergency call." As he entered the tower, a servant in black scurried up to Zhao Sheng, his face showing satisfaction, anxiety, and joy. Zhao Sheng asked as he walked, "Which master is so arrogant that he has come to Pafton Tower? Can't your master handle it, sir? You're joking." Although the master is powerful in the city of Chu, he is nothing compared to the vast territory of the Great Gu dynasty. Although this gentleman is young, he has deep roots. He is a big shot from the capital of the gods. I heard that his ancestors once had a national teacher. Oh, with just a few words, Zhao Sheng successfully reached the 3rd floor. Just as he turned the stairs, he saw a pretty boy, adorned in gold, sitting unassumingly on a chair. Behind him stood a stern-looking middle-aged man in red shirt and red pants. Zhao Sheng walked over and confidently sat opposite the pretty boy. The pretty boy was handsome. With a feminine temperament, his features resembling a woman's. However, his attire was vulgar, giving him the air of a nouveau riche. Upon meeting Zhao Sheng, he spoke in a harsh, duck-like voice. "I'm telling you, your name is Wu Ying." Zhao Sheng remained calm and asked calmly, "Excuse me, sir, why are you so anxious to see me? If you wish to ask me anything, please speak." "My surname is Wang, as in Wang Shenwei," the pretty boy said with a feigned solemnity. 800 years ago, Wang Shenwei was the Grand Elder of the Xiandao sect and concurrently the Imperial Preceptor of the Great Gushan dynasty, a high priest in the late nascent soul stage. During his lifetime, this man was renowned throughout the land. His countless legendary deeds still resonate with audiences today. The Wang family he founded, deeply rooted in the divine capital for generations, held immense influence. Not only did members hold high positions in the imperial court and the church, but a giant elder also ruled the ancestral lands. Furthermore, the Wang family's ancestral hall enshrined the ancestral statue, a formidable weapon. With such a legacy, the Wang family endured for generations, their status unmatched by any other giant and clan. Crucially, a member of the Wang family now held the title of Grand Commander of Danqiang Province, a position second only to the provincial governor and clan leader, a truly powerful position. With a Grand Commander's backing, it's easy to imagine why Pafeng Lao wouldn't dare offend this pretty boy. Zhao Sheng recalled the intel regarding the Wang family in Chengdu while uttering the word "excuse me" perfunctorily. "So it's young Master Wang from Chengdu." "Excuse me." The pretty boy's full name was Wang Hengxi. He felt uncomfortable with the man's attitude and snorted coldly, "HMPH. I've heard you're quite famous in the media industry, renowned for your intel. I have something to ask." Zhao Sheng acted modestly. "You're just flattering each other. I simply have a better ear than the average person, making it easier for me to gather information that's difficult to uncover publicly. What information do you wish to inquire about? Here, give it to him." The pretty boy waved his hand, signaling to the person nearby. A middle-aged man in red stepped forward, pulled out a crystal ball, and placed it on the table. The next second, the crystal ball suddenly lit up, and a vivid image suddenly appeared within. An old man and a young man were talking, their voices muffled but barely audible. However, the image was exceptionally clear, allowing both the men's features and figures to be clearly seen. The older man, about 60, had a kind and affable face, stood over 7 feet tall, and his palms were as translucent as white jade. The younger man's face was as tender as water, his features were handsome and delicate, and his peach-shaped eyes evoked a certain natural charm. The pretty boy, Wang Hengxi, pointed at the young man in the image and said, "Look carefully. This is the man I'm looking for. I've received accurate information that he's already arrived in Chu City. What you need to do now is to find him as quickly as possible. If you find him within 7 days, I'll reward you handsomely." With that, the pretty boy tilted his head, glancing at the middle-aged man in red. Bang! A row of fist-sized, mid-grade spirit stones were placed before Zhao Sheng. "These 10 mid-grade spirit stones are my errand fee. Upon completion of the mission, I'll pay you tenfold," the pretty boy declared triumphantly. Zhao Sheng looked at the mid-grade spirit stone in front of him, and suddenly shook his head and refused. "I'm sorry, my ability is limited. Please find someone else." As he said that, he stood up and was about to leave. The middle-aged man in red flashed and blocked Zhao Sheng's way. He said in a cold voice, "Stop. You can't go anywhere without the young master's permission." Zhao Sheng turned his head to look at the pretty boy. "Young Master Wang, the noble elder is identified commander-in-chief. If he stomps his feet, even the city of Chu will shake 3 times. With a commander-in-chief here, why do you need to ask me? As long as the commander-in-chief opens his mouth, there will be many people running around to inquire about this. It will be easy to find someone then." Hearing this, Wang Hengxi's face suddenly turned cold. He avoided answering Zhao Sheng's question, but asked gloomily, "This young master asks you, do you take this job or not?" "No," Zhao Sheng answered very straightforwardly. There was clearly something fishy going on. If he were to get involved, he'd surely be in big trouble. More importantly, Zhao Sheng recognized the voice of one of the men. The old man's voice was as gentle as jade, strikingly identical to Zhao Hong's, even matching the tone and rhythm. Zhao Sheng didn't know the relationship between the pretty boy, the young man, and Zhao Hong. On one side was a young man from a prestigious family in the Gushan dynasty, while on the other was a member of a cultivator family from the Xianzhou realm. Even a cursory glance revealed that the relationship was clearly one of foes, not friends. Zhao Sheng's choice was obvious. At the word no, the pretty boy's face flushed crimson, as if he was holding it in. His lips trembled with anger. You lowly creature, how dare you be so ungrateful, Uncle Wang, capture him, with a command. The middle-aged man in red glared, his fist radiating with lightning. With a thunderous blast, he struck Zhao Sheng in the chest and abdomen. However, the lightning-fast punch missed. The force only managed to partially collapse a wall 2 meters away. Zhao Sheng had already appeared at the stairwell 3 meters away. Seeing the two men turn their heads in his direction, he spoke, as the saying goes, even if a deal fails, friendship remains. I bluntly refused, yet you're crying out for war and murder. Young master, you have such a fiery temper. This is not good. You'll surely suffer greatly from this. I'm putting this on record, and we'll see what happens. Wang Hengxi stood up, his face grim. Wang, if you dare leave today, I guarantee you'll have no place in Chu City. Although Wang Hengxi and the Grand Commander weren't of the same lineage, and their blood relationship was distant, they couldn't write 2 Wang characters in one stroke. This lack of blood didn't stop him from hurling harsh words at Zhao Sheng. Oh, I'll wait and see. Before he'd finished his words, Zhao Sheng took a step forward and vanished in an instant. His ghostly disappearance instantly caused both Wang Hengxi and his servant to change expression. Anlafang, Dayang Temple. An unremarkable old man walked into the temple and offered a stick of incense to the statue. After inserting the incense stick into the incense burner, a handsome young Taoist priest quietly walked up to the old man and whispered, "Senior, my temple master invites you." Zhao Sheng nodded lightly without surprise. "Thank you." The young Taoist priest led Zhao Sheng out of the temple. The two of them passed through several courtyards and finally entered a quiet room. Entering the room, they saw the short-bearded old Taoist priest standing by a square table. "I am Song Ziuzi, and I welcome you, benefactor. Please come in and take a seat." Zhao Sheng smiled and said calmly, "I left without saying goodbye last time. I hope Master Song will not mind." As he spoke, he walked to the table and sat down calmly. The short-bearded Taoist priest also sat down, his expression gradually becoming serious. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "May I ask your name, benefactor?" Last time, Zhao Sheng waved his hand and said, "It was just a misunderstanding. My ancestors have a deep connection with your clan. To be honest with you, my ancestors and you should be from the same world." "Oh." The old Taoist with short beard's eyes lit up, and he asked with great interest, "If the donor is interested, I would like to hear the details." Zhao Sheng smiled and said, "These are all old things, and I have no intention of mentioning them again. I came here today for one person. May I ask, Taoist priest, is Zhao Zhong in the temple now?" The old Taoist with short beard's face changed slightly when he heard this, and his whole body was shining with green light. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Zhao Sheng said calmly, "I am related to Zhao Zhong. I learned that he came to Diankang province a few days ago, so I came to meet him. There are also some things I need to remind him." When the old Taoist with short beard heard this, his clothes suddenly fluttered, and he asked anxiously, "Dao Yao, your surname is also Zhao Ji. Could it be that your ancestors are also from the Nanshan Zhao family?" Nanshan Zhao family, Zhao Sheng thought secretly. Just from these 4 short words, he has associated many things. Indeed. My ancestor was of the Qing generation, but our descendants have been wandering in other worlds for thousands of years. Since the Sheng generation, we've stopped naming according to the characters. Zhao Sheng nodded, a touch of emotion on his face. The short-bearded Taoist echoed, "Morality is about purity, and immortality is about longevity. The Zhao family's generation names do end with the Sheng character." But, at this point, the short-bearded Taoist slowly extended his right hand, revealing a deep sign bead in his palm, emitting a chilling aura. With a thought, a violent gust of wind surged through the quiet room, and crescent-shaped, transparent wind blades rapidly condensed. Hundreds of razor-sharp blades, all aimed at Zhao Sheng. "But how can you prove what you say is true? Even if everything you say is true, so what? Countless descendants of the southern Zhao family have wandered into this world, many of whom have betrayed their clan and defected to the enemy. I don't know where you come from or what your identity is, but in consideration of my last reminder, as long as you stay here for a while, I will not make things difficult for you. I will wait until you have explained everything clearly. If it is just a misunderstanding, I will certainly apologize with great courtesy. But if it is discovered that you are a spy for the Black Dogs, don't blame me for eliminating this scum on behalf of the Zhao family. The Black Dogs refer to the black-clad spies of the Shyandao sect, a group of professional spies specializing in spying on resistance forces such as the Anti-Heaven Alliance and the Earth Mother sect. Historically, they have inflicted heavy losses on the Anti-Heaven Alliance many times. Zhao Sheng's eyes were calm as he spoke calmly. If I were a spy for the Shyandao sect, you'd have been thoroughly uncovered long ago. How could you possibly stand here so peacefully? You do have some truth in what you say. It's just an example of playing the long game, or deliberately gaining trust only to cause greater damage later. I've seen this many times in my nearly 200 years of life. Can you prove your innocence? Innocent? Haha, I, Zhao Bixun, have lived a life of integrity. Why should I explain myself to others? Zhao Sheng sneered, rising from his seat. He placed his hands on the table and said calmly, I've been talking to you for so long, and the person I'm waiting for has just returned. Farewell, how dare you? The short-bearded Taoist had barely uttered 2 words when his view was suddenly obscured by a vast mass of crimson spiritual flame. At that moment, a massive, 6-petaled flaming red lotus blossomed from beneath Zhao Sheng's feet. The seemingly thin crimson petals shone with a layer of crystal, easily blocking the barrage of wind blades that pierced the air. Chapter 339, The Great Lord of Subduing Dragons and Demons. A red lotus blossomed within the quiet chamber, sending the temperature soaring, yet the wooden planks of the tables and chairs remained unscathed. Karma fire, a form of heart and soul fire, typically doesn't kill with its flames, but rather directly scorches the soul. The fire lotus vanished in a flash, taking Zhao Sheng's form with it. Not good, the short-bearded Taoist priest observed, his expression grimacing. He dashed out. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber beneath the Dayang temple, the ground suddenly gave way. A genial-looking elder emerged from the cave entrance and landed on the floor nearby. This man was Zhao Zhong, a Foundation Establishment-level member of the Southern Sky Zhao family. His strength and aptitude were unmatched within the clan. Back then, Zhao Zhong, seeking a chance to ascend to the Golden Core stage, had secretly crossed into the Nether God realm and joined the Against the Heavens Alliance, where he remained in hiding for a century. Zhao Zhong was now 190 years old, nearing the end of his life. His greatest wish now was to return to his long-lost hometown before his death, ideally to be buried in the family cemetery on Longsha Mountain. It's a pity I've missed the 100 Years Gate. I'll never see the stunning beauty of Xinglongin again in this lifetime. Zhao Zhong's expression was slightly lost, a faint sadness welling up in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there were knocks on the secret room's door. Zhao Zhong's eyes sharpened, and he looked towards the door with a look of alarm. Who is it? The question had barely left his lips when the door silently opened, revealing an unremarkable old man. Who are you? Identify yourself immediately, or don't blame me for my ruthless sword. Zhao Zhong's expression grew even more grim upon seeing the man. With a flick of his right hand, a streak of silver light suddenly soared into the air, transforming into a 3-inch silver-white flying sword. The blade's tip flickered with the flickering light, aiming for the old man's head. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, spreading one palm and slowly extending it. In an instant, a layer of blood suddenly shone from his palm. Blood quickly filled the chamber like flowing water, enveloping both Zhao Zhong and Zhao Sheng. Instantly, a throbbing sensation, rooted deep within their blood, surged through both of them. Zhao Zhong sensed this, his alertness diminishing considerably, though a hint of caution remained. He couldn't help but probe, You two are a descendant of the Zhao family? Which lineage do your ancestors descend from? Zhao Sheng nodded, speaking clearly. Yes. I, Zhao Bixun, am indeed descended from the Southern Sky Zhao family. Thousands of years ago, my clan unfortunately drifted into the netherworld. For nearly 1,000 years, we were displaced and scattered, our ancestors reduced to slavery. If it weren't for my spiritual roots, which fortuitously led me to the path of cultivation, I would have long since passed away. Fellow Taoist Zhao, your arrival is so sudden that I'm unprepared. May I ask, are you here to trace your roots? Zhao Zhong asked cautiously. Zhao Sheng stepped into the secret room, shaking his head as he said, It's too early to reconnect with your roots. I'm not here for that, but to warn you. Zhao Zhong felt a little confused by his words. Just as he was about to ask more, he saw a magic talisman fluttering towards him from the opposite side. Take a look at this, then we'll talk. Zhao Zhong extended his hand, and the magic talisman landed obediently in his hand. Spiritual energy flowed into the talisman, and a three-dimensional image materialized within the secret room. It showed Zhao Sheng and a handsome, feminine young man conversing, their features vividly detailed and lifelike. Zhao Sheng took one look and was startled. He asked, "Where did you get this information, the source of this information?" "You?" Zhao Sheng had only said a few words when he suddenly stopped talking. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he turned his gaze toward the door. Just then, a flash of green light appeared at the entrance to the secret room, and a short-bearded Taoist priest suddenly appeared. Upon seeing the situation inside, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly addressed Zhao Sheng. "Elder Zhao, I'm glad you're alright." Within the Against Heaven Alliance, Zhao Sheng held a unique position, as he was a descendant of the Southern Sky Zhao clan. The Southern Sky Zhao clan was one of the most powerful factions behind the Against Heaven Alliance's repeated reconstructions. The short-bearded Taoist, a descendant of the Horn sect, was well aware of the Southern Sky Zhao clan's formidable reputation and influence within the Xianzhou realm. Zhao Sheng, noticing the arrival of someone, decided to cut to the chase and immediately declared to Zhao Sheng, "You've been targeted by the Wang clan of the Divine Capital. Here's the information from the incoming person, take a look." With this, Zhao Sheng raised his sleeve, and a thumb-sized crystal bead flew out, which Zhao Sheng grabbed. "I'll come see you later. Today's business is over, so I'll take my leave." With that, a crimson flaming lotus rose from his feet, enveloping Zhao Sheng and obscuring their view. A divine light flashed in Zhao Sheng's eyes, and his foundation-building consciousness radiated from his brows. But upon encountering the crimson flames, it was instantly annihilated. Suddenly, the flaming lotus dissipated, and the figure vanished into thin air. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with shock, and he exclaimed, "Karma Fire Lotus. This person is actually a thief from the Heavenly Dao sect." Despite this, he held out some hope for the newcomer. "Indeed. I was just about to warn Elder Zhao, but this thief slipped away so quickly," echoed the short-bearded old Taoist. After saying that, he added, "Elder Zhao, this stronghold is no longer safe. How about we change places? Otherwise, if someone comes to our door, there will inevitably be heavy casualties." Zhao Sheng thought for a moment, nodded and said, "You are right. Recently, a batch of important materials and several important figures in the alliance need to be transferred through Chu City. In order to avoid accidents, this stronghold is temporarily unusable. According to the emergency plan of the alliance, the backup stronghold will be activated immediately. Other personnel will be evacuated in batches and dispersed to the prefectures and counties below to lie in secret, waiting for the signal to wake up again in the future. Elder Zhao's arrangement is very appropriate. I will do it right away." As he spoke, the short-bearded old Taoist turned into a green light and disappeared into the underground secret passage in an instant. In the secret room, Zhao Sheng remained silent, his spiritual sense probed into the crystal bead. And in an instant a picture and several pieces of information flooded into his mind at the same time. Wang Jia's Li Jing is a spy for the Heavenly Supervisory Department and has signed a sole contract. Communication method. After reminding Zhao Sheng, Zhao Sheng returned to the Zhao mansion for a brief appearance, offering guidance to Zhao Hongyan. Thanks to the guidance of this divinely skilled warrior, Zhao Hongyan's martial arts skills have advanced by leaps and bounds. After only 3 years of training, his internal energy has already reached a high level. While his body may not yet be fully developed, his strength is no less than that of a top-tier practitioner. In recent years, thanks to Zhao Sheng's covert protection, the Zhao Xing and Zhao Tai families have prospered, and the Zhao Mansion's business has also flourished. The Wamu gang, which he co-founded a few years ago, has similarly expanded, attracting several local gangs and a large number of thugs, now encompassing the entire Wamufang area and 7 or 8 surrounding streets. The Wamu gang's leader and several guardian elders are all innate martial artists, and 2 mid-stage key refining cultivators maintain their presence in the shadows. Zhao Sheng subdued both of these wandering cultivators. He merely revealed a moment of his divine awareness and then casually gifted them 2 foundation establishment level dual cultivation techniques, earning their unwavering obedience. With the Wamu gang as his protector, Zhao Sheng didn't need to worry about the Zhao residence's safety even if he didn't show up. After revealing himself, Zhao Sheng dismissed his servants and retired to his bedroom to rest. While he might have called it rest, he had in reality returned to the divine prison. That day, it was Zhao Sheng's turn to patrol the 16th level of the prison, and he was assigned a cell. The barrier cracked, and the double doors swung open one by one. Zhao Sheng, clad in black armor and holding a soul-beating whip, stepped inside. Inside, the cell seemed cramped, and deep within, a mammoth-like figure loomed, occupying most of the space. The prisoner was covered in dense golden hair, his head as large as a pot bowl, crowned by a gaping maw. His nose bulged like a lion's, his eyes as large as copper bells gleamed with a fierce glint. His blonde hair swirled freely, and he resembled a lion, fierce and unbridled. Even in the death row of the divine prison, even with his body pierced with marrow-sucking nails, he still exuded a sense of unruly defiance. Finally someone's here. I'm getting impatient. Give me a few whips to relieve the itch. These damn nails are sucking me all over. Zhao Sheng ignored the man's ramblings, took a few steps forward, and reached out to pull out a marrow-sucking nail. Haha, exhilarating. Pull out a few more, and let this king loosen up a little. Zhao Sheng pulled out a porcelain bottle and inserted the tip of a marrow-sucking nail into the bottle. He then poured spiritual energy into the instrument. A drop of blood, as red as a crystal, quickly condensed from the nail tip and dripped into the bottom of the bottle. He casually inserted the nail back into the prisoner's body and pulled out another one, repeating the process. Soon, the bottle was filled with half a bottle of crystal-clear blood. While the blood was being drawn, the third-level divine disciple, resembling a golden lion king, went from arrogant to cursing in pain. Followed by a series of screams before finally dying, his initial arrogance gone. Zhao Sheng withdrew the blood bottle, holding several more bottles of colorful elixirs. Not caring if the prisoner lived or died, he forced the elixirs into his mouth, then pressed several acupuncture points, forcing him to swallow. Woo, when I get out, I'll tear you to pieces. Emperor Puxin, save me. The prisoner's face was horrified, and he suddenly roared loudly. He struggled so hard that the chains on his body rustled and suddenly burst into a dazzling flash of lightning. A sizzling smell of flesh quickly filled the cell, but the third-level divine disciple known as the Golden Lion King seemed oblivious. His massive body struggled and swayed violently, his physical strength alone causing turbulent air currents. Hey, you're quite energetic. Here, I'll give you a new meal, Zhao Sheng teased. Then, he formed a series of magical seals with his hands, and rays of spiritual light shot out one after another, immersing themselves in the beast's body. In an instant, the Golden Lion King's body stiffened, and he suddenly lost consciousness. Then, a fist-sized bump gradually swelled between his eyebrows. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng paused and removed a sesame-sized black egg from his knacking seal. He reached out and cut a hole in the bulge, blood gushing out. Zhao Sheng snapped his fingers, and the black egg flashed through the bloody hole and sank into the bulge. He casually unleashed a rejuvenation spell, healing the wound. The bulge visibly shrank, and in a blink of an eye, the prisoner's chest had returned to normal, though his blonde hair had turned gray, making him look much older. The black egg was the egg of a ghost insect, and there were more than one. Zhao Sheng had purchased an entire ghost insect nest from a black market auction house. Ghost insects originate from ghosts, a strange insect from the underworld. After birth, their bodies hover between reality and illusion, making them extremely secretive. Zhao Sheng's secret planting of the ghost insect in the Golden Lion King stemmed from a daring plan. As for what that plan was, it was just the beginning, so he wouldn't discuss it for now. He left, closed the cell, and reactivated the barrier. Zhao Sheng, holding the blood bottle, walked out of the cell and handed over his harvest to the prison lieutenant, Ren Zhuang. There are only a few prisoners on the 16th floor of the prison. Each prison guard only needs to take care of one prisoner, which is more than enough, so the work is very easy. Each shift lasted 4 hours, and prisoners couldn't be interrogated every day. Therefore, most of the time, the guards of Avasi prison were forced to patrol the prison corridors, a tedious process. During these times, veteran guards often enjoyed a little extra privilege, allowing them to slack off. As long as it didn't delay anything, the prison lieutenants would often turn a blind eye. Despite Zhao Sheng's relative inexperience, his unrivaled strength among the key refining realm guards earned him the privileges that come with veteran status. The world of immortal cultivation has always honored the strong, and the divine prison is no exception. And so, another 6 months passed. With Zhao Sheng's warning, Zhao Hong successfully set a trap for Wang Hengxi, ruthlessly slaughtering a group of Wang family cultivators and capturing Wang Hengxi alive. Meanwhile, Zhao Hong secretly discovered Li Jing's flaws, but instead of immediately capturing him, he remained inactive and, through Li Jing, released some seemingly true intelligence. Zhao Sheng, observing the unfolding events from behind, secretly applauded. Judging by Zhao Hong's efficient and meticulous approach, as well as his late foundation establishment cultivation, the Xinglong Zhao clan was now brimming with talent, its overall strength rapidly advancing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been willing to send a member of the late foundation establishment stage to undertake such a dangerous undertaking. Sure enough, during a secret meeting 2 weeks later, Zhao Sheng successfully learned a wealth of secret information from Zhao Hong, including information about the war between the two realms and the southern Sky Zhao clan, though most of it was general. Even so, Zhao Sheng was overjoyed. The Xinglong Zhao clan's reputation as the southern Sky Zhao clan millennial later was largely due to the emergence of a remarkable figure within the clan. Zhao Sheng hadn't anticipated Ginger would actually reach such prominence. Great true lord subduing dragons and demons, this was the unanimous praise bestowed upon Zhao Xuanjing by his fellow divine transformation cultivators in the Xianzhu realm after he successfully ascended to the divine transformation realm after breaking through the heavenly passage. With a spirit transformation realm ancestor at the helm of Xinglong Yidun, the Zhao family's rapid growth and rapid expansion of influence are self-evident. Over the past millennium, the Xinglong Yidun Zhao clan has rapidly expanded from a second-rate faction into a veritable behemoth, dominating both the southern Xinjiang Danding sect and the beast-taming sect, with influence extending far beyond the southern border. Following the ancestral precepts of spreading and expanding, the Zhao clan has continuously branched out over the millennia. Today, the Zhao clan's members span the entire Xianzhu realm, encompassing hundreds of millions of bloodline members. Zhao Hong only spoke of publicly available information, omitting any details about the Zhao clan's internal dynamics, such as the number of nascent soul ancestors or the number of golden core and foundation establishment members. Zhao Sheng naturally understood that the other party still harbored suspicions about him, in essence, distrust. However, Zhao Sheng, far from being angry, actually grew in admiration for Zhao Hong. When asked when the war between the two realms ended, Zhao Hong frankly stated, it officially ended 1,223 years ago, but in fact, although large-scale wars have stopped, small-scale infiltration wars are still going on in secret, and have been going on for thousands of years. Zhao Sheng had a premonition about this, so he was not surprised. He quickly asked, did the war between the two realms end with the defeat of the Xianzhu realm? Otherwise, how could the Anti-Heaven Alliance have so many disciples from various major sects? Zhao Hong shook his head and said in a heavy tone, this war was not really won in the end. Although the space-time rift in Xianzhangidun was resealed by this realm, but he suddenly stopped talking here. But what? Zhao Sheng asked immediately after seeing this. Zhao Hong was about to say something but stopped, and suddenly asked, fellow Taoist Zhao, do you believe that there are real gods in the world? Zhao Sheng was suddenly speechless. Chapter 340 Stargate. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Sheng asked, then do you believe that there are true immortals in the universe? Zhao Hong said without hesitation, of course there are true immortals, and the fairyland is real. In this case, the same goes for gods. True gods and true immortals all have great magical powers and boundless magic power. For cultivators like us, what is the difference between the two? Having said that, Zhao Sheng seemed to be thinking about it, and asked again, Dao, your question is strange. Could it be that this god has a great relationship with the war between the two worlds? Brother Xuan, you are really sharp-minded. Yes, the reason why the war between the two worlds ended hastily was indeed related to a newborn god. There is an ocean in the Xianzhu realm, named Shattered Star Sea, and in the Shattered Star Sea, hearing Zhao Hong mention the Shattered Star Sea, Zhao Sheng suddenly realized it. Combining the many information he heard in his previous life, he knew that the outcome of the war must be inseparable from the star god. Although Zhao Hong's explanation was vague, his brief explanation, spanning just over 100 sentences, revealed a portion of the truth behind the great war between the two realms a millennium ago. During the Battle of the Golden Wall at the Heavenly Burial Ground, the Netherworld, led by the Xiandao sect and the Black Heaven sect, was repeatedly blocked by the Sectarian Alliance, trapped on either side of the space-time rift and unable to break through. A year after the battle, the space-time rift was sealed again by a Great Sealing Formation. The Sectarian Alliance initially believed they had secured a resounding victory, but several years later, devastating news arrived from the Shattered Star Sea. Although Zhao Hong didn't offer specific details, He simply explained that the three ocean-going overlords of the Shattered Star Sea colluded with demonic forces such as the Blood Demon sect and the Seven Mysterious sect to deliberately lure a star god into demonic possession. Using a blood godchild as a sacrifice and leveraging the star god's power as a guardian of the heavens, they successfully tore open a space-time vortex around Star God Island. The other side of the vortex lay in the waters near Centipede Island in the Netherworld. Back then, the Star God Palace was caught off guard, and the entire Star God Island was ripped apart by the forces of time and space, killing millions of cultivators along with them. The Shattered Star Sea's cultivation world was severely weakened, unable to resist the attacks from both the sea monsters and the Netherworld. Consequently, in just over 20 years, the Shattered Star Sea was devastated, with most of the spiritual islands captured and countless humans abducted and taken to the Netherworld to be enslaved. As for cultivators with spiritual roots, surrendering voluntarily was a relief, but those who refused to surrender were at best used as breeding machines. At worst, their tendons and bones ripped out and transformed into zombies and ghosts, becoming cannon fodder. Zhao Sheng didn't discuss the tragic plight of the Shattered Star Sea's human race, but Zhao Sheng could still hear the bloodshed and tragedy between the lines. Because the Shattered Star Sea was separated from other continents by billions of miles of ocean, support from other continents was far too slow to reach the battlefield in time. Even if a handful of nascent soul or even high-level divine transformation warriors could make it, it would be a drop in the bucket, or even a futile act of death, unable to alter the course of the war. Having been reincarnated for many years, Zhao Sheng knew that the overall power of the Nether God realm was still superior to that of the Xianzhu realm. He was deeply curious about how the Xianzhu realm had managed to turn the tide after losing a tenth of its territory, even causing the sinking of the Centipede continent. From what Zhao Sheng hinted at, it seemed the Xianzhu realm and the Nether God realm had been engaged in a secret war since the war ended, and their attempts to infiltrate each other had never ceased. The Anti-Heaven Alliance was the perfect proof of this. However, Zhao Sheng was curious about how Zhao Sheng and other spies had managed to sneak into this world. After all these years, he had always wanted to return to the Xianzhu realm to see how many of his old friends were still alive. Back then, the situation was so dire, the Xianzhu realm was on the verge of collapse. How did the true Lord Huishan and the Yuanying ancestors at that time turn the tide? Facing Zhao Bixuan's curious gaze, Zhao Sheng smiled complacently, and suddenly said, "Brother Xuan, you've hit the nail on the head. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't say a word." Back then, the Yaoshan realm suffered a great loss, and had to flee back to this world in a mess. Because the defeat was too tragic, it was really a shame to mention it. In order to save face, the Xiandao sect has deleted most of that history. Except for a very small number of people, most of the cultivators in the two realms are unaware of the inside story. From what you said, fellow Taoist, do you know? I know a thing or two. I'd like to hear the details. I was born in the Zhao family of Nanshan, and Brother Xuan and I worshipped the same ancestor 1,000 years ago. You must know that our clan has the true Lord Huishan in charge, and the many secrets of the Xianzhu realm cannot be hidden from our clan's eyes and ears. When discussing the crucial turning points in the war between the two realms, several key figures must be mentioned. The Star God is naturally the central figure, followed by the Star God Palace, the dominant power in the Shattered Star Sea back then, and the two then Divine Transformation Palace Masters, Yingzhou and Hori Brother Xuan. You'd never guess this even touches upon a profoundly hidden secret dating back tens of thousands of years. Zhao Sheng paused, looking up to observe Zhao Sheng's expression. However, he could never have imagined that the man before him knew far more than he did. After all, he was the man who had faced the Star God directly. Zhao Sheng's vague and sloppy words stirred a storm of memories in his mind, and he quickly pieced together the bulk of the truth: the nascent sea god, the law of heaven and earth nurturing the Star God Palace, and the inter-realm battle between humans and spirits 20,000 years ago, a powerful being from the upper realm. The more Zhao Sheng pondered, the clearer the picture became, and his eyes gradually brightened. Zhao Sheng was puzzled by the scene. He had deliberately used secrets to pique the other party's interest and keep them in the loop. Unexpectedly, this man suddenly appeared, his eyes gleaming with a frightening brilliance, as if a bridge had been opened between heaven and earth. Seeing Zhao Sheng remain silent, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xuan, don't you want to know how we managed to turn defeat into victory?" "Of course I'd love to know. I hope fellow Taoist Zhao will be able to enlighten me," Zhao Sheng said immediately, waking up with a start. Zhao Sheng felt relieved, then said with a hint of reserve, "The truth here involves a profound secret of our realm, and it's inconvenient for outsiders to know. Unless Brother Zhuan chooses to join the Against Heaven Alliance and proves he's not a member of the Heavenly Dao sect. After all, the Karma Fire Red Lotus is one of the Heavenly Dao sect's signature spiritual flames. If it weren't for Brother Zhuan's Zhao bloodline, I wouldn't have risked interfering with him today and shared so many secrets." With these words, Zhao Hong's intentions were completely exposed. Zhao Sheng remained silent. For him, joining the Against Heaven Alliance or not was irrelevant. It was just that he had too many aliases and positions, feeling overwhelmed. Prison guard, Master Zhao, Feng Mei Wang, Gu clan's guest official, Zhao Bixun. He already held the two professions of prison guard and guest official. Joining the Against the Heavens Alliance would be like adding another layer of constraints. It seemed like it was time to let Wang disappear for a while. Zhao Sheng pondered this, but said, "I'll need to consider joining your alliance for some time. After all, I'm not alone and have many things to consider." Zhao Hong was delighted to see that the other party didn't refuse outright. After all, the joining of a Foundation establishment cultivator was a rare opportunity for the Against the Heavens Alliance. Haha. Brother Zhuan, it's okay to think about it for a while. The door of the Anti-Heaven Alliance is always open to Brother Zhuan. A smile appeared on Zhao Sheng's face. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhao, for understanding my difficulties. No, to be honest, I was too abrupt. I haven't thanked Brother Zhuan for the previous matter. Thanks to your reminder, we have avoided another major loss. The top leaders of our alliance have proposed a reward to Brother Zhuan, and the reward will arrive in Chu City soon." Zhao Sheng's heart moved when he heard this, and he smiled. "At my age, some external things are no longer useful. I do have a long-cherished wish. I want to see the original ancestral land of Xinglong before I die, and worship my ancestors by the way, so as to satisfy the long-cherished wish of my clan for generations." Zhao Hong's tone stagnated. Seeing the other party's eager expression, he hesitated before saying, "To be honest, Brother Zhuan, the Stargate opens only once every 100 years. It's been less than 5 years since the last one, and there are still nearly 100 years until the next one. If Brother Zhuan can wait until 100 years later, I'll definitely give you a chance to cross over." Zhao Sheng's thoughts raced at this. Stargate? Opening only once every 100 years, how interesting, Alice. It seems I won't be able to wait that day. Zhao Sheng sighed and casually asked, "By the way, is the Stargate on Centipede Island?" "Huh? How did you know that?" Zhao Hong was shocked. While the Stargate's location wasn't a top secret, it wasn't something ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators could know. Donggu Shensao was controlled by the Xiandao cult. Not only was class stratification rigid, but knowledge was also extremely monopolized, leaving the cultivators in the provinces with little knowledge of the outer continents and seas. To say they were ignorant was akin to looking at the sky from a jar. The name of Centipede Island had long been lost in the whirlwind of history, remaining largely unknown. Zhao Bixun's ability to reveal the Stargate's location on Wuzhou completely exceeded Zhao Hong's expectations. He couldn't help but raise his opinion of Zhao Sheng even higher. As he observed him again, he suddenly felt a sense of unfathomable depth. A moment later, the two said their goodbyes. Zhao Sheng took a step forward, his figure abruptly vanishing. Zhao Hong was startled, his consciousness instantly sweeping across the surrounding area for 100 feet, but nothing unusual occurred. Instantly, his heart was filled with shock, and a burning light flashed in his eyes. Zhao Hong wasn't suddenly reminded of the myriad magical skills of time and space shifting and instant teleportation. He had never imagined Zhao Sheng possessed such a natural ability as phase shift. Instead, he was deeply intrigued by Zhao Sheng's uncanny ability to appear and disappear without a trace. If the members of the Anti-Heaven Alliance mastered this method, their ability to conceal themselves and escape would surely be greatly improved. To put it bluntly, he was just jealous. Zhao Sheng hadn't anticipated Zhao Hong's intentions. If he had known, he would have simply retorted, "You're overthinking, kid. No one can master my technique." On the 10th floor of the Divine Prison, in a training room within the Avasi Hell, a flash of light flashed, and Zhao Sheng reappeared. With a thought, his spiritual sense penetrated the spirit-gathering formation beneath his feet. Then, with a series of incantations with his right hand, he sent several beams of spiritual light piercing the surrounding walls. Buzz! The spirit-gathering formation slowly ceased functioning, and the shielding barrier surrounding the stone chamber dissipated. Zhao Sheng left the stone chamber and followed a dark corridor. After walking 2 or 3 miles and turning 7 or 8 corners, he arrived at the 10th floor dining hall. The dining hall was spacious, most of the tables empty. Only 4 or 5 black armored guards sat at their desks, devouring their meals. At each table sat a large basin of glowing red monster meat and bottles of century-old Yuanyang wine. The divine prison was bitterly cold, and without Yuanyang wine to ward off the cold and dispel evil, an ordinary key refining cultivator wouldn't survive more than 10 years. Zhao Sheng glanced around, strode over to a table, and sat down. Wei Chong, the massive figure at the next table, raised his eyelids to glance at him, then lowered his head to continue devouring his meat and wine. But at that moment, a whisper, as thin as a mosquito, reached Zhao Sheng's ears. The joints have been opened. Wait for menus in about 20 days. Congratulations, Wei, on escaping suffering early. Zhao Sheng remained calm, but secretly sent a message. Well, I'll credit you with my achievement. But after this is accomplished, we'll have nothing to do with each other. And one word of warning, don't try to play dirty in front of me, or I'll blow your head off. I understand, Wei, rest assured. Zhao Sheng sent back a message. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. One day, Zhao Sheng had just returned to the armor-changing room after completing his inspection of the 12 prison levels when he saw Wei Chong, a towering figure clad in heavy black armor, striding towards him. Don't talk, follow me. With the cold remark, Wei Chong turned and walked away. Zhao Sheng followed him without a word. 13th floor, 14th floor, 16th floor. The two men walked all the way, yet not a single prison guard appeared. Clearly, this was Wei Chong's doing. It was understandable, considering that the most experienced and powerful Class A prison guards could achieve such a degree. At the end of the 16th floor, the two men stopped before a black light curtain. The curtain was pitch black, like a black hole, swallowing even light, making it impossible to see what lay beyond. Wei Chong took out a hexagram token and infused it with a dozen spiritual incantations, muttering an incantation. A moment later, a beam of black light shot out from the token, piercing the curtain, and a crack appeared in the curtain. Beyond the curtain, 4 black gold armored puppets stood on either side of the corridor, each emanating a terrifying aura of dominance and a chilling murderous intent. Zhao Sheng was startled upon seeing these high-level puppets. These high-level puppets were truly extraordinary. Each one concealed a golden armored corpse within. Combined with the sheer quality of their black gold armor and the numerous offensive and defensive restrictions and talismans imbued within, each black gold puppet could rival a mid to late giant in true person. He hadn't expected the prison god temple to be so impressive, deploying 4 of these high-level combatants, wasting them guarding prisoners. Hurry, Wei Chong urged, leaping across the light curtain, Zhao Sheng following closely behind. Buzz! As they passed, the black light curtain instantly closed, and 8 blood-red flames suddenly ignited from the helmets of the 4 black gold armored figures, a silent and cold glow. Instantly, goosebumps spread across Zhao Sheng's back, and his heart pounded, as if the puppets would tear him to pieces with a single thought. Ignore them, continue following me. Just remember not to take a wrong step, otherwise, with Wei Chong's reminder, Zhao Sheng followed his footsteps, step by step, perfectly accurate. After walking a dozen steps, Zhao Sheng looked around. He saw that the dark evil had solidified into a thick layer of ice, and an extremely dense chill filled every corner. Countless furtive shadows whispered in corners, and malicious glances were cast at Zhao Sheng from all directions. However, these mere eerie shadows and hallucinations couldn't shake his mind at all. This startled Wei Chong. He had hoped to use the unique environment here to make this person retreat. Unexpectedly, the other party remained unmoved. Seeing this, Wei Chong straightened his mind and led Zhao Sheng to the door of the first cell. Even on the 17th level of the divine prison, the cell layout was similar, with 2 doors, but the material had been changed from 1,000-year-old cold iron to absolute spirit iron, which blocks spiritual energy and divine consciousness. Chapter 341, Surrender or Not? Bang, bang. The cell doors open one after another, temporarily suppressing the restrictions. Zhao Sheng finally got to see his first serious criminal. She was a beautiful woman in white, her hair loose and her eyes obscured. Though imprisoned, her clothes remained spotless, and she radiated a holy aura, like a white lotus blossoming from filth, transcending the mortal realm. Zhao Sheng was about to take a closer look when Wei Chong grabbed his arm and roughly dragged him out of the cell. He didn't resist, allowing himself to be dragged out. Before leaving the cell, a drop of blood silently dripped to the ground. "Now that you've seen me, get going." To the next cell, the cell door slowly closed. As the last crack closed, the woman in white, her flowing shawl, suddenly raised her head. A cold, indifferent gaze passed through her hair, peering towards the cell door, finally resting on a nondescript spot beneath it. After leaving the cell, Zhao Sheng followed Wei Chong through 3 cells in a row, never pausing. The 17th level of the prison was silent, its atmosphere heavy and gloomy, incomparable to the hustle and bustle of the higher levels of the divine prison. Yet, with each cell Zhao Sheng passed, he could sense a faint, sinister aura emanating from it, as if some extremely dangerous ghost or demon was imprisoned within. As a former nascent soul stage ancestor, he knew it wasn't an illusion. For millennia, the divine prison had held countless powerful demons, and even the most serious criminals had perished there. The accumulating malevolent aura of ghosts and demons lingered within the cells, creating, over time, a series of artificially created distresses. The higher-ups at the prison temple had ample means to purify these distresses, yet they turned a blind eye and allowed them to fester. Their sinister intentions were clear as day. After the 2 men had walked another 30 or 40 steps, Wei Chong suddenly stopped before a silver-white cell door, seemingly about to open it. Soon, the 2 doors swung open, and the 2 men stepped inside. Woo! As soon as he entered the cell, he heard bursts of ghostly wails echoing through the air. Deep within the cell lay a massive, pitch-black iron coffin, more than twice the length and width of an ordinary coffin. Strung across its surface were fiery red chains, engraved with countless talismans designed to seal away demons and exorcise ghosts. Around the coffin, faint, ghostly flames danced. In the dark corners beneath the coffin, shadowy figures loomed, and wandering ghosts huddled in the corners, emitting mournful cries. "Captain Wei, what ancient corpse is imprisoned in this iron coffin? Why does it attract so many wandering spirits? And the restrictions here are completely ineffective. The more you know, the quicker you die. Leave now. We can't stay here any longer." Wei Chong shoved Zhao Sheng out and quickly closed the cell door. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's gaze strayed across the image of the prison gout on the cell ceiling, and his pupils narrowed slightly. Though it was only a fleeting glimpse, it was enough. The once 3-headed, 1,000-armed, sacred and majestic prison god now seemed strangely twisted. Both its good and evil heads had opened their eyes, their pupils shimmering with a pitch-black darkness. The prisoners in the next cell were relatively normal, merely a bit higher in realm, barely a head priest at the false 10 realm. It was said they had been imprisoned in the divine prison for spreading the faith in evil gods. Zhao Sheng then followed Wei Chong on a quick tour, examining the prisoners on the 17th and 18th floors. Afterward, Zhao Sheng was somewhat surprised by the surprisingly small number of prisoners on the bottom 2 floors. There were only 12 or 13 of them combined, but all were quite powerful, at least above the Golden Den realm. Aside from the iron coffin and the large, crimson cauldron, the remaining prisoners were living beings. Of these, only 6 were pure humans. The others were half-demons possessed by demonic spirits, stone monsters enlightened by divine spirits, a 1,000-year-old ghost, a community ghost, who called himself a community god, and a 5th-level hedgehog that spoke human language. An hour later, Wei Chong led Zhao Sheng out of the black curtain of light. As the curtain closed again and the black gold puppet vanished from their sight, Wei Chong breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, everything went smoothly, without incident. Old 9, I've fulfilled my promise. The accounts between you and me are settled. I don't care what you're plotting behind my back, but it's best not to implicate me, Captain Wei. You might be overthinking it. I was asked to find out if a certain prisoner was still alive. Now that I have the answer, I can give him a response. Zhao Sheng offered a pretext he had prepared long ago. That's good. That's good. Wei Chong's expression relaxed immediately upon hearing this. Expecting someone to be law-abiding and incorruptible while serving as a prison guard with no future, no hope, and a high risk of injury was simply ridiculous. Therefore, the practice of taking extra frivolous benefits while on the job had long been an open secret within the divine prison. Wei Chong had done many things at the request of others over the years, so he didn't doubt Zhao Sheng's excuse. Besides, even if something did happen in the future, it wouldn't matter. By then, he'd already been transferred to another position, no longer involved with a divine prison. 3 days later, Wei Chang was smoothly transferred, sent down to prefecture and county as a regional governor. Needless to say, the lucrative military practices were well known. During this period, many prison guards had died, and a new batch of newcomers quickly replaced them. Zhao Sheng also moved up a few ranks, becoming a veteran within the divine prison. Notably, Wei Chang's rapid rise in wealth had also unnerved another A-rank prison guard. For reasons unknown, he was suddenly transferred out of the divine prison just 2 weeks later. The successive departures of the two A-rank guards immediately put Lieutenant Ren Zhuang on probation. The 17th and 18th levels of the prison couldn't be left unattended, and since those below the A rank weren't qualified, it was impossible for a prison lieutenant to personally patrol them. Ren Zhuang knew that his sudden appointment as a prison lieutenant had put many in the temple off guard, and they were taking advantage of the situation to antagonize him. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Since he'd succeeded Zhao Moro as prison lieutenant, he must have powerful backers. So, early on the third morning, Ren Zhuang returned to the prison with 3 impressive newcomers. In front of nearly 200 prison guards, Ren Zhuang announced the appointments. The sudden arrival of 3 top-tier guards set off a flurry of chatter. Zhao Sheng blended in unobtrusively among the crowd, but his eyes flickered slightly. He spotted a familiar face among the 3 newcomers. It was an elderly man with a handsome figure and a full head of white hair. A scorpion tattoo adorned his neck, but his hands were as white as jade, radiating a shimmering jade light. This man had appeared once before at the Daang Temple stronghold of the Anti-Heaven Alliance, where he had been greeted by Zhao Hong. He was a member of the Anti-Heaven Alliance. Zhao Sheng glanced at the old man before looking elsewhere, wondering which prisoner in the divine prison could have caused the Anti-Heaven Alliance so much trouble. Pop! In the training room, red and black clouds of fire swirled and swirled endlessly, and the air rang with crisp, delicate sounds, like the sound of bursting bubbles. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array, his karmic fire blazing throughout him. He rapidly refined the incoming evil spirits from all directions into wisps of crimson spiritual energy, channeling them into the sea of Qi in his danshan. Blessed by the experience of several lifetimes, Zhao Sheng's path of cultivation was swift and steady. In less than 10 years of building his foundation, he had already broken through to the middle stage of the foundation building process, advancing to the 6th level. He would enter the late stage of the foundation building process in a few years at most. The Red Lotus Karmic Fire Sutra, one of the 5 great scriptures of the Xiandao sect, was not only profound and extensive, leading directly to the state of spiritual enlightenment, but also saved practitioners countless mental and physical effort. A typical cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation building process, breaking through to the late stage, would undergo a qualitative transformation of their spiritual energy. Zhao Sheng did not need this. As long as his karmic fire continuously refined the evil spirits and ghostly energy, the quality of his original spiritual fire would naturally improve. When the 6-petaled red lotus evolved into 9, Zhao Sheng's spiritual energy underwent a qualitative transformation. Now, he was about to face this small hurdle. Having read the countless notes of experience from his predecessors in this Henlang Pavilion, Zhao Sheng naturally knew how to quickly and safely overcome this hurdle. Karmic fire incinerates sin. Finding a sin-ridden old ghost to refine is undoubtedly the fastest and best option. Time flew by as Zhao Sheng immersed himself in his training. Suddenly, it was time for another day out. That day, Zhao Sheng was enjoying a meal and a drink in the cafeteria when Lang Shan, accompanied by a thin, middle-aged prison guard, sat down beside him with a smile. "Hey, big brother. Where are we going to have fun later?" Lang Shan and Zhao Sheng shared a dorm, and since they were close friends, they spoke openly and directly. Zhao Sheng swallowed his drink, looked up at the 2 men, and asked, "Old Shaq, do you want to borrow some spirit stones again? Tell me how much you want. Anything over 100 is fine, and interest is extra." Lang Shan's smile froze, and he immediately defended himself aggrievedly. "My boss. I'm kind enough to invite you out for drinks and some flowers, and you're so ungrateful you don't appreciate it. I don't have any spirit stones, but Zhao Liu does. He's treating us today." The middle-aged guard, known as Zhao Liu, quickly nodded and agreed, "Yes, I'll treat you. Before I came in, I heard that Boss Bao was kinda unrighteous. So I'm hoping Boss Bao will do me a favor and take us to Fix Xiangfang to enjoy wine and flowers. We can all get clothes." This man was new, and it seemed he was looking for support. Zhao Sheng didn't think twice and nodded in agreement. As a young and energetic prison guard, He usually had to get along well with the other guards. The divine prison is a dangerous place, and the guards are under immense pressure. After a year of restraint, drinking and enjoying the pleasures of a brothel during their free time is undoubtedly the best way to relieve stress. Half a day later, the gates to the top floor of the divine prison burst open, and figures scurried out at breakneck speed, each displaying their abilities, some using flying instruments, others soaring, swiftly heading towards Chu City. At this moment, Zhao Sheng was escorted out of the divine prison by a crowd. The others bid him farewell with smiles, and dispersed, leaving only Leng Shan and the guard surnamed Liu. Soon, a discreet and luxurious chariot, towed by two giant golden feathered eagles, soared into the air. After circling half a circle, it flew towards Yushan Lake. The Fixin Fang is a famous red-hot boat in Chu City, and its resident fairies are all incredibly beautiful and talented. The Fixin Fang only handles high-end business, and boarding requires an invitation. The guests were either high-ranking officials, wealthy merchants, or nobles, even occasionally a high-ranking monk. On this day, the entire Fixin boat was booked by 3 masters, with one master offering 70 or 80 spirit stones. The boat owner, a seasoned expert, immediately realized the visitor must be someone of high rank, likely a high-ranking monk. Consequently, each of the fairies on board meticulously dressed, meticulously trying to please the 3 masters. For a moment, the sight was filled with a sight of ethereal whiteness, the alluring sounds of perfumed sweat, the mesmerizing sounds of stringed instruments, and the gentle fragrance of soft jade. The beauty and the wine were in full swing. Leng Shan and Leng Shan indulged themselves in a passionate embrace, completely captivated by the beauty. However, Zhao Sheng sat quietly by, savoring his wine and delicacies alone. Every time a fairy approached, he was driven back by an invisible, malevolent aura. Zhao Sheng was no Liu Xiaohu, he remained calm in the presence of a beautiful woman. But this group of rouge-faced women couldn't possibly tempt his mortal heart. Zhao Sheng had cultivated the 4 aspects of heaven and man, nurturing his 5 senses, clairvoyance, divine vision, and divine perception. Though far away, the scent of the mortal woman's makeup, body odor, facial blemishes, and wrinkles were all vividly visible before his eyes. How could he possibly possess them? Seeing Zhao Sheng's composure, the prison guard named Liu glanced at the boat owner. The boat owner nodded in understanding, then clapped his hands softly. The fairies silently withdrew, and the music gradually died down. Hey, why did they stop? Keep dancing, keep playing, Leng Shan, dazed from drinking, shouted in discontent when he saw the quietening of the surroundings. Ding ling ling. At that moment, a crisp bell rang from the doorway, and a faint mist suddenly filled the boat. Zhao Sheng sat up straight, his eyes gleaming. Suddenly, a plaintive, weeping voice echoed from the boat. The mist quickly thickened with a sound, and as the humidity increased, the boat swirled with clouds and mist, creating a hazy, ethereal atmosphere. At that moment, graceful figures loomed within the mist, dancing around Zhao Sheng and the other 2. The voice grew increasingly ethereal and clear, the figures becoming more otherworldly, radiant and ethereal. However, Leng Shan's eyes instantly turned blood red, his heart boiling with uncontrollable desire. Unbeknownst to him, the Fixin boat had quietly reached the depths of Yushan Lake, and the surrounding area was quietly shrouded in thick fog. A winding, undulating dragon loomed through the fog, and a head as huge as a house slowly emerged from the water. The giant Ohu god gazed at the Fixin boat with great pride, greed in his eyes. Beneath the boat, a large dark shadow gradually approached the lake surface, and a strong fishy smell gradually permeated the dense fog. Puff, puff. 2 waves broke through the lake's surface, and then a giant, transparent tiger composed of lake water stomped across the surface and approached the giant Ohu god. At this moment, a 3-meter-long, dark blue back flashed through the nearby lake water. At this moment, inside the boat, Zhao Sheng suddenly stood up from his couch, his gaze abruptly directed outside, and a thin layer of red flames suddenly rose from his body. He suddenly said in a cold voice, "Since the 3 friends are here, why not show yourself? I've been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, a dull roar, almost like thunder, rang out from outside the cabin. "Hey, kid, you've entered my divine domain. Why don't you surrender now? Otherwise, you'll suffer." "Oh, I wonder who's here? I don't believe I've offended any gods." Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and he responded verbally. Between his palms, dozens of radiant talismans appeared. At the same time, a small golden sword flew out from his sleeve, its blade also ablaze with a layer of crimson fire. You will know my name later. Don't try to stall for time. This is already the divine domain. Even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will know. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Surrender or not, humph, a bunch of pretenders. Surrender, why would you? Raise your sword. As the word sword came out, a 100-foot-long sword rainbow instantly soared into the sky. Please vote for me. Chapter 342 I am invincible below the level of Jinden. Buzz. With a clear sword chant, the luxurious cabin aboard the Feats Xiangfang was instantly shattered by the mighty sword energy. A golden sword rainbow shot up into the sky, piercing through the thick white fog and slashing straight towards the dragon's head. HMPH, a trifling trick. How dare you show off your skills before an expert? Water, roar. In his early years, before becoming a god, the Jiao Huigat had heard too many storytellers by the lake. Faced with his slashing sword rainbow, he actually roared a line from a play. While the words were playful, the magical power that followed was truly formidable. As the roar began, a vast expanse of thick fog instantly solidified. Countless water droplets condensed from the mist, blanketing the 100-foot-wide sword rainbow. Suddenly, a faint, limpid shimmer appeared on the lake's surface above. Zhao Sheng formed a sword seal with his hands, his mind trembling. The flying sword suddenly stagnated, as if mired in incredibly thick glue. With every inch it advanced, the sword's brilliance weakened, yet the pressure from all directions intensified by 3 times. Is this the divine realm? It's clearly a prototype of the nascent soul realm. A sudden realization struck Zhao Sheng. His mind flashed, and his consciousness abruptly split into dozens. The next moment, he raised his hands, and dozens of second-level true talismans flew out like celestial flowers, instantly transforming into streaks of magical radiance. Instantly, within a 100-foot radius centered on the pleasure boat, hundreds of gigantic white fireballs shot out in all directions like flaming meteors. Above the mile-wide lake, a blazing light shone brightly, and the air soared in temperature, dissipating much of the surrounding dense vapor. Furthermore, Zhao Sheng flicked his hands again, and streams of crimson light shot out in rapid succession, suddenly transforming into tiny crimson arrows that shot into the lake like lightning, piercing the sneak-attacking black fish god with bloody holes. A layer of crimson fire instantly ignited at the wounds, spreading throughout its body, burning it to the point of screaming in agony. Its body writhed and struggled desperately, sending huge waves surging across the lake. Elsewhere, under Zhao Sheng's command, the attacks, though numerous and chaotic, were never chaotic. The flying swords, brimming with sharp sword energy, inched closer to the Jiao Huigat's true form, while the blazing white fireballs deftly intercepted the frenzied onslaught of water arrows, water pythons, water balls, and other water-based spells. Roar, damn it! The intelligence was wrong. This person is no longer a key refiner, but a highly advanced foundation establishment cultivator. Nearing the golden core stage, the Jiao Huigat roared in shock and fury. Its massive head suddenly opened nearly 180 degrees like a python. Its maw was pitch black, and a faint blue light flickered intensely. A bloody maw that could devour the heavens and earth. The enormous head recoiled, then with all its might, it unleashed a 3-foot-thick column of crystalline water emitting a strange blue glow. A rumbling roar, like a dragon's roar. The water column shot out, rapidly transforming into a lifelike dragon as it surged forward. Its maw, brimming with the power of the lake god, lashed out at Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng's gaze flashed like lightning. He stomped his foot down on the boat's hold, instantly soaring into the sky. But a massive hole was torn in the boat beneath him. Boom boom. The next second, the boat was struck by the water column with a resounding boom, instantly shattered into dust. Everyone on board, even Ling Shan, who was in the middle stage of key refining, was shattered by the water column before they could react. In the blink of an eye, the boat sank to the bottom of the lake. Zhao Sheng soared hundreds of feet into the air, surrounded by thick fog. Knowing he had fallen into an enemy trap, he refused to engage and sought to escape the divine realm. Engaging the enemy within the divine realm, his own strength was initially suppressed by the laws of the realm, while the enemy, empowered by these laws, gained a significant boost. With the right timing, location, and people all against him, only a fool would dare to engage head-on. But then, a terrifying, heart-shaking tiger roar suddenly reached his ears. The roar held a strange, intimidating power that slowed Zhao Sheng's reaction for a moment. In that instant, a transparent tiger head materialized from the thick fog, its jaws wide open, and it bit Zhao Sheng's waist. Rip! Vast splatters of blood cascaded into the surrounding fog, staining it a crimson red. Bits of flesh and blood dripped onto the lake's surface. The giant, elephant-like water tiger god, its mouth smeared with blood, treaded the mist with its 4 claws, excitedly circling a ball of fire. Above the lake, the dragon lake god slowly extended its massive body. Its dragon had a cunning and triumphant expression as it gazed fixedly at the blaze in the sky. Within the blaze, Zhao Sheng's face was gloomy. He pressed one hand against the gaping wound in his waist and abdomen. Auras from his hand flowed like water across the jagged wound. Layers of flesh and blood rapidly grew, healing at a visible rate. HMPH, Zhao Sheng's eyes icy as he glanced at the 2 fiercely watching demon gods. With a cold snort, he said, "Explode, boom." Before he finished speaking, columns of blood-red water erupted from the lake, each coated in a layer of crimson flames. As a 6-petaled red lotus, roughly 10 feet in size, slowly emerged from the lake, the remains of a massive black fish, its flesh shredded and lifeless, also surfaced. Of the 3 deities, Jiao, Hu, and Yu, the black fish god is the weakest. Originally a black fish spirit that had lived for over 300 years within Yushan Lake, it was later enlightened by a prominent figure of the Xiandao sect, receiving a fragment of the laws and thus developing a modicum of divinity. According to the Xiandao sect's Jade Book of Conferred Gods, the black fish god is the authentic deity of Yushan Lake. However, Yushan Lake is adjacent to Chu City, and the black fish god's power is limited, while the city is overcrowded with powerful masters. Therefore, despite being deified by imperial decree, the black fish god was unable to exercise his power. For years, he was manipulated by various forces, subjected to numerous oppressions and insults. Therefore, when the Jiao god and Shuhui god of the Ghost God Society approached him, with only a few words of persuasion, the intellectually deficient black fish god voluntarily joined the Ghost God Society, offering him shelter and providing cover. In short, its death was well deserved. Even if this fool hadn't perished at Zhao Sheng's hands, he would have been slain by the demons and gods sooner or later. Damn it, third brother. You died at the wrong time. I'll avenge you, roar. With a furious roar, the Jiao god swung his dragon body with all his might, his tail whipping out a cascade of massive waves. A huge dent occurred across the lake, 100 feet deep. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dense fog, shrouded in a cloud of transparent water, followed the dragon's roars, suddenly transforming into waves of transparent water, lifting the massive dragon's form and charging towards Zhao Sheng. Surrounding the dragon, countless 3-foot-long water arrows erupted from the swirling waves. Among the arrows were single-horn water pythons, 4 or 5 feet long and as thick as buckets. A strange, invisible divine power surged endlessly within the thick fog. Zhao Sheng felt his spiritual energy stagnate, as if suddenly disrupted by an external force, and its flow was far less fluid than usual. Roar! The water tiger god soared overhead, its massive form swooping down with unparalleled ferocity, The 2 gods, one above and one below, coordinated seamlessly, instantly putting Zhao Sheng in a desperate situation. However, Zhao Sheng's face showed no sign of fear. A vast ball of crimson flames suddenly rose from his body, obscuring his form. A blazing sword rainbow swooped down, severing the water tiger god's waist. A brilliant burst of light erupted, and nearly 100 sword beams emanated, twisting and swirling like dazzling golden fish with lightning speed, entwining the water tiger god with incredible agility. Simultaneously, Zhao Sheng dodging over 10 feet. However, for some unknown reason, his evasive action seemed a fraction too slow, and the Jiao god narrowly caught up, his arm caught by a dragon's fang. With a swoosh, blood splattered, and Zhao Sheng was instantly sent flying, his face gloomy as he gazed at the triumphant Jiao god. At this moment, one of the dragon's fangs was stained with blood, and flecks of blood splattered the corners of its mouth. Hey! Boy, if you don't want to be eaten by a fish, then surrender obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for my ruthless destruction, the Jiao god sneered sinisterly. With a blessing of the laws of the divine realm, its strength increased dramatically, nearly reaching the level of a giant's henrun. With just one sentence, the surrounding white mist rapidly thickened, making it impossible to see a figure more than 10 feet away. At this moment, the divine power surging in the air became increasingly apparent. Disrupted by the laws of the divine realm, Zhao Sheng's range of consciousness rapidly dwindled, making detection increasingly difficult. Despite his nascent soul-level combat experience, his physical strength was far inferior to that of his opponent. In a true fight of life and death, Zhao Sheng couldn't be sure he would be the final victor, that is, of course, assuming his opponent didn't have a hidden trump card. Zhao Sheng's expression was wary, his spiritual awareness expanding over 20 feet. He fixed his gaze on the giant god and demanded, "I have no grudge against you, Your Excellency. Why are you so intent on my death?" He used this opportunity to stall for time as he flipped his hand, revealing a 3-foot-long sword, crimson as red as fire, its gleaming cold like gleaming. This sword, named Red Dragon's Son, was personally forged by Zhao Sheng. Forged from 1,000-year-old copper. It measured 3 feet and 3/10 of an inch long and imbued with 36 earthly evil restrictions. It was both incredibly sharp and indestructible, a true supreme spiritual sword. That's a good question. This god asks you, did you kill the snake god? Is its divine authority in your hands? The giant god demanded with a cold gaze, its massive body slowly approaching Zhao Sheng. Perhaps driven by demonic instinct, it sensed a profound and deadly threat from the other party. This made it fearless, forcing it to exert all its might to maintain its divine domain. Despite the constant presence of the divine realm, it was an incredibly heavy burden for a demon god who had barely reached the threshold of the ghostly realm. But with only one life to live, caution was paramount. Hearing the giant god's relentless questioning, Zhao Sheng's heart sank, realizing he had been targeted. "Your Excellency, you're joking. I'm just a jailer. How could I know anything about a snake god?" Zhao Sheng's pupils shrank, but his face remained innocent. "Hey, big brother, stop talking nonsense with him. Go and devour this damned mortal." "Hey, it hurts." As he spoke, the water tiger screamed in agony. 2 sword beams accidentally slashed through the transparent demon's body, leaving 2 more flaming wounds all over its body. Karmic fire is the nemesis of all ghosts and evil spirits, primarily harming the soul. Although the water tiger's demonic body was a water spirit, impervious to ordinary physical damage, facing the Crimson Lotus karmic fire, its soul was inevitably burned by the karmic flames. During this delay, blazing white fireballs quietly formed around Zhao Sheng's body, swirling around him in a sky filled with them, releasing waves of scorching flames. If you refuse my toast, I'll pay you back. This god is willing to sacrifice 30 years. Before the giant mythology could finish his words, a shrill cry erupted. Bang! A torrent of dragon blood gushed out like a fountain, and dark blue ripples of lightning flashed across the dragon's head, fiercely impacting the figure. However, no matter how violently the dragon's head struggled and swayed, Zhao Sheng's feet, perched on its forehead, seemed rooted and unmoved. 1, 2, 3 strikes. A thick, solid spiritual shield blocked the onslaught of divine power, and Zhao Sheng's red dragon sword repeatedly pierced the dragon's skull. The dragon's scales, as solid as iron, shattered like paper before the sword's edge. In a split second, the radiant light from the red dragon sword had shattered the giant god's brain, its soul instantly shattered by the sword's aura. The next moment, the screams abruptly ceased. The massive giant god's body stiffened, its divine light dissipating as it plummeted from the sky, sending up a massive wave upon impact. "Oh no! Run!" The water tiger god witnessed this shocking event and cried out in terror. Heedless of the burning pain of the karmic fire and the deep scars the sword left on its body, its massive body instantly transformed into a wave, scuttling away at breakneck speed. It hoped to conceal itself in the mist and escape. Unfortunately, someone had already set a trap for it. Zhao Sheng gazed in the direction of the water tiger god's flight, smiled faintly, and instantly vanished into nothingness. The next moment, he reappeared, standing on the waves. Before the water tiger god could react, a crimson fire lotus flashed into the depths of the waves, striking the deeply hidden demon soul squarely and annihilating it in a single blow. "Within 20 miles, I am invincible below the golden core stage," Zhao Sheng intoned softly, extending his hand. A dimly shimmering pearl the size of an apple detached from the water tiger demon's body and flew obediently into his palm. Then, Zhao Sheng waved his hand, and his palm was empty. He had hidden the fragment of the heavenly Daola somewhere unknown. He then produced a narrow-necked glass bottle and aimed it at the vast mass of spiritual water in the air. A suction force suddenly emerged, rapidly drawing the spiritual water into the bottle and finally into his void seal. This massive spiritual water was originally a kind of celestial spiritual water, later found by the water tiger god and refined into a spiritual body. Unlike the Zhao god and the black fish god, the water tiger god transformed into a wandering god after death, and therefore lacked a physical body like those two gods. After collecting the spiritual water, Zhao Sheng drew 2 healing elixirs from his Nakung seal and consumed them. He then cast several rejuvenation talismans to accelerate his healing. In a short while, the large wounds on his waist and abdomen had almost healed, and the wounds on his arms had already healed. The thick fog over the lake gradually dissipated, and Zhao Sheng descended from the sky. His eyes swept across the surface, immediately focusing on a spot where blood was slowly spreading. He formed a series of magical seals with his hands, and rays of spiritual light emanated into the lake. In an instant, the water surged violently, as if boiling water. Suddenly, the corpse of a massive dragon was lifted up by the lake, hovering quietly above the surface. Zhao Sheng flew down, holding the red dragon's sword, and began to slice and dice the dragon's body. A moment later, the dragon's corpse was ripped into pieces and placed within the 2 Nakung seals. Its divine authority naturally fell into Zhao Sheng's hands. After dealing with the Zhao god, Zhao Sheng had no intention of dealing with the black fish god. The black fish god was inscribed in the Book of Conferred Gods. Taking his divine power would be courting trouble. He was comfortably staying in the divine prison and didn't want to be visited by the heavenly Deus Ex divine guardians. After meticulously cleaning the lake's surface and erasing all traces of his actions, Zhao Sheng gently threw out his golden sword. His body was enveloped in the sword's light, transforming into a sword rainbow, and he fled to the lake's edge like lightning. Chapter 343 Entering the Ghost Market. A day later, Zhao Sheng returned to the divine prison in a very low-key manner. It wasn't long before word of Langsha and the other man's death in Yushan Lake spread, and the guards were buzzing with discussion. When prison captain Ren Zhong learned that the 2 guards had perished together in Yushan Lake, his brow furrowed. The divine prison was already understaffed, and now 2 more had died, a real complication. A prison captain's job wasn't easy, and one parachuted in was even harder. The thought of having to deal with another group of local thugs gave Ren Zhong a headache. After all, dying outside the prison was completely different from dying inside. The guards' mysterious deaths meant the captain also had to bear some responsibility for lax management. Zhao Sheng had no idea how Ren Zhong had handled this minor issue. Anyway, 2 days later, 2 new guards arrived, and Ren Zhong remained firmly in his position as prison captain. The deaths of the 2 guards had only caused a minor stir, and soon everyone paid no attention. During this incident, the prison god temple's leadership used this as an excuse to stir up some commotion, ultimately costing the Chu City Yin Yaman a fortune before the situation was finally quelled. Zhao Sheng was also summoned for questioning twice, only to be easily hushed up. After all, the deaths were merely the deaths of 2 insignificant prison guards, hardly a major disturbance. Instead, the black fish god's death surprised the major families of Chu City, who dispatched personnel to investigate, but ultimately found nothing. As the days passed, Zhao Sheng diligently served as a second-class prison guard while secretly visiting the various monastic families in Chu City. Just as he had with the Gu family, he forged identities, impersonating an alchemist, talisman maker, or weaponsmith, from outside the city, negotiating deals with the various families, hoping to gain access to their scripture repositories. The results were as he expected. Few monastic families would refuse the deal. After all, Zhao Sheng's simple offers were enough to attract them. During his dealings, he encountered instances of gangsters robbing gangsters, but he easily dealt with them. This, in turn, brought disaster upon the ruthless family, whose foundation-building members mysteriously died one after another, drastically weakening their power. In just 3 years, Zhao Sheng succeeded in over 10 such schemes, and the scripture repositories of over 90% of the 1,000-year-old families in Chu City became accessible to him at will. Over these 3 years, Zhao Sheng systematically advanced in his realm. When the 1,000-year-old ghost imprisoned on the 18th floor of the divine prison was secretly refined by him, the karma fire red lotus evolved into 9 petals as expected. Similarly, Zhao Sheng smoothly advanced to the late stage of foundation building with almost no setbacks. The unexplained disappearance of the 1,000-year-old ghost also caused considerable turmoil within the divine prison. After a month of investigation, no useful clues were found, and the case was ultimately abandoned, becoming one of the many unsolved cases within the divine prison. The divine prison has been established for a long time, and countless strange and bizarre events have occurred during its time. History is filled with countless unsolved cases, and this one is no exception. However, the divine prison also used this incident to conduct a major overhaul, severely cracking down on the lax atmosphere within the prison. Security was now far tighter than before. Furthermore, 3 newly arrived Class A guards were immediately scapegoated, earning serious penalties despite having diligently performed their duties. As for the spy from the Anti-Heaven Alliance, he had gone through great pains to infiltrate the divine prison, intending to cause a major disturbance, but had the misfortune of running into this incident, leaving him nearly utterly defeated. Zhao Sheng, however, refused to admit that he had ruined the plans, and even if he learned the truth later, it would be for their sake. The divine prison was a heavily guarded and important place. If it were so easily breached by collusion from within, the place would have fallen countless times over. After years as a guard, Zhao Sheng had thoroughly understood the divine prison. With his nascent soul realm experience, it was clear that the divine prison's greatest strength lay not in its numerous defensive restrictions, nor in its golden core puppets and array formations. The most powerful aspect seems insignificant, yet it's omnipresent. It's the image of the prison god engraved on the ceiling of every cell. This image is connected to an unknown formation. Once activated, it has a high probability of summoning the prison god's true form. In the Shyandao sect's book of conferred gods, the prison god is a powerful divine being approaching the level of an emperor, his power unfathomable. Time flies, the years pass by like a shuttle. In the 1201st year of the 7th era of the Shyandao calendar, Zhao Sheng had just turned 65, yet he had already reached the great perfection of foundation establishment, awaiting the opportunity to ascend to the golden core stage. One day, the sky was slightly shimmering. 80 miles due west of Chu City, a vast city was awakening from its slumber, a clamor gradually rising. This city, called Kangmo City, was one of Chu's 4 major citadels. Within it, buildings and shops lined the streets, and large, low-rise buildings were everywhere. Aside from the main thoroughfares, the city's roads were mostly dilapidated. The residents wore shabby clothes, and most of them looked pale. Kangmo City has over 1 million residents, but 99% are mortals, the vast majority serving as servants or slaves to the wealthy families of Chu. On one of the city's streets, a giant rat, its body as white as snow and its fur shaggy as shaggy fur, suddenly poked its head out from a corner. Its jewel-like eyes surveyed the street for a moment before nimbly emerging, transforming into a streak of white light and darting through the densely packed streets and courtyards. The rat soon arrived at a vast circular plaza, hiding in a corner and observing the goings-on. The plaza was paved with jade-white slabs, 3 feet square, inlaid with countless intricate and mysterious red runes, each with remarkable clarity. The plaza was now packed with ordinary people gathered to listen to a sermon. In the center, a black jade platform towered above, upon which sat a slender, elderly Taoist priest in purple robes and white hair. Holding a dragon-headed wooden staff, the Taoist priest preached to the crowd below. In the sky, there are 2 suns, representing the Yang god. In the earth, there are lakes and seas, hiding the dragon god. In the Kangling River, the old dragon king directs the clouds and brings rain for all living beings. You mortals, the drought has persisted for 3 years, all because you failed to understand the will of heaven. You must offer your sincere prayers. Come on. Everyone, quickly offer your sincere prayers. The master will pray for rain for all living beings. A Taoist priest in a green robe whispered to the crowd, holding a wooden tray and asking for money. Seeing this, many devout believers took out silver and dropped it into the wooden tray, which soon filled with gold, silver, and copper coins. A large white rat bared its teeth, its eyes glowing red as it gazed from afar at the purple-robed Taoist priest on the altar, eager to make a move. Just then, a slender figure suddenly appeared before it, a hand suddenly grasping the rat's fur from the back of its neck and yanking it up. The rat was startled, its white fur standing on end, and tiny dots of white light surged to the tips, ready to trigger its hair needles. Dabe, you're so naughty. You actually snuck in here. What's the matter? Are you planning to eat people instead of incense? The man who spoke had a plain face and was short in stature. He wore a gray robe and black boots. It was Zhao Sheng, now in disguise. Squeak, Dabe struggled with his paws, squeaking wildly, as if explaining something. Zhao Sheng, unconcerned, casually placed Dabe on his shoulder and looked up at the Taoist priest on the platform. After a brief glance, he turned and walked away. Diankang province had been suffering from severe drought for 3 consecutive years. The fields had yielded almost no crops, and the drought had displaced tens of millions of people. Many prefectures and counties within the province had closed off traffic, creating quarantine zones. The number of people who died of starvation and confinement in these areas was incalculable. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, one must pray to the gods. Consequently, countless bizarre spirits and demons appeared during major disasters. Cases like the Taoist priests, who exploited the people's wealth under the guise of praying for rain, were common in the Great Gu dynasty. This practice had long been tacitly accepted by all the major powers. The final purported 20-80 split of the proceeds was a 20-80 split. Those who played the role of the mastermind in the front only received 20%, while the remaining 80% went to the powerful clans behind the scenes. Zhao Sheng walked leisurely down the street like an ordinary person, yet no one noticed his presence wherever he passed. Soon, Zhao Sheng arrived at a vegetable market. By daybreak, the street was bustling with activity, with stalls and shops lined up in a row. Behind the stalls, vendors enthusiastically solicited customers, their cries wailing incessantly. Zhao Sheng walked west along the street, stopping suddenly beneath a red willow tree at the corner. Kangmo City's ghost market was located on this street, and the red willow trees planted along the street marked the entrance. He had chosen Kangmo City over the black market at Zhenian Peak precisely for the ghost market. The ghost market is a black market within a black market, and the transactions within it mostly involve occult practices, often involving strange and bizarre objects of the uncanny. It could be said that the ghost market contained all the contraband forbidden by the Shyandao sect, all the dirty goods the black market wouldn't trade openly. In other words, the ghost market was equally dangerous, with gangsters robbing gangsters commonplace. However, any monk who dared enter was likely exceptionally powerful. Suddenly, the branches of the red willow tree fluttered, like the claws of a demon. At that moment, Zhao Sheng frowned as he saw the branches rustling. Despite the bright daylight, the gaps between the branches and leaves seemed to reveal strange eyes, staring at him indifferently and mercilessly. Zhao Sheng's spiritual sense swept over the tree, and he felt a sense of surprise. While the red willow tree's yin energy was dense, it didn't feel as chilling as he had imagined. There's something to it, he thought, reaching out and pressing his hand against the trunk. Following the method he had learned, he tapped the trunk 4 times, 3 short and 1 long, simultaneously injecting 3 strands of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a single green eye opened from the tree trunk and blinked, a faint green flame burning within its pupil. Zhao Sheng stepped back and stared directly into the green eye. At that moment, a green light emanated from the eye and spread, enveloping Zhao Sheng's entire body. As the light and shadows shifted before his eyes, he suddenly appeared on a narrow, cramped street. Small stalls lined both sides of the street, filled with all sorts of filthy, disgusting organs and strange and bizarre objects. Most of the objects on the stalls shone with a dull, gray, black, and red light. The stall owners all wore hooded black robes and various masks, which surprisingly had the effect of obscuring spiritual consciousness. The ghost market was crowded, but the noise was low, almost whispering. Vendors in the ghost market were highly mobile. Sometimes, within half a year, the stall owners would change several times. But there are exceptions. In the ghost market, there are always more than a dozen stalls that remain permanently occupied year-round, their positions always prominent, instantly visible to anyone entering. Although Zhao Sheng was new to the ghost market, he acted like a seasoned veteran. Dabei, seemingly captivated by something, crouched on Zhao Sheng's shoulder, chirping. He scanned the numerous stalls and, in a flash, appeared in front of one 30 feet away. The stall owner looked ordinary, but he was earless and exuded a chilling aura that sent a chill down one's spine upon approach. Of course, Zhao Sheng wasn't afraid of this ominous aura. The stall in front of him contained little, a black mask, a finger-sized colorless crystal, and an 8-armed, golden, headless deity. This deity was imbued with the rich power of incense, yet also exuded an eerie aura. Snap! Dabei leaped to the ground and circled the stall, his gaze fixed on the headless statue. Zhao Sheng pointed at the headless statue and asked, "What is this?" "It's a good thing. You'll see after you buy it," the stall owner said with surprising simplicity. Zhao Sheng reached out to pick up the statue. But as his fingers touched its surface, a bone-chilling chill suddenly surged from the statue into his mind. Black vapor rose, and within Zhao Sheng's soul sea, a new 8-armed demon suddenly appeared. Its figure stood 1,000 feet tall, its 8 arms stretched out in all directions. Each arm was entwined with a demonic dragon, with goat horns, black scales, a dragon body, and tiger claws, all pitch black. A head rapidly sprouted from the demon's neck. Its features bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Sheng's, though its expression was ferocious and terrifying, filled with evil. As the demon materialized, countless colors flooded Zhao Sheng's mind. These colors represented joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, suffering, greed, hatred, and delusion, a myriad of emotions and desires. At this moment, a majestic and sacred voice suddenly resonated within his heart. Lawless, supreme bliss, floating in the world, boundless divine power, my divine title, Dragon Master, a resounding bell echoed in Zhao Sheng's heart. The eight-armed demon grinned fiercely, his arms dancing as 8 foul black dragons flew from his body, poised to plunge into the sea of souls. How dare you? As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the demon's head. In an instant, the vast divine body shattered into pieces, dissipating in a wisp of black smoke. Outside, with a crackling sound, the headless statue suddenly cracked, revealing a section of crystal-clear jade bone that resembled a relic. Zhao Sheng regained consciousness, sensing the power of incense emanating from the bone, and a wave of thought seized him. He had a vague idea. The bone was actually a fragment of the heart core of the flying Pluto. It had been refined by a master into a vessel for collecting incense and placed within the statue. That 8-armed demon was most likely the remnant of some powerful ghost or deity, defeated by him. At that moment, the stall owner across from him suddenly groaned, followed by a hissing sound. A thick cloud of black smoke emanated from his robes. His body, like a deflated balloon, rapidly withered away, while he screamed and rolled on the ground. Zhao Sheng waved his hand, put away the statue, and stepped back, observing coldly. Chapter 344 5 Power God. By this time, the unusual situation had attracted numerous greedy and malicious glances from the surrounding area. Suddenly, a hoarse voice reached Zhao Sheng's ears. Hey, it's a fishing stall. Tisk, tisk, you've just arrived and you've provoked this. I don't know whether to call you unlucky or lucky. Zhao Sheng looked in the direction of the voice and saw one-armed, dark-faced man at a nearby stall speaking. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by that? Zhao Sheng asked. The one-armed man looked at Zhao Sheng and whispered, according to the rules of the ghost market, anyone who intentionally harms others will be killed, regardless of the consequences, and all the items on the stalls will become theirs. If you don't want to do it yourself, let me do it. After the deed is done, I'll keep half of the items. Zhao Sheng immediately understood, but feigned surprise. According to what you've said, if someone deliberately killed the stall owner and then accused him of running a fishing stall, wouldn't that be exploiting the ghost market? The one-armed man sneered and said disdainfully, it's not that easy to exploit the ghost market. You don't know there are guards above us. At this point, he suddenly stopped talking, as if he was feeling a little overwhelmed. Zhao Sheng's thoughts stirred, and he pressed on. Could it be that this ghost market is run by a certain deity? Who is that deity? Shut up. I didn't say anything just now, and don't ask any more questions. You'll bring disaster upon yourself. The one-armed man spoke sharply, looking up and around, a look of sudden fear on his face. With that, he raised his hand, and a beam of black light shot out like a meteor, instantly piercing the skull of the stall owner, who was screaming on the ground. Killing him with one strike, clean and efficient. Hey, this guy is actually a foundation establishment cultivator. The ghost market is truly not a simple place. Zhao Sheng's eyes twitched slightly, and he was secretly surprised. I want this scattered dirt crystal. As for the altar god mask, keep it for yourself. It's at least a low-grade spiritual weapon, so you got a bargain. The one-armed man was so ungrateful. Zhao Sheng, however, didn't care about the mere low-grade spiritual weapon. He simply grabbed the mask in his hand and casually placed it into the Nakung seal. Seeing this, the one-armed man's face changed slightly. Oh, so you are also a fellow foundation establishment cultivator. I was so disrespectful just now, so disrespectful. He said this, but he had no intention of returning the item. Zhao Sheng didn't care for this little thing, but suddenly a look of disappointment crossed his face. He said, I've heard the ghost market is full of treasures, but seeing it today is a huge disappointment. It's just a bunch of cheap, unpresentable junk. It's no wonder people outside are exaggerating. Upon hearing this, the one-armed man's eyes gleamed, and he smiled. It seems you're looking for some real treasures, fellow Taoist. Well, you've found the right person today. Follow me if you're brave. As soon as the man finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the end of the street, not even paying attention to the stall in front of him. Zhao Sheng extended his hand, and Dabei leaped up, gently landing on his shoulder and crouching down, then strode after him. The two walked along the main street of the ghost market, and soon reached the end of the street. There were no stalls there, only a round black stone platform. A massive willow tree, as big as a mountain, was carved into its outer wall. Countless bizarre figures of demons and monsters hung from its branches. Beside the black stone platform, a strange man half sat, half leaned in a squat position. He was tall, his face hideously unsightly, his flesh torn and covered in scars, his skin dark and wrinkled, like a demon from hell. A dark spear lodged in his chest, the blade protruding from his back. "Stop," passed the command. Xianming ascends the divine path, Wu Iao the ghost road. The one-armed man hurried forward and gave the passcode, then whispered to Zhao Sheng, explaining, "This ghost Azura is very ferocious. I remember half a year ago, a ruthless man who had reached the foundation establishment stage, relying on his advanced cultivation, tried to force his way in, but was stabbed to death by a ghost Azura. So, you must abide by the rules when entering the ghost market." Zhao Sheng nodded, wondering how the mastermind behind the ghost market could have transformed a ghost Azura into a living corpse, and even used him as a guard dog. This move was tantamount to a blatant slap in the face of the Xiandao cult. The ghost market's owner was truly audacious, and certainly quite entertaining. Then, the two successfully ascended the black stone platform. Instantly, a ball of black light erupted from the platform, and the two abruptly vanished. Another dizzying moment, and in a flash, Zhao Sheng emerged into a strange, dimly visible area shrouded in black mist. The ground was a dark brown, soft and sticky, as if made of some kind of flesh and blood, or perhaps within the body of a gigantic creature. The fog obscured the surroundings, obscuring his boundaries. His spiritual sense was swallowed by the mist as soon as he released it, reaching less than 10 feet. However, this was enough. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked around. He saw only shadowy figures, vaguely visible as dark figures seated on chairs made of countless white bones. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Dabei seemed terrified. As soon as he entered the area, he began to squeak wildly and tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng immediately placed it in his spirit beast bag. "What is this place?" "Hey, don't worry, fellow Taoist. This is the real ghost market. The outside is just a facade, used to fool those ignorant souls." Zhao Sheng nodded in understanding. Only then did he notice that he looked no different from the others. His face was blurry and his figure hazy, like a ghost. Isn't the so-called ghost market a place where the living and the ghosts trade? The scene was perfectly apt. An eerie and gloomy atmosphere immediately took hold. "Fellow Taoist, may I ask your name?" Zhao Sheng found a bone chair and sat down, casually asking the one-armed man sitting next to him. "No problem, just call me Old Poison Arm. No one in the ghost market gives their real names, so a code name will do. In that case, I'm a prison ghost. Nice to meet you, fellow one-armed Taoist." Then Zhao Sheng asked, "Fellow Taoist, what time does the ghost market start?" "Just wait patiently," the one-armed man replied casually. Zhao Sheng stopped talking and waited quietly. Nearly half an hour passed, and people began to arrive and sit on the bone chairs. After a while, no one else came. Suddenly, a figure stood up in the dim light and said calmly, "It's almost time. Since no one's here, let's begin the ghost market." His voice was a little muffled through the black fog, but still manageable. He glanced around, paused, and waved his hand. With a thud, a pale thigh bone suddenly fell upright to the ground. This 1,000-year-old mountain tiger leg bone is extremely valuable. It can be used to refine beast-suppressing staffs and tiger spirit puppets, and it can also serve as the main material for the bone banner. If properly refined, it can be at least a mid-grade spiritual weapon. He displayed the tiger bone. It was 8 feet long and as thick as a thigh. The bone was as crystal clear as jade, emitting a captivating aura. Its texture was heavy and solid, and a faint sense of pressure emanated from it, as if facing a terrifying higher being. To be frank, this thigh bone was at least taken from a giant-level tiger demon. I heard the Tiger Monarch Temple in Beeling County was torn down. Was this tiger bone dug out from the Tiger Monarch statue? If so, I want it. Another sharp voice rang out. Though the face was unclear, it was clearly a female voice. And though the voice was husky, it held a unique allure. "Dao, you're spot on. Yes, "This thing is from the Tiger Monarch Temple," the person immediately replied. "I'm missing a house-protecting item, and this tiger bone is perfect. What do you want to exchange it for?" "No way. Is there anyone in Diankang province who dares to dig up the Tiger Monarch Temple? They're so greedy. Even when hunting a tiger, you have to consider the owner. What if the Bian Emperor gets mad? The ghost path will be in trouble again," the one-armed man muttered. A low murmur rose in the air. It seemed this treasure was both tempting and difficult to obtain. Multiple people relayed messages, and after a moment, the tiger bone finally fell into the hands of the person calling herself the Old Woman. A copy of the Shyandao Sextan condensation secret technique, along with a corpse of a person with 3 spiritual roots in their foundation building state. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure rose from the shadowy crowd and coldly demanded, "Fellow Taoist, may I have a moment with you?" The speaker nodded, and the two turned and vanished into the vast black fog. The two departed, but the transaction continued. After a moment's silence, another person spoke. "Seeking a secret technique for prolonging life, a treasure or an elixir, tradable for items of equivalent value," someone quickly responded, "a 500-year-old ghost-faced peach, which can extend life by 3 years. The price is that after taking it, one will never see the sun again, and upon death, one will be more likely to transform into a ghost. Fellow Taoist, may I have a moment with you? Fellow Taoist, may I? Fellow Taoist." As the person finished speaking, several figures in the crowd stood up, shouting urgently. The appearance of the ghost-faced peach immediately set off a frenzy of activity. Everyone rushed to scramble for it, the price rising each time, and each treasure becoming more precious. After a full quarter of an hour, someone unexpectedly offered a low-grade magical artifact, the Feeling Bracelet, simply in exchange for the ghost-faced peach. Once the deal was settled, the atmosphere in the ghost market suddenly sank into a slump. No matter what treasures others offered, they always felt inferior to the ghost-faced peach, and interest waned. Half an hour later, Zhao Sheng had seen enough. He stood up, looked around, and announced, "I'm seeking several statues of the 5-powered gods. They must have been worshipped for at least 300 years. There's no upper limit on the number. I also need 4 spirit beasts, bats, toads, hedgehogs, and snakes. The higher the spirituality and rank, the better. As long as you can offer something that satisfies me, whether it's for a cultivation elixir or a spirit stone or artifact, I guarantee I'll satisfy you." Zhao Sheng spoke with such a high tone that everyone stared at him. The surrounding black fog trembled slightly, and many people stood up one after another. "Your Excellency, you are too arrogant. Do you think you can produce a condensing gold pill that I want?" The condensing gold pill is a 3rd-level precious elixir monopolized by the Shyandao sect. Its function is similar to that of the Jijin pill, both of which assist in breaking through the Jinden realm. If you can produce a 1,000-year-old 5-power divine statue, which is only a condensing gold pill, I will exchange it. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding aura suddenly surged, the black fog churned violently, and at least half of the shadows stood up. "Fellow Taoist, although I don't have the 5-direction statue, I do have a 2nd-tier man clam. I wonder if I could trade it for a gold condensing pill." Before Zhao Sheng could respond, someone nearby retorted, "You wishful thinking. This is a 3rd-tier precious pill. How can a mere man clam compare to it? Fellow Taoist, I possess the God-slaying flying knife. After refining, it can kill a person from 10 miles away. It's at least a top-grade spiritual weapon." Zhao Sheng shook his head and declined. "A spiritual weapon is nice, but it's not what I'm looking for." Someone else called out, "I know where you can find what you need. Just wait patiently for 10 days or half a month, and the treasure will surely be delivered to you." "I wonder if you can wait that long," Zhao Sheng said loudly. "The ghost market is right here. I'll be here often. Besides, I don't need what I want right away. I can wait for years, let alone half a month. If you're interested, just go get what I want. I won't let you down." Wu Tuangshen is an evil and wild god. For thousands of years, it has been strictly prohibited by the Shyandao sect and has been attacked and destroyed many times. Wu Tuangshen temples are rare in rural villages. The statues that Dao want are difficult to find. From what Dao said just now, I'm afraid you have to go the Shinto route. I have a secret book called the Great Dao of Microdus Mountain Sutra. During one's lifetime, one can cultivate earth-walking supernatural powers. Once cultivated to perfection, there is a chance that after death, one will become a mountain god and enjoy bliss. Dao can consider it. Humph, the Shinto method is demanding and the price is too high. It is not as free as my Dimmu sect. We have the great freedom Immortal method. There is no need to fast or chant, nor to accumulate merit. As long as you recite the name of the Earth Mother, your cultivation level will rise rapidly, which is 100 times stronger than other Shinto methods. I have a second-level superior spirit snake that has lived for nearly 600 years. Its spirituality is beyond doubt. I want to exchange it for a fire-attributed golden elixir method. I'll give it to me. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and said, that's easy. I have a copy of the daytime fire art, a secret technique of the Wu family of Diankang province. It should suit your needs. Excellent. I'll trade. A moment later, everyone witnessed a successful transaction, both parties very satisfied. Seeing this scene, the last vestiges of doubt finally dissipated, and their hearts burned with excitement. Unfortunately, they couldn't immediately offer anything that would tempt Zhao Sheng, so they could only watch enviously. I have a 1,000-year-old hedgehog statue, and I need to discuss it with you privately. Suddenly, a voice reached Zhao Sheng's ears. Okay, Zhao Sheng glanced around and readily agreed. With that, someone stood up, turned, and walked deeper into the black fog, and Zhao Sheng followed silently. The ghost market had strange rules. Once both the buyer and seller agreed to a deal, no one else could intervene. Zhao Sheng had barely taken 10 steps when the others became shadowy, and the surrounding fog thickened, blocking out both sound and vision. After walking about 10 feet, they were surrounded by thick black fog and silence. The man stopped moving, and Zhao Sheng also stopped and looked at him. Although he couldn't see his face or figure clearly, he could roughly guess his height, at most up to his chest. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Asking God. The two were silent for a moment. The man then spoke, here's something for you. With that, he cast a knacking seal. Zhao Sheng reached out to take it, his hand sinking as his consciousness penetrated it. He felt a strange vibration, and a golden hedgehog statue, over 8 feet tall, came into his mind. The lingering incense aura from the statue seemed to solidify. More importantly, what would you like to exchange, fellow Taoist? If you don't mind, I'd like to ask where you got this, Zhao Sheng asked, his eyes lit with satisfaction. Upon hearing this, the man suddenly said, you asked me a question, and I'd like to ask you one too. Is that fair? Your voice is quite pleasant. A female cultivator? She shouldn't be very old, is she? Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, but then said, fair enough. What do you want to ask, fellow Taoist? The man hesitated for a moment before asking in a deep voice, I don't want to ask about your origins, fellow Taoist, or your name. I just want to ask, why do you bear the mark of our sect's saint, huh? Zhao Sheng frowned at this, and a woman in white, with a transcendent aura and pure as a white lotus, suddenly appeared in his mind. Even though I was so careful, I still fell for their trick. Sure enough, none of the prisoners in the 17th floor are simple, he sighed inwardly. Through the black fog, the other party couldn't see his expression, but it seemed to sense his inner turmoil. The woman immediately pressed, you've seen our sect's saint recently, haven't you? Where is she imprisoned now? Zhao Sheng paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. While I don't know which sect you belong to, I've likely seen the saint you speak of. Where is she now? Tell me the truth, and the Xiangxin sect will reward you handsomely. You're from the Xiangxin sect. Has your sect revived? Zhao Sheng was surprised. The Xiangxin sect was once a major threat to the Xiandao sect. Its power was immense, and despite being wiped out numerous times over the past millennia, it always managed to rebuild its mountain gates. Its resilience was even more formidable than that of a cockroach. Rumor has it that the Xiangxin sect has a deep connection to the Earth Mother sect, which explains its repeated rebuilding. The woman didn't directly address Zhao Sheng's questions, but instead persistently inquired about the saint's whereabouts. Of course, Zhao Sheng couldn't tell the truth easily, so he said, I have already answered your question, fellow Taoist, but you haven't answered mine yet. Where did you get this 1,000-year-old hedgehog statue? Seeing this, the woman answered very straightforwardly, I got this thing by coincidence. It came from a remote county under Songlin Prefecture. The local believers are very large, but unfortunately it provoked our sect for no reason. Later, The elders of our sect destroyed the temple, and the statue fell into my hands. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly. What treasures do you want to exchange? Kung Fu? Magic pills? Spiritual weapons or other things? The woman stepped forward and waved her hand, as if trying to clear away the black fog in front of her eyes, and said in a firm tone, "These are no longer important. I just want to know the whereabouts of the holy maiden of our sect. As long as fellow Taoist tells the truth, this hedgehog statue will be yours." Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Tell me everything you know about this five-way hedgehog god." Okay, the woman agreed immediately and took out a jade slip and placed it between her eyebrows, inputting all the relevant information into it. After a moment, the woman took off the jade slip and gently tossed it over. Zhao Sheng stretched out his hand to take the jade slip and said lightly, "The saint girl of your sect is now imprisoned in the 17th floor of the divine prison. She will not die for the time being." The woman was surprised and happy to hear the news, and hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, fellow Taoist, when did you meet the saint girl? Can you find a way to meet her again?" "Well, the information of the meeting time is one price, and as for delivering the letter in, it is another price. To be honest with you, fellow Taoist, I am also a matchmaker." The woman was overjoyed when she heard this. "The price is negotiable. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with it. If you can find a way to rescue the saint girl, the reward given by our sect will definitely exceed your imagination. Let's not talk about this for now. Do you still want the previous information?" "Yes, of course. How about 300 spirit stones? If you can deliver the letter to the saint girl, the price can be increased tenfold. 3,000 spirit stones. There is naturally no reason not to do a deal that is offered voluntarily." Zhao Sheng immediately raised the price. "I have no shortage of spirit stones. If you can give me a statue of the five-powered god, one that has endured 1,000 years of incense, or 4 spirit beasts, a snake, a hedgehog, a bat, and a toad, I'll agree. And the rescue isn't necessarily off the table. Remember, it's a spirit beast with human-like intelligence, not just some ordinary demonic beast." Upon hearing this, the Xiangxin sect woman agreed without hesitation. "In 2 weeks at most, our sect will deliver what you want. I'm wondering where to contact you." Zhao Sheng smiled and said, "The ghost market is a great location. We'll make it there. The goods will arrive in 2 weeks, and we'll have it done, as you say. It's a deal." A moment later, Zhao Sheng returned alone to the Forest of Bones chair. The Xiangxin sect woman had already left the ghost market. Upon seeing the return of the main character, many people in the ghost market immediately sent messages. Zhao Sheng multitasked, engaging in a cordial conversation with everyone, often sealing a deal in a few words. He accepted all offers of 5-way spirit beasts and 5-way statues. The greater the number, the wider the options. About an hour later, everyone had completed their transactions. At this moment, someone suddenly lit an incense stick and said, "The transaction is over. Now you can trade information at will." He had just finished speaking when 2 people in the crowd whispered to each other for a moment. One of them stood up and asked, "I need to know whether the Gu family's great elder, Gu Qi, has passed away. As long as the information is true, I will exchange it for 10 medium-grade spirit stones." This person's question seemed difficult, and no one present spoke for a long time. After a moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "I don't know whether the head priest Gu is dead or not, but I know that the Gu family's ancestral temple will be undergoing major construction soon." "Oh, when will it start?" "How about 500 spirit stones?" 700, "Okay, can you please talk for a moment?" The 2 of them walked into the fog one after another, and the intelligence transaction continued. Zhao Sheng watched the others speak out one after another, and he casually threw out some important information, all of which were important secrets related to the major families in Chu City. As soon as these information were released, they immediately attracted the interest of most people. This also allowed him to successfully complete several transactions, which not only initially established his reputation, but also opened up an emerging market. Every cultivator who could reach the real ghost market today was at least at the foundation building level, because those below the foundation building level were not qualified to stand here. Zhao Sheng even had a faint sense that there were 1 or 2 giant and high priests hidden among them. The incense stick burned out, and the black fog suddenly became thicker. Zhao Sheng's eyes went black. After the world spun, he was leaning against the trunk of a red willow tree, and before him was a bustling street market. Zhao Sheng's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Half a month passed in a flash. Zhao Sheng went to the ghost market again and successfully connected with the people of Xiangxin sect in the black fog. The deal was completed smoothly without any problems. Zhao Sheng received 4 or 5 power spirit beasts in one go, the Miaoyu white snake, the blood-eyed green bat, the black armored hedgehog, and the black-green clam. Their ranks were no lower than the 2nd rank. However, the Xiangxin sect only asked him to bring a message talisman to the saint. On the 17th floor of the divine prison, the cell was dark, the evil spirits were frozen, and it was extremely cold and deadly silent. That day, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the corner of the cell. "You're here." A flash of lightning instantly illuminated the dim environment. The woman in white was chained to the cross. She seemed to ignore the severe pain of the lightning and suddenly looked up at the dark corner. Her messy long hair fell on both sides, revealing a pale and thin face and a pair of clear eyes. "Well, I'm here. But it seems you lied to me before." As he spoke, Zhao Sheng, who was covered in a black robe, walked out of the darkness and stood about 10 feet away from the woman in white. Xin Wuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a little joy, You have come into contact with people from my sect. I have to say that the secret technique of the Xiangxin sect is really powerful. It can actually hide from my spiritual consciousness and 5 senses. That's right, not only did I meet the people from the Xiangxin sect, but I also brought some things with me. The things are here, take a look for yourself. After speaking, Zhao Sheng had a palm-sized jade white paper talisman in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the jade talisman shot out and accurately stuck to the forehead of the woman in white. The next second, the paper talisman burned out of thin air, and instantly turned into a white light that sank into the eyebrows of the woman in white. Xin Wuan's face quickly showed a smile, and his pale face suddenly flushed with a bright red. "Wuan, thanks fellow Taoist for your help. If I can get out alive in the future, I will repay you for saving my life." "Well, your identity shouldn't have truly been revealed, otherwise, given the divine prison style, you wouldn't be alive today. I don't care to know what important secrets you hold, but I'm afraid we won't have many opportunities to meet after this matter is resolved. If you have anything to say to the Xiangxin sect, just tell me. I'll do you a favor today and help you escape." To Zhao Sheng's surprise, the woman in white actually refused his offer. "No need. The message talisman you just sent me is the greatest joy to me. I have nothing to say, okay? That saves me a lot of effort. Before I go, let me ask you one more question. Do you want to make a deal? Can you rescue me?" "Again, no," Zhao Sheng said half seriously. In reality, he could do it, but he didn't want to disrupt his plans just to save one person. "Rescue me. Whether it's a magical tome, a miraculous elixir, or a beautiful fairy, take your pick. My sect has a secret technique for overcoming tribulations that can help you advance to the golden core realm," Xin Wuan shouted. "Haha. Sorry, I'm not interested." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng's figure turned into nothingness and disappeared from Xin Wuan's sight. After seeing this scene, Xin Wuan's heart was in turmoil. He was extremely surprised and thought, who on earth is this person? What kind of magical powers and secret techniques does he possess that he can disregard numerous restrictions and come and go freely in the heavily guarded divine prison? If this person can join our sect. What? Say it again. The prison lieutenant Ren Zheng looked at the man in front of him with surprise and asked urgently. Ahem. Zhao Sheng coughed and said loudly, "Sir, I have reached the great perfection of key refining. I hope that you will show mercy and give me a chance to build a foundation." After that, he released a little breath, and the spiritual power in his body fluctuated, which basically matched the performance after the perfection of key refining. After carefully sensing it, Ren Zheng laughed and said, "It's true. Sanbao, you've been in the divine prison for over 30 years. You possess the exceptional aptitude of dual spiritual roots, yet you've managed to successfully break through to the great perfection of key refining in such a perilous environment. You're truly worthy of your name. By the way, have you accumulated enough merits?" "Thanks to you, sir, I just accumulated enough 2 years ago. I should be able to exchange them for a Blood Spirit Foundation establishment pill." Zhao Sheng now looked like a stooped, gray-haired old man. It seemed as if years of guarding had worn down his body, yet his energy and spirit remained strong. "Well, that's a happy occasion. I won't stop you. If you can advance to the Foundation establishment stage, it will give the rest of you some hope. After all, the guards who have come in these years have become increasingly incompetent, with so many dying, it's truly a disgrace to me. I'll give you a warrant immediately." Go to the warehouse in exchange for a foundation establishment pill. I've also granted you a second-grade cave dwelling, hoping to increase your chances of success by 2 points. Thank you, sir." After coming out of the room, Zhao Sheng suddenly straightened his back, his face calm, as if the serval figure just now was just an illusion. Next, he spent 7 or 8 days to open up many connections one after another, and finally successfully exchanged for a foundation building pill and obtained the right to use a second-class cave for half a year. There is no need to elaborate on trivial matters. Half a month later, Zhao Sheng, accompanied by the expectations of many prison guards, walked into a cultivation cave in the hard training hall in the southwest of the temple city. Outsiders naturally thought that he was trying to build a foundation, but they didn't know that he was just using this as a pretext to do something big that he had been planning for a long time. Chu State City, 200 feet underground under the Zhao Mansion. The underground cave that was originally full of bookshelves has now been cleared out to create a large open space in the middle. The ground of the open space is covered with huge jade slabs, which are engraved with dense runes and strange lines. 36 wide jade spirit pillars stand around, and the pillars are also covered with runes and shining with spiritual light. In the center, surrounded by spiritual pillars, a circular altar stood tall, with a golden hedgehog statue in the center. The altar shone with clear light, and a golden glow appeared in the sky above. It was a strange phenomenon that the power of the incense was so strong that it seemed to be about to take shape. At this time, Zhao Sheng, wearing a robe of the sun, moon and stars, stood behind a bill with a solemn expression. On the bill were many instruments such as knives, pens, seals, bells, and towers, all of which were shining with spiritual light and had extraordinary charm. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng's whole body was surrounded by magic light, and his feet took ancient and heavy steps. His hands continuously pinched countless incantations and muttered to himself, 9 heavens and 10 earths, all gods listen to the call. 5-way ghosts and gods, hedgehog god Kakyu, please respond to the call quickly. After reciting the summoning order, Zhao Sheng picked up a crystal knife in his right hand and summoned a copper bell with his left. While shaking the bell, emitting bursts of clear sounds, he quickly turned out from the law and came to the bottom of the statue. Bang! Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and a huge black shadow fell under the statue. It was an oversized hedgehog with black thorns like a forest and a body as big as an elephant. The crystal knife suddenly turned into a ray of crystal light and cut off the hedgehog's head. In an instant, blood spurted out like a flood, splashing a large area of the lot platform. Squeak! The hedgehog was not dead. Its head squeaked and screamed, and a faint demon soul rose from its head. Zhao Sheng's brilliance shone brightly, and his spiritual consciousness exploded. A series of spiritual imprints suddenly penetrated the demon soul's body, and at the same time connected with a hedgehog statue. The next second, the hedgehog's demon soul was absorbed into the body of the statue, and the statue suddenly emitted a golden light. A fragrant breeze suddenly blew through the cave, and wisps of golden light suddenly condensed. A ball of ethereal divine light emerged from the void and instantly sank into the body of the statue. The statue's eyes suddenly became bright. Chapter 346, God-Killing Method. The statue instantly radiated a dazzling golden light, and a resounding, majestic voice suddenly echoed through the cave. Who summoned me? Rurubo, the 5-powered demonic spirit seemed completely unaware of the situation. It barely uttered a single sentence when a vast net of white light suddenly rose from the statue's feet, instantly enveloping its entire body. It then rapidly closed in, sinking into its core. A scream of agony followed, but the movement abruptly stopped. Zhao Sheng's face sank, his spiritual energy boiling. He stepped into the 7-star steps, formed a sword finger, and directed it. The white net flew out from the statue's body, enveloped in an amber-colored golden light. A half-human, half-hedgehog demon faintly emerged from the golden light. The demonic spirit struggled desperately, causing the net to twist and deform violently, but it could not break free from its confinement. Who are you? Let me go. I've been ordained by heaven and blessed by heaven and earth. If you persist in your recalcitrance, you will be punished by heaven in the future. Zhao Sheng ignored the other party's nonsense. With his right hand, he drew a net of light and flew over the bill. With a flick of his left hand, a stream of light flew onto the bill, transforming into a black square tripod with 3 legs and 6 ears. The tripod's lid soared into the air, and the net of light, wrapped in the essence of the ghost and god, flashed and plunged into the cauldron. Then the lid fell down, tightly covering the cauldron. Whoosh! A red light surged from Zhao Sheng's brows, and in a flash, a foot large, crystal-clear crimson fire lotus emerged. The fire lotus floated to the bottom of the cauldron and began to burn quietly. Buzz! As Zhao Sheng returned to the bill, he picked up a jade tablet and infused it with spiritual energy. A humming sound echoed from the surrounding light pillars. Then, beam after beam shot out, converging on the cauldron. It quickly evolved into a vast and dazzling Bagua light prison, isolating the inside from the outside. After doing all this, Zhao Sheng's mind shifted, and a ray of crystal light flew into his hand. He flung aside his robe, revealing a torso of defined muscles and jade-like skin. Puff! Without a word, he raised his knife and slashed, blood gushing everywhere. Zhao Sheng had actually created a massive gash in his body, his internal organs clearly visible. With impassive expression, he manipulated the knife with remarkable composure, gently cutting through his liver. Snap! The tender, dark green liver suddenly fell out of his body, immediately lifted by a board force and slowly flew to the front of the law, landing on a jade plate. Zhao Sheng discarded the crystal knife, sealed the gash, and took another 3 return revitalization pill. The massive wound healed with visible speed. However, no one noticed that within Zhao Sheng's previously empty liver, a small cluster of spiritual cells was growing continuously, as if a new liver were being formed. This was undoubtedly the result of a severed body undergoing rebirth. Zhao Sheng donned his sun, moon, and star robes again and walked to the law. With a flip of his hand, a blazing pearl appeared in his palm. This pearl was both divine and a fragment of the laws, naturally endowed with a faint celestial authority. Success or failure depends on this one attempt, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself. With a wave of his hand, he pressed the pearl into his liver. Suddenly, a large ball of spiritual light overflowed from his palm, instantly enveloping the liver. Those who are near the gods are gods of heaven and earth. I will do it myself. Zhao Sheng lightly jumped and sat cross-legged in midair. Streams of spiritual consciousness transformed into spiritual imprints, which, accompanied by wisps of spiritual light, penetrated his liver. This was to refine the divine nature and merge the two into one. Meanwhile, beneath the cauldron on the other side of the law, the karmic fire lotus gradually grew stronger, gradually burning away the demons and gods within, aiming to eliminate their excess spiritual thoughts. For Zhao Sheng, multitasking was merely basic. The constant depletion of spiritual energy and vital energy was a significant problem. However, with his wealth and his status as a master alchemist, refining a few more elixirs would be enough to sustain him for decades. Of course, refining a single demonic spirit would only take a few months, not decades. Time flew by as the refining process progressed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. That day, the red light filling the underground cavern rapidly dimmed. Collect! With a loud shout, a flash of red light suddenly shot out from beneath the cauldron, darting between Zhao Sheng's brows and transforming into a vivid 9-petal lotus pattern. A flicker of joy flashed in Zhao Sheng's eyes. With a flick of his finger, a dark green fleshy ball leaped from the jade plate and flew toward the nearby cauldron. The lid opened, and the fleshy ball conveniently fell inside, quickly falling back into place. Zhao Sheng's body sank to the ground. He took 2 steps to the table, placed his hands on each of the cauldron's ears, and poured a vast amount of spiritual energy into it. Simultaneously, he unleashed his powerful spiritual consciousness, immersing it completely within. At this moment, the 5-powered ghost god within the cauldron had been refined into a blank divine shell. As the inky flesh ball entered, the two were attracted to each other like magnets, their mere contact instantly blending seamlessly. The flesh ball gently squirmed, quickly transforming into a foot-tall little figure radiating a golden halo. Its features bore a resemblance to Zhao Sheng, except that it was covered in flesh thorns, their tips gleaming with a faint black light. Haha! It's done, Zhao Sheng exclaimed in delight. He slapped open the cauldron's lid with one hand, and with a thought, the little figure suddenly darted out, soaring into the air and hovering motionless, as light as a soaring feather. After carefully examining the little figure, Zhao Sheng's mind shifted, his consciousness instantly projecting itself onto it. A flash of thought struck him, and the little figure suddenly shrank into a ball and flew towards the golden statue. Bang! A head-sized hole was knocked out of the statue's abdomen, and within it, a flesh ball squirmed, quickly filling the gap. Zhao Sheng's face lit up with joy. He formed a magical seal with his hands, and a clear glow filled the altar. Instantly, a flood of incense transformed into a golden rain of light, flowing down like water, flowing over the statue's abdomen and engulfing the cave entrance. After a burst of golden light, the wound on the statue's abdomen had vanished, leaving its entire body as pristine as new, emanating a faint aura of power. The incense was ethereal. But through the serpentine spirit, Zhao Sheng could sense it with remarkable clarity. Indeed, after years of painstaking research, combined with Chu Santong's summoning techniques and the experience of several lifetimes, he had created an unprecedented Shinto secret technique. This technique is known as the spiritual body puppetry technique, or simply the serpentine method. Its essence involves artificially creating a serpentine spirit, then using it to collect and indirectly control the power of the incense. Incense is a low-level form of willpower, yet it is even more profound than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Willpower originates from the innate five virtues Great Dao, a manifestation of the power of the Great Dao. In the world of infinite sand, the power of will is mysterious and nearly omnipotent. The five innate virtues stand alongside the five innate great elements and five elements, divided into saintly virtue, meritorious virtue, blessings and blessings, yin virtue, and moral virtue. The profound mysteries of the five virtues are well known even to ordinary mortals, needless to say. Of course, Zhao Sheng had no aspirations to comprehend the profound principles of the five innate virtues from incense. His goals were simple: first, to explore the mystical power of willpower and prepare for a future breakthrough to the divine transformation realm. Second, he wanted to use the five divine powers to transform the five elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, one by one, thereby controlling the five internal organs of the physical body and ultimately transforming into a spiritual being. The method of the accomplished god was only the starting point of Zhao Sheng's far-reaching ambitions. It was merely a prototype, to be further refined and developed. Perhaps, if it proved unsuccessful, it would require repeated attempts to dismantle and rebuild it. For now, the accomplished god was merely a container for collecting incense, of limited use. However, Zhao Sheng had plenty of time. He could afford to wait. If he failed in this lifetime, there was always the next. He rolled up his sleeves and slapped his spirit beast bag with his right hand. A flash of light appeared, and suddenly, a white hedgehog, as big as a calf but completely white, appeared on the altar. Its jade-like eyes gleamed with a spirit, revealing its profound spiritual power. Zhao Sheng's gaze was indifferent as he coldly demanded, "Evil beast, it's been so long. I ask you one last time, will you sign this 100-year spirit contract or not?" Squeak, 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 the white spirit hedgehog cried pitifully as it lay on the ground. Over the past few months, it had endured countless beatings, and Zhao Sheng had long since subdued it, refusing even the thought of escape. HMPH, Zhao Sheng snorted coldly, a ball of lightning suddenly appearing in his palm, ready to be released. Squeak. The spirit hedgehog trembled with fear at the sight of the lightning, nodding frantically, tears of grievance streaming down its face. "Why are you crying? After you've served me for 100 years, I'll set you free. I'm afraid even if I chase you away, you won't leave." Zhao Sheng said this, pointing to the statue and commanding, "Go, offer your heart's blood to the statue, and then follow the instructions." With that, a divine thought shot from his brow, piercing the hedgehog's head. Its mind suddenly flooded with information, and a golden talisman appeared above its soul sea. A moment later, the hedgehog succumbed to Zhao Sheng's coercion and signed the spiritual contract, becoming the first divine beast under the five-way hedgehog god. Then, Zhao Sheng placed the white hedgehog in his spirit beast bag and placed the statue in his void seal. His figure then vanished into nothingness. In the training room, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged again, suddenly raising his hands and examining them closely. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed from his right hand, and long, dark spines shot out, rapidly growing longer and thicker, reaching over 3 inches in length in the blink of an eye. Zhao Sheng gazed thoughtfully at the black thorns on his right hand. Ever since the henchman god replaced the five-way hedgehog god, he had naturally mastered certain divine arts derived from the divine spirits, becoming almost instinctual. While the lethality of these thorn-transforming divine arts was weaker than that of ordinary first-tier spells, the significance behind them was immense, and the potential for this art was truly astonishing. Later, he looked within his body but could not discern the source of the black thorns. It seemed as if they had sprouted from thin air. Fortunately, the black thorns were under his control. With a single thought, dozens of them instantly sank into his skin, vanishing without a trace. This intrigued Zhao Sheng, and he immediately began experimenting with various methods to explore the secrets of divine arts. The next second, Zhao Sheng placed his palm upward before his eyes. Red light emanated from his body, transforming into layers of light shields that enveloped his palm. With a single thought, black thorns silently sprouted from the palm of his hand. As his will intensified, the black thorns grew at a visible rate, soon making contact with the light shield. In a flash, the black thorns suddenly shattered into tiny specks of black gas, but more black thorns continued to emerge. Waves of black thorns continuously broke off and sprouted again. He watched the entire process unfold. Zhao Sheng was slightly surprised that these black thorns had not drained a single ounce of his energy, as if an external force was continuously providing energy. But soon, a look of astonishment appeared on his face, as he realized that the black thorns came from the minions, and their source was the power of incense. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhao Sheng's mind. To verify one of them, his spiritual awareness suddenly erupted, focusing his energy and spirit. In the next second, the black thorns began to grow wildly, and then a strange scene unfolded. A second and a third layer of black thorns began to form on top of the first, rapidly merging and thickening. The black thorns appeared even sharper and stronger than before, undoubtedly doubling their destructive power. Zhao Sheng glanced at the sharp black thorns, gleaming with a cold light. A glint flashed in his eyes, and the light shield enveloping his palm suddenly dissipated like foam. With a puff, the black light flashed and sank deep into the wall 3 meters away, leaving behind dark holes the thickness of thumbs. The edges of the holes were covered with burn marks. Tisk, this is comparable to a strike from a late key refiner. It's equivalent to the destructive power of a first-level superior spell. Truly incredible. Never underestimate the gods of this world. With the blessing of the heavenly Dao, these creatures are several times more formidable than cultivators of the same level. Zhao Sheng marveled and waved his hand to disperse the black thorns from his palm. Next, I should find some enemies to cooperate with. Otherwise, when will the 5 Directions Divine Sect be able to spread its teachings throughout the world? The sound lingered, and the person had vanished from the training room. One day, Guyu was refining a treasure in his secret room when he suddenly felt a buzzing sound from his waist. Guyu paused and reached for a jade pendant. The jade pendant, however, was a magical communication device. Rows of small white characters had already appeared on its front. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise after reading the words. Wang has been missing for a long time, hasn't he? I thought he'd passed away, but now he's reappeared. He even invited me to meet him at Chaoyu Tower. Could something have happened? Muttering to himself, Guyu put away the treasure, then stood up and walked out. An instant stick of time later, Guyu arrived safely at the base of a 9-story building. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly noticed something unusual and turned to gaze at the distant sky. Beneath the blue sky and sea of clouds, a cyan wooden boat sped towards him. In a flash, it reached the top of the building, hovering in midair. Then, a figure descended from the sky, landing right in front of Guyu. Brother Gu, how did you find time to come to Chaoyu Tower? The brocade-clad young man asked in surprise upon seeing Guyu. I've been invited to a banquet today. Could it be that you too? Guyu was mid-sentence when a sudden realization struck him. I received a message from Taoist Wuang, so I hurried here. Could it be that we're here to see the same person? Hey, what's this old Taoist up to? The young man in brocade clothes asked in confusion. Whatever Taoist Wuang's purpose is, we'll know after we go in, Guyu said casually, his expression thoughtful. The young man in brocade clothes shrugged his shoulders, looking nonchalant. The two of them then walked into the Chaoyu Tower side by side. When the maids in the Chaoyu Tower saw the guests enter, a beautiful woman stepped out from the crowd and bowed to the two of them, saying, My 2 gentlemen, Taoist Wuang is waiting for you at the moon viewing pavilion. I will lead you there right away. Guyu smiled and said, Thank you for leading the way, young lady. The beautiful woman bowed slightly, then respectfully led the two of them to the moon viewing pavilion. Chapter 347, The 5 Virtues and Journey to the East. A moment later, as the two entered the hall on the top floor, a startling aura instantly enveloped them. The invisible yet overwhelming force shook them all, and cold sweat suddenly streamed down their foreheads. Golden Core Priest, Guyu nearly cried out in shock. With a horrified look, he glanced up at the hall, instantly identifying his target. The man's aura was so overwhelming, like a blazing sun, radiating infinite light and heat. The other seemed almost invisible in comparison. He was a middle-aged Taoist priest with an ordinary appearance, but his face looked so familiar that Gu Yu felt his mouth dry and his head spinning. There weren't many people sitting in the hall at that moment, only about 5. 4 of them were from other major families in Chu City. Each of them was of high status and had the potential to advance to the foundation establishment stage. But at this moment, they seemed completely absorbed, flipping through a blue-bound book. They read very slowly, as if the book contained profound knowledge. Zhao Sheng leisurely sat at the main seat in the hall, his right hand gently stroking a delicate white hedgehog. He glanced at Gu Yu and the others and said calmly, "Since you're here, come in and find a seat." As he finished speaking, the pressure weighing on his heart suddenly dissipated. Gu Yu, feeling relieved, hurried into the hall and respectfully saluted Zhao Sheng from a distance, saying, "Junior Gu Yu, greetings to Senior Wu Ang." Almost simultaneously, the young man in brocade clothing also bowed dramatically and shouted, "Junior Wu Yifan, greetings to Senior Wu Ang, sit down." "Wait for the others." Zhao Sheng nodded and gestured to the seat next to him. Gu Yu silently recited the 8-character Heart Sutra of the Underworld God, calming his mind. He walked a few steps to a chair and carefully sat down, instinctively smiling warmly and sincerely. Wu Yifan sat down next to him. Although everyone present knew each other, the hall was silent at this moment, and no one exchanged greetings. Gu Yu, oppressed by the overwhelming aura, sat in his seat like a puppet, a bit terrified. He secretly observed the long unseen Wu Ang Taoist, awestruck. A once frail old man had suddenly reversed to his aging process, regaining his youth. Besides a miracle, there was only one possible explanation: this person had successfully broken through and ascended to the Golden Core stage. Is this even possible? Gu Yu questioned himself, his mind swirling with mixed emotions, doubting his own judgment. Even a powerful clan like the Gu family, with tens of thousands of cultivators, possessed only a handful of Golden Core ancestors capable of suppressing the aura of destiny. A casual cultivator at the foundation establishment stage could actually ascend to the Golden Core stage, rivaling the ancestors. Gu Yu was stunned, filled with envy and hatred. Just then, someone beside him silently handed him a book. He took it and saw the words "Theory of the 5 Virtues" written on the cover. The words carried a majestic ancient charm, and a sense of fate and reincarnation washed over him. Opening the book, he was greeted by lines of flamboyantly written characters: the universe, the heavens, the 5 virtues, the beginning and the end, the innate origin, the great Tao. After reading just 2 lines, Gu Yu was completely absorbed, feeling that every word was a gem, imbued with profound truths. Countless flashes of inspiration flooded his mind, and he even felt a surge of emotion, as if hearing the truth in the morning would make him willing to die in the evening. An indescribable amount of time passed before, when he reached the last page, the text abruptly stopped after the sentence, "The 5 virtues give rise to the 5 elements, the 5 spirits are inherently pregnant." Gu Yu felt a wave of unease, scratching his head anxiously, desperate to know what followed. Just then, another thread-bound book was quietly handed to him. Gu Yu was overjoyed, but a glance at the cover filled him with disappointment. He couldn't help but mutter, "What the hell is Journey to the East? Where's the second half of the Theory of the 5 Virtues?" He looked around and saw 4 or 5 more people in the hall, all of them familiar faces. Regardless of whether they arrived earlier or later, everyone bent their heads, flipping through the books they held. Some looked entranced and engrossed, while others were beaming with delight. Taoist Wu Ang remained seated leisurely, but the white hedgehog had grown to the size of a calf, curled up at its master's feet. Even then, the jade white hedgehog exuded a faint aura of power. It was a second-level spirit beast, comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. Gu Yu's surprise was brief, but he regained his composure. He lowered his head again, opened Journey to the East, and began to peruse it. After reading the first chapter, he realized that the book wasn't about the 5 virtues, but rather a travelogue of a single person, featuring a Taoist named Zhao, known as Kingping. The text was written in a chapter-by-chapter format, with each chapter serving as a short story. The first chapter, titled Asking for a Title, tells the story of Taoist Zhao, descending the mountain, encountering a weasel seeking a title, only to be frightened by its angry roar and fleeing in panic. The story concludes with a simple incantation to repel demons and ghosts, like a mortal magic trick. The second chapter, titled The Beautiful Ghost, tells the story of Taoist Zhao, who stays at Lanruo Temple late at night, cleverly tricks a beautiful ghost and ultimately summons the 5 messengers, who work together to slay an old corpse. The story also concludes with a folk sutra, teaching how to use yang blood to repel demons and zombies, and mentions several animals with abundant yang energy, such as black dogs, roosters, hedgehogs, and goats. Chapter 3, Head Replacement. Chapter 4. The book reads, Master Kingping bowed to the 4 heavenly emperors and chanted the 5-directional summoning mantra. He quickly summoned a swarm of colorful snakes and pythons, some as large as a mountain quail, some as thin as gossamer threads. The master formed a magical spell with his hands and chanted, following the command of the 5-directional gods, all snakes, heed the call, come forth. Journey to the East is written with a humorous tone. The stories are bizarre and intriguing, and the words seem imbued with a certain magic that captivated even Guyu, a man of insight. After an unknown amount of time, a clear chime suddenly rang out from the hall, awakening everyone engrossed in the book. Zhao Sheng glanced at the group before speaking. I've roughly read both books. What do you think? Excellent, very excellent. I wonder which master wrote this theory of the 5 virtues. Every word is truly a gem. And I admire it immensely. Brother Liu is absolutely right. The theory of the 5 virtues is a magnificent 3,000 words, and it's profound and profound. I'm afraid it was written by a certain true lord of transformation. The theory of the 5 virtues is certainly profound, but I find Journey to the East to be profound. The stories in it are all taken from the mortal world, and the techniques and martial arts at the end are very simple and practical, which is of great benefit to mortals and even to us. The author of this book had a profound intention that is beyond our reach. Journey to the East is just a novel, not even a fraction of the theory of the 5 virtues. Furthermore, the text mentions the 5-powered god repeatedly, and uses the god's power to turn the tables multiple times. This strongly suggests it's using the text as a medium for proselytizing. Don't you understand? Or are you deliberately feigning ignorance? Do you understand or don't you? I don't need to argue with you. Senior Wu Ying is here, so don't be so arrogant. Do you think you're some heretic? Hey, Feng Xiaozhen, you're slandering me. I'm only discussing the book, not the text itself, and I don't intend to make any insinuations. You have malicious intentions. Please understand, Senior Wu Ying. Seeing some people arguing over this, Zhao Sheng stretched out his hand and pressed down. A powerful aura descended upon him, instantly silencing the hall and everyone falling silent. Friend Feng is right. This Journey to the East written by this old Taoist does indeed intend to promote the name of the 5-powered god. This old Taoist does not need to hide this. No one expected Zhao Sheng to directly admit the purpose of his writing right from the start. Upon hearing this, Guyu and the others immediately broke out in a cold sweat. In the Great Gu dynasty, the Xiandao sect reigned supreme. Aside from the orthodox deities who were granted the right to spread their faith and enjoy incense, all other spirits not granted the deification talisman were considered evil deities and were subject to severe punishment. It seemed that the 5-directional gods were a prominent faction among the many wild gods. These 5 evil gods enjoyed numerous followers among the mortal world, and their faith was deeply rooted, making them an exceptionally difficult group of spirits. From what the Taoist Wu Ying had said, he was actually a believer in the 5-directional gods. This thought intensified Guyu's fear, and he trembled as he asked, Senior, are you summoning us today to persuade us to worship the 5-directional gods? Or is it, young Master Gu, you are worrying too much? I don't have such intentions, Zhao Sheng said with a faint smile. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at this revelation. As long as they weren't forcing people to convert to evil deities, it was fine. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, taking in the shifting expressions of the crowd. He continued, I've summoned you today because I think you're talented individuals, and I can't bear to see you reduced to a pile of dirt in 100 years. Therefore, I've come to make a few deals with you. Guyu's heart sank at these words. Wu Ying's words struck a chord with everyone, stirring fear within them. Without achieving foundation establishment, death would inevitably follow in another decade or two. Everyone present had practiced a Blood Soul Sutra in their youth to advance to the foundation establishment stage, sacrificing significant amounts of their lifespan over the decades. Yet, their first attempts at foundation establishment had all failed. While some of them still had a chance of achieving it, Guyu knew that even one of them who managed to do so was a stroke of luck. Zhao Sheng's words immediately ignited a fire within the crowd. None of them were fools. Everyone suddenly realized something, their eyes burning intensely. Senior Wu Ying, please speak. I will do everything I can to achieve my full potential. As long as I already know what you are thinking. Rest assured, your future is bright. However, I need your help now, Senior. Please feel free to speak. If you require any help, I will gladly accept it. A wise man immediately patted his chest. I don't need you to die, or even to take action. I simply want to establish a cause and effect with you. Cause and effect? Gu Yu heard this, his heart filled with confusion. Zhao Sheng smiled and said, if you can lend me some spirit stones, the cause and effect will be established. The more spirit stones you lend, the greater the cause and effect, and the greater the blessings you will ultimately receive. I can guarantee that you will not regret it in the future, Senior. With your strength, I believe that the major families will be generous if you just come to visit. Why do you need to borrow money from us? At this time, a young man in brocade clothes suddenly asked. Zhao Sheng's face turned cold, and the pressure in the hall suddenly increased. If you don't want to lend it, you can leave now. This old Taoist doesn't have time to argue with you, Senior. Please forgive me. That's not what I meant. I have 3,000 spirit stones in my hand, and I will lend them all to you. No, I will give them to you. Please accept them. The young man in brocade clothes was frightened and panicked, and pleaded in a low voice. What a joke. Do you think I'm short of your few spirit stones? I told you I'm only lending you the cause and effect, not wasting them. Have you all read this wonderful treatise on the 5 virtues in vain? Gu Yu and Zhao Sheng were close friends. Seeing the tension build, he immediately stepped in to smooth things over, saying, I'll lend you all my spirit stones, a total of 4,500. If it's not enough, I'll go back and think of a way. I can give you up to 10,000, Zhao Sheng replied. Do everything within your means. Foundation building is like this, and so are spirit stones. Cause and effect require sincerity. I hope you'll figure it out for yourself. I have 1,300 spirit stones here. I'll lend them all to you. Would you please wait a moment, Senior? I'll go home and be back soon. At this point, the others were getting restless. Some pretended to be polite, while others, of course, had high hopes for Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng ignored them and accepted all the spirit stones, regardless of the amount. A moment later, the atmosphere in the hall took on an odd tone. Everyone looked at each other, their pockets empty. Gu Yu observed Zhao Sheng's expression and, noticing his cheerful mood, took the opportunity to ask, Excuse me, Senior, what is your intention in doing this? If you're dissatisfied with the lack of spirit stones, why not allow us to report this to our elders at home? With your golden core cultivation, we elders will certainly treat you as a distinguished guest. Zhao Sheng raised his eyelids and abruptly declared, You're mistaken. I haven't reached the golden core stage yet. What? This is a mistake. Gu Yu was utterly shocked. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng added, still lingering, but it will be soon. As long as we gather enough spirit stones. Golden core? Easy. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu's mind flashed with a flash of inspiration, and he tentatively asked, Senior, you're so confident. Could it be that you have the 5 powered gods' help? Finally, someone who understands has figured it out. That's right, I owe my current position to the 5 powered god, Zhao Sheng deliberately stated. Upon hearing this, someone's eyes suddenly lit up, like 2 light bulbs, emitting an intense desire. Is the 5 power god really so effective? Impossible. Whether it is true or not, you will know it in the future. I am too lazy to explain it to you. After saying that, Zhao Sheng suddenly stood up and waved his hand to call back the spiritual beast, the white hedgehog. The next second, he disappeared out of thin air in full view of everyone. But before leaving, he left a message. 3 days later, those who believe in me will meet here. Senior, Gu Yu shouted anxiously, but received no response. He turned his head abruptly, staring at the others, and asked with a deep gaze, Do you believe what Senior Wu Ying said? I do. I don't believe it. Chapter 348 No one knows foundation building better than me. 3 days passed in a flash. One day, 2 dark clouds drifted over Chu City, partially obscuring the scorching sun and bringing a rare touch of coolness. In the streets and alleys, groups of pale-faced victims huddled together, cowering or huddling in corners. They had spent their last copper coins for a meal and even sold a lot of food to the bloodshed. Their bodies were already weakened to the point of exhaustion, and now they only survived on a breath of air. The streets were bustling with traffic and pedestrians, but in the corners, countless withered hands stretched out, looking like a patch of grass growing straight out of the ground from a distance. The victims desperately hoped for a kind-hearted person to give them a few copper coins, so that they could buy a few whole grain breads to fill their stomachs. However, the number of victims dying in Chu City each day was far greater than expected. From time to time, the corpses, stagnant from hunger, were dragged out of the crowd by the corpse collectors and tossed onto carts. The corpses were piled up in a mess and it seemed that there was no more room. The corpse collectors happily pulled the corpse transport cart to the charity cemetery outside the city. A corpse could be exchanged for 100 coins in the charity cemetery. If a corpse turned into a corpse, the price would at least increase by dozens of times, worth 7 or 8 taels of silver. In this ghostly era, the dead are more valuable than the living. Watching the corpse transport cart gradually disappear into the distance, the faces of the disaster victims were numb and their expressions were terrifyingly indifferent. However, there were a few men who were almost drained of blood. They looked at the street corner where the corpse cart disappeared, gritted their teeth, staggered to their feet, and staggered to follow it. They were going to sell themselves at the charity cemetery. As long as they became corpse collectors at the charity cemetery, they could at least have a few full meals before they died. They would die sooner or later anyway, and being a well-fed ghost was much better than being a starving ghost. After all, the masters in the temples always said that starving ghosts could not be reincarnated. A magnificent silver carriage roared in from the distance, zipping past numerous buildings and streets before hurtling towards a 9-story building a few miles away. Meanwhile, 8 tall, handsome wildebeests, pulling a luxurious, carved carriage, galloped through the streets, throwing people and horses to the ground in their wake. Some victims, slow to react, were even torn to pieces by the wildebeest's hooves, their flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Wu Yifan lifted a corner of the curtain, revealing his handsome face. He gazed at the silver carriage in the sky, a sinister look crossing his features. The next second, the curtain uncurled and dropped again. Wu Yifan, completely absorbed in the impending battle, hadn't noticed that his carriage had already kicked 3 or 4 victims to death. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. To the aloof eldest son of the Wu family, the victims were no more than ants. Even the death of 1,000 of them would be nothing compared to a word of appreciation from Senior Wu Ying. Soon, the carriage stopped at the foot of the Yao Tower. Wu Yifan jumped out, glanced at the silver-white flying cart parked at the entrance, cursed inwardly, and walked into the building with his head held high. As Wu Yifan entered the 9th-floor moon-viewing pavilion, he immediately saw an old friend and greeted him. "Brother Gu, you're here so early." Gu Yu turned around and saw it was him. He smiled and said, No, you're not too late, Brother Wu. Didn't you say you wouldn't come a few days ago? Why are you here again today? I've been thinking about it for the past few days, and I always feel that Senior Wu Ying has some deep intentions. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I thought I'd come and see you, Wu Yifan said casually as he found a seat. Gu Yu didn't reveal his thoughts, but smiled and invited his old friend for tea. The two of them chatted over tea, and Wu Yifan repeatedly inquired about Taoist Master Wu Ying, but Gu Yu always gave him vague answers. Time slipped by, and before noon, the moon-viewing pavilion was already filled with several figures chatting and laughing. 3 days ago, Zhao Sheng had invited a total of 8 people. 3 days later, all 8 were present, waiting early. Brother Xia, how many spirit stones have you prepared for today? Alice, I'm not favored in the family. I've been rummaging through boxes and cabinets for days, plus borrowing a lot, and I've only managed to get a few 10,000. I'm so worried. Brother Zhou, how about you? Me? Not much either, probably about the same as you, just over 10,000. Gu Yu listened silently to the conversations around him, secretly calculating whether his 40,000 spirit stones would win first place. There was a reason for the 40,000. It just happened to be the market price of the Blood Spirit Foundation establishment pill. I've already failed once. I must seize this opportunity. But is the 5-powered god really that powerful? This thought lingered not only in Gu Yu's mind, but probably in the minds of others as well. The sun set in quick succession, and night gradually fell. The atmosphere in the moon-viewing pavilion was unusually solemn, as everyone had already been waiting impatiently. Just then, a gentle voice suddenly echoed from within the pavilion. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The Taoist priest, I'm late. Before the words had finished, Zhao Sheng had already taken his place in the uppermost chair, clad in a cyan Taoist robe, his aura transcendent and refined. Upon seeing the Taoist master, everyone stood up, touched their chests, and saluted, saying, Junior, greetings, Senior Wang. Zhao Sheng raised his hand, motioning for everyone to sit down. He nodded and smiled, saying, everyone, sit down. It's rare that you've all come. It seems you're all blessed and have a connection with me. As soon as everyone sat down, someone, unable to contain their eagerness, eagerly asked, Senior, I've already acquired 16,000 spirit stones. I wonder if they suit your taste. Seeing someone rush ahead, the others immediately started to speak up, saying, Senior, I have 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Please accept them. 200 is nothing. I, Wu Yifan, have 3 pagodas of spirit stones. I'd appreciate your acceptance. Gu Yu was startled by this. 3 pagodas of spirit stones were equivalent to approximately 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, as everyone knows, the larger the spirit stone, the rarer it is. Because of its wider uses, its actual value is far greater than 30,000 spirit stones. Gu Yu's mind raced, and he shouted, Senior Wang, although I only have 30,000 spirit stones, if you have any request, I, Gu Yu, will gladly serve you. I only hope you will give me a chance. Looking at the mountain of spirit stones on the table, Zhao Sheng smiled broadly. Haha, you are teachable children. It's just a matter of building a foundation, and this Taoist priest has directly agreed on behalf of the 5-directional god. Everyone's faces lit up with joy and excitement upon hearing this. Even a few were skeptical of his promise, but they didn't dare show it. Before we talk about building a foundation, this Taoist priest has a small favor to do. At this, Zhao Sheng's face turned cold. He looked up at the rooftop and shouted, Who is spying here? Get out now. As he finished speaking, 2 rays of divine light flashed from Zhao Sheng's eyes, and a terrifying mental storm vanished in an instant. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the rooftop. Wu Yifan's expression changed drastically at the scream, and he cried out, Third uncle, bang! Before he could finish his words, the roof suddenly shattered, and a dusty, middle-aged Taoist priest plummeted to the floor, lying stiffly on the ground, completely unconscious. Caught off guard, he was struck by Zhao Sheng's nearly 80% power god-slaying sword intent. Even someone at the late foundation establishment stage, let alone one at the great perfection stage, would have been instantly defeated. With Zhao Sheng's current strength, he could easily defeat him. Even a fake Dan True Master wouldn't be able to defeat him. It would probably take a golden Dan True Master's full strength, assuming he didn't flee, of course. This was the terrifying power of a 7-life-old monster. Wu Yifan quickly stepped forward, scooped up the middle-aged Taoist priest, and immediately checked on Third Uncle. Although Third Uncle's face was ashen and unconscious, his chest rose and fell slightly. Wu Yifan felt relieved upon seeing this. He quickly produced numerous healing elixirs and poured them into the middle-aged Taoist's mouth. After doing this, Wu Yifan looked up at the head of the group and, terrified, explained, Senior, please forgive me. I can assure you that my third uncle meant no harm. He loves me dearly. Perhaps my attempts to borrow spirit stones these past few days accidentally alarmed my third uncle, leading him to secretly follow him here. Zhao Sheng tapped his fingers on the back of the chair a few times and said calmly, Since he is an elder of your family, I will spare his life this time. If he dares to spy again, I will execute him without mercy. Thank you, Senior, for your magnanimity. I am deeply grateful. Wu Yifan quickly bowed to Zhao Sheng and expressed his gratitude. The other 7 witnesses were all horrified. They all knew the middle-aged Taoist's identity and, naturally, his late foundation establishment stage strength. At this moment, Zhao Sheng looked at the crowd with indifference. Suddenly, his consciousness split into 8, transmitting a message simultaneously to all 8 of them. A moment later, everyone suddenly understood, and they all cast ecstatic glances at Zhao Sheng with immense admiration. Gu Yu and the others were truly lucky. Zhao Sheng dared to claim that no one in the world understood foundation establishment better than him. He simply shared some tips and tricks for advancing to the foundation establishment stage, while also addressing everyone's questions, and Gu Yu and the others were completely convinced. Furthermore, someone had promised to help them achieve their foundation establishment goals. By then, the atmosphere in the moon viewing pavilion had become unusually relaxed and cheerful, as if everyone envisioned a bright future. Gu Yu and the other 8 felt a tense in their hearts as they recalled the instructions given by their senior in the message, already making a secret decision. The sun set in the west, and night fell. The moon viewing pavilion was deserted. Just then, a slender figure in a Taoist robe with mountain patterns suddenly appeared in the center of the room. This man had a youthful face and white hair, skin as tender as a baby's, and exuded an aura as heavy and imposing as a mountain. Taoist Q looked up at the crack in the roof, and an exceptionally powerful divine consciousness suddenly enveloped the entire room, scanning every tiny corner. No. How could that boy have vanished into thin air? I can't even detect a single flaw. Impossible. My old eyes must have missed something. Keep searching, there must be some clue, the man muttered to himself. However, the more he searched for clues, the less he could find them. The divine consciousness storm in the room grew increasingly frightening, until it practically solidified into something substantial. If any of the Jinden-level chief priests in Dankang province were present at this moment, upon seeing this Taoist, they would be horrified. For this great figure, known as Q, was the pinnacle of Dankang province, a true nascent soul realm high priest. High Priest Q was the supreme director of the Dankang provincial temple, responsible for maintaining the rule of the Yongdao sect and secretly monitoring the province's affairs. Today, returning from his wanderings, he had the sudden impulse to release his divine consciousness to envelop Chu City, hoping to see if any rats were operating in the city. Unexpectedly, he witnessed the events at the Moon Viewing Pavilion. Taoist Q hadn't intended to dwell on such a minor matter, but the sight of Zhao Sheng vanishing into thin air truly startled him. A magical power, a trick, or perhaps teleportation? If it were just an unknown magical power, it would be fine, but if it were truly teleportation, Taoist Q seriously wondered if his Taoist resolve had been shaken. After all, teleportation is a profound divine power beyond the reach of even the nascent soul or even the divine transformation realm. It's a legendary skill that can only be mastered after breaking through the soul refining, return to void realm, and ascending to the fusion realm. How could someone at the foundation establishment stage, who hasn't even condensed their golden core, possibly comprehend such a profound divine power? After 2/4 of an hour, still nothing. Taoist Q withdrew his mind and wondered, could it be some fragment of the heavenly Dao? Does that boy really have such a great fortune? We must investigate. With those 2 words, the man vanished without a trace. 10 days passed, and the city of Chu remained peaceful, as if Taoist Q had no intention of stirring up trouble. In recent days, numerous bookstores in the city had simultaneously added a novel titled Journey to the East. Around the same time, storytellers in numerous restaurants and tea houses suddenly began recounting bizarre stories, most of which centered on a Taoist named Zhao. Journey to the East became an instant hit. The average person had never encountered such a humorous, amusing, and heartbreaking novel. Consequently, most readers were captivated by the story after only a page or two, unable to stop reading. Some quickly noticed the practical techniques in martial arts described at the end of Journey to the East, when the first person boldly tested the magic and martial arts described in the book and discovered their effectiveness. Others quickly followed suit, each sharing their own experiences and proclaiming the book's remarkable effectiveness. This immediately caused an even greater sensation. In just 2 weeks, the city's bookstores sold out. Printing houses were ablaze with lights all night long, and the printers worked tirelessly, yet they couldn't keep up with the demand. In the streets and alleys, numerous riffraff and idlers diligently promoted Journey to the East, indirectly accelerating its spread. Needless to say, this was also due to the covert support of the city's major families. Guyu, Wu Yifan, and others, having witnessed Zhao Sheng's prowess and reaped the benefits, naturally offered their full support. Despite the considerable sensation Journey to the East caused, it only affected the city's lower-class mortals. Few monks paid much attention to this earthly publication. Even those monks who did read it discovered the hidden agenda within. But, what did it have to do with them? There's no conflict of interest. Only a fool would pursue the truth behind this book. Besides, intelligent people have long since realized that this book was written specifically to promote the 5 directional gods. The 5 directional gods are a powerful faction among the wild gods, so few monks would interfere with their efforts, lest they be retaliated and killed without knowing how. As for the Xiandao cult and the city's government, the government is easy to deal with the major families blocking the way, they won't cause any trouble for the time being. Furthermore, perhaps because the book was only recently published, the Xiandao cult seems to have taken no notice of it. Chapter 349 The Ghost Disaster is Coming. 9 heavens and 10 earths, all gods, heed the call. 5-way spirits, Toad Ekagi, respond to the call at once. In the caverns beneath the Zhao mansion, Zhao Sheng stood behind the ceremonial hall, his spiritual energy surging throughout his body. With a solemn expression, He chanted a summoning incantation. Before him stood a massive golden statue of a toad, over 2 meters tall. Suddenly, a ball of divine golden light descended from the void and entered the statue's body. The long-prepared binding array instantly activated. Zhao Sheng formed hand seals and, with expertly chanted the incantation, drew the divine light from the statue and tossed it into the cauldron. He then opened his robe, baring his breasts and standing behind the ceremonial hall. Suddenly, he raised his sword and struck, blood splattering everywhere. The entire intestines and stomach clattered onto a jade tray, overflowing with fresh, bloody contents. Then, the process of extracting the bright pearl, refining the divine shell, and crafting the flesh and blood minion deity followed. Thanks to his previous experience in creating a deity, Zhao Sheng's refining process went smoothly this time. In just over a month, the second 5-powered accomplice deity, the Golden Toad, was successfully born. On the 7th day of the 8th lunar month, the Zhao family was filled with joy. Master Hongaian's eldest grandson had been born, weighing a whopping 8 pounds and 8 ounces. Master Hongaian was so pleased that he rewarded all the servants generously. In a study in the left wing of the Zhao family's courtyard, swords, spears, and halberds were hung on the walls, all priceless and priceless. At that moment, Zhao Hongaian sat behind his desk, meticulously polishing a foot-long jade sword with a brocade silk cloth. Whenever he faced a major event, he would polish his cherished weapon to calm his turbulent emotions. Haha, a soft laugh suddenly rang in his ears, followed by a familiar voice he'd never forgotten, echoing from the table, "Hongaian, congratulations." Zhao Hongaian jerked his head up, gazing at the smiling old master not far away. Tears welled in his eyes. "Master, you're finally back." Over a decade ago, the old master had entrusted him with the entire Zhao mansion estate, and there had been no news of him. For years, outsiders had assumed that Zhao Hongaian was the true master of the vast Zhao mansion, unaware that the true master was right before their eyes. With a thump, Zhao Hongaian stood up and ran over to Zhao Sheng. He was about to kneel down to greet him, but an overwhelming force held him back, preventing him from kneeling. "Let's skip the formalities. I didn't mean to disturb you. But fate has unpredictable consequences. Your newly born grandson is a gifted spirit. While his aptitude is somewhat lacking, I cannot let this child go to waste." Hearing the master's words, Zhao Hongaian was overjoyed. The reason for this was, firstly, that he felt his ancestral tomb had given birth to a natural-born Taoist priest. Secondly, it was because the master had finally acknowledged his identity. For years, Zhao Hongaian had always felt that the master was mysterious and unfathomable, and had often suspected that he was the legendary Taoist priest. Now, his identity had finally been verified. "Master, did I hear correctly? Little stone really can cultivate the Dao?" Zhao Hongaian confirmed with a trembling voice. Zhao Sheng nodded and said crisply, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongaian, already a master of the Xiantian realm, could no longer contain his excitement. A green light shone from his body, and a burst of Xiantian Qi burst forth from his body. The ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, sinking more than half a foot. Zhao Sheng sighed and said, "Alice, my Qi cultivation skills are still not perfect. It seems I will never achieve divine enlightenment in this lifetime. Come, follow me to see my precious grandson." Yes, Zhao Hongaian pleaded, quickly pulling himself out of the pit and heading out with the master. At that moment, he was so excited that he had no time to think about whether he could achieve a spiritual breakthrough. In the evening, after a day's work, Wei Liu emerged from the back door of the Zhao residence. His face was beaming, and he held an oil paper bag containing 5 large meat buns, 3 pounds of eggs, and half a pound of brown sugar. He also held 2 silver coins from the master. While this might not seem like much to a wealthy family, it was a reward enough for Wei Liu, who toiled all day. Wei Liu had never imagined that he, a mere servant and not even a child of the Zhao family, had received such a generous reward simply because the family had given birth to a child. Thinking of the servants in the Zhao residence receiving 10 taels of silver at once, Wei Liu decided to test the waters with a housekeeper tomorrow to see if he would still hire a cook. His wife was a skilled cook. If she accepted him, his life would be much better. Tisk tisk. Thinking of this, Wei Liu, filled with joy, strode home. By now, the sky had darkened, and night had fallen. As night fell, the various street vendors and shops that had occupied the streets during the day began to close one after another, leaving the streets deserted and empty. However, the victims continued to huddle in dark corners, seemingly unabated. After walking 2 or 3 miles, Wei turned into an alley and groped his way forward, taking slow, shallow steps. "I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry." Just as he turned the corner, a faint, weak voice reached his ears. Wei looked in that direction and saw, deep in the alley, a thin, ragged figure huddled in the shadows, shivering. "I'm hungry," the groans carried to Wei ears on the night wind, the huddled figure looking even more pitiful. Wei glanced at the man for a moment, his expression hesitant. He took a few steps forward, past the alley entrance. However, he paused and retreated. "Alice, this world of cannibalism, how can anyone survive? For the sake of God, let's just do some good deeds." Wei sighed, but finally felt a pang of reluctance. He walked over, took out a large meat bun, approached, and knelt down to offer it to the man. "Take it. Eat it, and you'll be better off." Wei knew that even 2 more buns wouldn't fill the starving man's stomach. But giving a bun was already the greatest kindness Wei could offer. After all, he had a family to feed. Snap! At that moment, a withered hand suddenly reached out from a dark corner, but instead of catching the bun, it grabbed Wei wrist. Instantly, Wei shuddered, his hair standing on end, and his expression was filled with extreme fear. A pale, cold face slowly emerged from the shadows, resembling the face of a dead person. Its hands were terrifyingly cold. Like iron. Most terrifying of all, its eyes were bloodshot, fierce and savage, like a devouring demon. "I'm so hungry." A severely emaciated figure slowly rose from the shadows, its expression frozen as bloodshot eyes stared intently at Wei. However, its mouth then slowly opened, its corners pulling apart, the gaping crescendo reaching its ears, a terrifying sight. A short, agonizing scream was followed by a muffled swallowing and chewing sound echoing through the alley. At the same time as Wei was murdered, similar strange occurrences occurred almost simultaneously in several nearby markets. In a long, narrow alley in Wamufang, a man in a brown shirt and shorts, sweating profusely, ran desperately towards the alley with a look of fear on his face. Seeing the alley entrance just around the corner and a bright light streaming in, the man couldn't help but smile in ecstasy. However, before he could relax, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind his neck. "I'm so hungry." Before he could finish his words, an icy hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. The man looked down in horror and saw a bony person lying at his feet, raising its pale face and giving him a strange smile. "Help!" The word help had just been shouted out when the voice abruptly stopped. The person at the alley entrance had disappeared, leaving only a long drag mark. Time passed, and before he knew it, the dark moon had reached its zenith. In a certain household, a boy of 11 or 12 curled up on a brick bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He was hungry. "Dad, why haven't you come back yet?" Feng Xiaomu muttered, gritting his teeth as he tightened his belt even tighter, almost to the point of breaking it. "I'm not hungry anymore." Feng Xiaomu's face flushed crimson, and once it was tightened, he breathed a sigh of relief, a smile of relief spreading across his face. Crack! Suddenly, a soft sound came from the doorway. The door opened, and someone walked in. "Who?" Feng Xiaomu heard the noise and struggled to his feet, turning his head to look at the door. In the dim light, a blurry figure stood at the doorway. The darkness made it hard to make out clearly. It looked like a man, standing quietly, silent. Anyone else seeing this would have been startled, but Feng Xiaomu wasn't afraid, he was actually delighted. "Dad," the figure at the doorway, his hair disheveled, making his face unclear, but how could he not recognize his own father? He excitedly leaped off the earth and Kang, ran over, and threw himself directly onto his father. However, the touch he felt was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. Strangely, Feng Xiaomu looked up, only to be met with a pair of bloodshot eyes gleaming with ferocity. His face instantly paled. In the dead of night, the night watchman, old Liu, dragged his weary body along the streets and alleys, weakly beating his gong as he walked. "It's dry, be careful with candles, keep doors and windows closed, beware of thieves." Soon, old Liu reached a house and was surprised to find the door open. Could it be a thief? Old Liu thought, with so many refugees in the city, it was inevitable the thieves would break in. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly smelled a strong, bloody odor, seemingly emanating from the door. Old Liu's heart skipped a beat. He had been a night watchman for 30 years, and had heard and seen all sorts of demons and monsters. He was much braver than the average person. He put away his clapper and walked carefully towards the house. Just after passing the gate, old Liu heard a sudden rustling sound from inside, as if there was a living person at the door. Hearing the movement, old Liu, who was a little uneasy, could not help but cheer up and breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, it's good that nothing happened. It turned out that the family forgot to close the door. Old Liu thought to himself, stepped over the threshold, and looked towards the house. There was no light in the house, and it was dim and blurry inside. He could vaguely see two dark shadows pressed together. Hey, you two, don't just focus on eating. How could you forget to close the door in the middle of the night? The night watchman. Old Liu squinted his eyes and leaned inside to shout. But when he finished speaking, a ray of moonlight suddenly shone through the door into the inner room. With the help of the moonlight, he suddenly saw the scene inside the house clearly. In an instant, he was struck by lightning and his body froze. Inside, two figures, one large and one small, sat rigidly at a table. Their skin was dark blue, their eyes bloodshot, and they exuded a chilling aura. At the foot of the table, a gray-furred mouse, larger than a cat, circled them, eager to pounce. This horrifying scene terrified old Liu, his limbs paralyzed with fear, and he instinctively held his breath. But then, the adult suddenly raised his head, staring at old Liu with bloodshot eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, giving him a strangely eerie smile. With a thud, old Liu felt his scalp tingle, his entire body exploded, and his mind went blank. The next morning. Oh no. Someone's dead. Everyone, go check it out. Someone's dead in Zhou Lane? What? Another death? What the hell? We just took away half a cart of dead bodies, and now there's another one. Looks like we can't stay in the city anymore. We've attracted some evil spirits. Hurry and go to the temple to pray. It's best to bring home a deity to ward off evil spirits. The next day, a series of murders broke out in the southern part of Chu City. Dozens of families were killed, and many bloody bodies were found in the street corners and alleys. Something terrible had happened. At that moment, a crowd gathered in front of a house. A broken hut was visible at the door, and the night watchman's clapper and hammer were scattered beside the door. The night watchman, old Liu, was dead. Even in death, his eyes were wide open, and he looked terrified, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying before his death. Only half of old Liu's body remained, and his heart, liver, spleen, and lungs were completely gone from his chest. A large piece of flesh was missing from the neck, as if something had eaten it. However, strangely, there was very little blood on the ground. Apart from some blood scars left from the bite marks, there were no large blood stains on the body or the surrounding ground. This was very abnormal. A normal person would know at a glance that this was the work of a ghost or a zombie. Ugh, someone vomited, and the moment they saw the corpse, they glanced away, some not daring to look any further. The hungry ghost is coming. The ghost disaster is coming. Everyone, run away. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted in fear. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the onlookers changed drastically. Chapter 350, The God-Conferring Decree. Hurry up, hurry up. We can't stay here any longer, Mother, hurry home and pack up. We're going to hide in the countryside for 2 months, oh no. Report this to the authorities, Liu Sen. Go to the temple city right now and report this to the Mingwang temple. Hearing the cry of an impending ghost disaster, the crowd immediately panicked and scattered in all directions. Of course, a few astute citizens separately informed the authorities and the Xiandao sect. The Mingwang temple is a general term for a type of temple under the Xiandao sect, dedicated to Akulamio, and specializing in exorcism. Over 100 people died overnight in the city at the hands of demons, and this paranormal activity immediately attracted the attention of all the major powers in the city. The city magistrate, acting as if they were facing a formidable threat, dispatched several key refining realm captains, each leading a team of innate detectives, to investigate the scene. At the same time, the Mingwang temple dispatched a team of black-clad Taoists into Chu City. Taoist families like the Gu family and the Wu Fanwang family also took action, most of them implementing targeted measures. While the common people in the city were in a state of panic, Chu City was plagued by supernatural disasters, often attributed to demonic activity. Therefore, both the government, the temple, and the monastic families had extensive experience in handling such incidents. As long as the death toll did not exceed 10,000, it was not a major event for the ruling class. In fact, The death of a few insignificant individuals every few years, resulting in a minor disaster or two, actually benefited the rule. Of course, this was a tacit understanding among the upper class. The common people and even the lower classes knew nothing about it. A day passed quickly, but few leads emerged. That day, the three ruling factions, the city magistrate's office, the Cheyenne Dao sect, and the Taoist families, suddenly joined forces to suppress the increasingly absurd rumors circulating in the main city and block all information related to the incident. Secret agents and media outlets from various factions also worked covertly, fabricating numerous headlines to divert attention elsewhere. The recent craze for Journey to the East was undoubtedly a prime opportunity, prompting numerous parties to collectively promote the story, fueling its popularity. This boosted sales, and the stories within the book quickly spread throughout the city, becoming a daily topic of conversation for the locals. After millennia of rule, the upper class had mastered the art of propaganda and misleading the public. In Jingganfang, East City, a forbidden barrier had been erected in the underground chamber of a mansion. The thin, light-filled walls shone with a faint black light. The room was dimly lit, and three figures sat in the shadows at the edge of a circular stone table in the center, their faces indistinct. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in the darkness. "Friend Wendao, how is your plague cultivation going?" The black shadow swayed, as if countless dense insect shadows were scurrying around. It's still a little short of the mark. Brother Wu Lun, if you can't wait, you can launch it now. Wu Lun Sanren looked at the black shadow opposite him and said lightly, "That's not necessary. The hungry ghosts I released can still hold out for a while. Hastily launching the plague now will not deal a heavy blow to the Cheyenne Dao sect." After speaking, Wu Lun Sanren asked another silent black shadow, "Elder Z, the divine prison is heavily guarded. To avoid alerting the enemy, I hope the Cheyenne sect can patiently wait for a while before the attention of the Cheyenne Dao sect is diverted." "Okay. But it can't be delayed for more than 2 months at the latest. Otherwise, I will not be able to explain to my other allies. Also, when can the plague be successfully cultivated?" Wendao Ren chuckled, "Elder Z, don't worry, I will definitely not delay your important task. But can you hand over the plague demon drum you promised to me sooner? The plague demon drum will be delivered within 3 days at most." "Haha. If that's the case, I'm relieved." At this moment, Wu Lun Sanren's ghostly body suddenly trembled, and a vast black aura erupted. The black aura seethed endlessly, instantly transforming into ferocious ghostly heads that emitted a series of piercing howls. Ahem, Wu Lun Sanren coughed, and his black robe suddenly fluttered. Countless sinister ghost claws suddenly extended from beneath his robe, seemingly sprouting countless massive black hands that snatched up all the ghost heads in the blink of an eye. A flash of black light, and the countless ghostly hands retreated back into his robe. Wu Lun Sanren then explained, "I'm sorry to have caused you to such a commotion. We just lost contact with 2 hungry ghosts." Wu Lun Sanren was not a living person, but a giant-level ghost cultivator. This one was notorious in Dankang province, responsible for over a dozen horrific massacres, resulting in the deaths of well over 1 million mortals. Ghost cultivators defy the laws of nature and were often unacceptable to the world. Ghost cultivators are extremely rare in the Cheyenne realm. Zhao Sheng, having reincarnated 6 times, has encountered countless demons and heretics, but few true ghost cultivators. The truth is simple, yet rarely known. Because the Cheyenne realm is stuck between the 2 stages of stagnation and destruction, the world has yet to truly decline, leaving no fertile ground for ghost cultivators. The evolution of any world is inseparable from the 4 stages of formation, stasis, destruction, and emptiness. During the first 2 stages of formation and stasis, the heavenly Dao flourishes and becomes powerful, with Yang predominating and Yin declining. This makes the birth of ghost cultivators extremely difficult, leaving virtually no room for growth. However, during the destruction and emptiness stages, the heavenly Dao declines, the spiritual environment deteriorates, and the world gradually shifts from Yin to Yang, leading to the slow decline of the world. When the world reaches its final stage, demons, monsters, and other evil spirits emerge, becoming increasingly rampant and wreaking havoc on the human world. The saying "the Dao declines, the demons rise" is more than just a metaphor. In a sense, it cruelly points to one of the ultimate truths of any world. The blood god's failure to rely on the heavenly Dao led to the rapid decline of the netherworld, a thriving and prosperous world. This has also led to the growing expansion of the ghost Dao over the past 10,000 years, with ghost cultivators showing signs of increasing prevalence in the past millennium. In recent years, the Shyandao cult's ruling power has been slowly declining. Its foundations already shaken. This has also given hope to countless other oppressed factions. Over the past millennium, the Ghost God Society, the Anti-Heaven Alliance, heretical cults, ghost cultivators, and demonic cultivators have tacitly and repeatedly launched attacks, causing numerous major incidents, inevitably distracting and overwhelming the Shyandao cult. Meanwhile, after Zhao Sheng visited Zhao Hongyan's grandson and named him Zhao Lingfeng, he returned to seclusion to continue refining the five-powered god. Busy with refining the minion god, Zhao Sheng was unaware of the turbulent undercurrents within Chu City, where multiple factions were colluding to stir up trouble. After refining the golden toad, he spent another 43 days, using his own lungs as a foundation, to cultivate a fortune god. At this point, he had completed 3 of the 5 divine powers, still lacking the snake and rat gods. One day, in a secluded corner of the eastern market square of Chu State, darkness stirred, and a figure emerged from thin air. Zhao Sheng had just appeared when his brows furrowed. His spiritual awareness instantly burst forth from his body, spreading in all directions. His spiritual awareness enveloped the nearby streets, revealing white banners hung high at every doorway. Cries of grief echoed from most of the surrounding courtyards. However, many houses were utterly silent, with few living beings breathing. Many, their faces covered in black sores, looked as if they were nearing death. Zhao Sheng muttered to himself in wonder, what's going on? Why are so many dead? No, suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, his figure flashed and vanished into thin air. The next moment, Zhao Sheng appeared in the backyard of the Zhao mansion. Upon reappearing, his expression grew even more dismal. The Zhao mansion was completely deserted, its nearly 100 members nowhere to be found. HMPH, Zhao Sheng snorted, flicking his sleeves and vanishing in an instant. A quarter of an hour later, he had wandered through most of Chu City and discovered it was completely sealed off. No one was allowed to leave unless authorized by the government. He had already learned from local sources that a black plague had suddenly broken out in the city 2 weeks prior. The outbreak was so sudden and ferocious that death from illness lasted only 2 days. It also happened to strike unexpectedly during the onslaught of the starving ghosts. These two combined disasters not only resulted in a heavy loss of life for the city's residents, but also left tens of thousands of victims, leaving barely 1 in 100 alive. 20 days earlier, before Chu City was sealed off, the city's well-connected and influential families had fled, leaving only ordinary citizens unable to leave. Half a day later, Zhao Sheng secretly surveyed the entire city and made a rough estimate, discovering that at least 300,000 people had perished in the man-made disaster. Indeed, this was a man-made disaster, not a natural one. The evil heretics, like Wulin Sanren and Wendao Ren, had made no effort to conceal their identities. They practically played their cards straight, brazenly challenging the Shyandao sect and other righteous forces. Zhao Sheng also quickly learned from 2 key refining cultivators that the divine prison had been breached by a sudden internal and external attack, and that numerous prisoners had escaped. This infuriated the Shyandao sect and the Great Gu Court, quickly issuing arrest warrants and offering a hefty reward. They then dispatched several giant and chief priests to hunt down the culprits, including Wulin Sanren and Wendao Ren. However, they had already fled, their whereabouts unknown. HMPH, how audacious, Zhao Sheng's gaze icy, and he vanished from sight. Half a day later, at the black market within Tenian Peak. To the west of the market square stood a massive tower-shaped building, covering over 10 acres and standing roughly 10 feet tall. 2 men in white robes stood motionless on either side of the gate. Judging by their aura, they both possessed the faintest trace of late-stage key refining cultivation. A massive plaque hung high above the entranceway, inscribed with the words Chu Wang Chamber of Commerce, its dazzling golden brilliance striking the eye. This was the location of the largest trading house in the black market. The Chu Wang Chamber of Commerce, a large trading house jointly established by major monastic families, led by the Gu family, boasted a profound heritage, countless treasures, and a daily turnover exceeding 1 million spirit stones. This is it. I hope it won't disappoint me, an elderly man in a green robe muttered quietly to himself before turning and heading for the main gate. This man was none other than Zhao Sheng. Senior, please wait. Could you please show me your invitation? The gatekeeper, wearing a white robe, inquired with a smile, bowing slightly. Zhao Sheng saw this and shook his head. I don't have one, I'm sorry, you're not allowed in without an invitation, the white-robed man said bluntly and coldly. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and a powerful aura slowly rose from him. At the same time, his spiritual sense spread out, entering the building. He waited a moment, shook his head, and was about to leave. "Senior, please stay. This is Xiang below. I'm one of the managers of the auction house. May I know your name, Senior?" Just then, a handsome young man in his 20s, wearing a light red robe, hurried out from the door and politely called out to Zhao Sheng. "Fellow Taoist Feng, you're polite. My surname is Zhao. I'm a casual cultivator," Zhao Sheng heard, turning around and asking calmly. "So it's you, Senior Zhao. You're probably new to Chu City, so you might not be aware. The situation in the city is unusual lately, and our bank has to operate by invitation only," Feng Xiang explained. Zhao Sheng's face flickered with surprise at this, but his composure quickly returned. "Fellow Taoist Feng, may I have an invitation?" Zhao Sheng asked, his mind racing. "Senior, you only need to take a test and pass before you can enter. I imagine with your foundation establishment cultivation, passing the test shouldn't be difficult," Feng Xiang said with a gentle smile. After a short while, Zhao Sheng successfully entered the auction house. Later, in the quiet room on the third floor, Zhao Sheng's face remained calm, but his eyes flickered, as if he was pondering something. On the jade table before him lay several jade boxes. Feng Xiang, sitting across from him, carefully examining the elixirs within, a look of delight gradually crossed his face. After a moment, Feng Xiang closed the jade box and sighed. "Senior, your alchemy skills are truly impressive. This third-tier demon exorcising pill has clear veins and exceptional quality, at least top grade. Such a precious pill would cost at least 70,000 or 80,000 spirit stones. I wonder what treasure you'd like to exchange for it. First, take a look at the treasures in the other boxes." With a flick of his right hand, Zhao Sheng's jade boxes on the table opened, revealing a dazzling array of precious pills filled with fragrant aromas and a myriad of visions. "This is Resurrection Pill, Blood Spirit Foundation Building Pill, Plague Repelling Pill. All of them are mid to high grade." Feng Xiang was stunned by the contents of the box. "I'd like to exchange it for a conferred god decree. I wonder if the Chu King Chamber of Commerce has such a treasure," Zhao Sheng said, then picked up his teacup and took a sip. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Xiang quickly closed all the jade boxes, then couldn't help but gasp twice. With a look of embarrassment, he said, "Senior, this is a bit difficult for me. The decree of the gods is so precious, how can a business just buy and sell it casually?" Zhao Sheng put down his teacup and said casually, "Oh, really? Is my offer too low, or do you lack the authority to trade? Let your master handle it. You can't afford this deal, Senior." "Wait a moment." Feng Xiang's expression changed upon hearing this. After a moment's consideration, he struggled to his feet, bowed, and hurriedly left the room. About a cup of tea later, a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes entered with a beaming smile, holding a golden box about a foot in size. He sat down and casually pushed the box towards Zhao Sheng. Then, with a flick of his finger, a ray of white light sank into the box. The seal on the box suddenly disappeared, and it sprang open. A layer of divine light instantly shone through the box, emitting an aura of sacred majesty. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw a small, dark golden seal, the size of a fist, perfectly golden, sitting upright in the golden box. The seal evoked the image of a round sky and a square earth, emitting layers of soft, clear divine light. However, the seal was elusive, seemingly caught between illusion and reality. "Is this the legendary decree to confer the gods?" Zhao Sheng's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light after seeing this scene. Writer's block. By the way, Beimei suddenly realized today that he had written too many side details. To avoid being too watery, he deleted the ghost plague, the plague, and the prison break, as well as many of the character interactions. Otherwise, writing it all would have required another 40,000 to 50,000 words. Today's update is late. I hope my readers will forgive me. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.